Jisoo was a frail young man who had been bullied so relentlessly that he was forced to transfer school. Yet his luck worsened when he accidentally stained the school bully's shirt on his very first day. He fully expected to be brutally beaten as a result, but to his surprise, the other boy acted remarkably friendly and told Kang that it was not a problem at all. Jisoo soon discovered that bullying was non-existent at Luckman's school, because every student was required to follow a strict code that absolutely prohibited any form of campus violence. All grievances and grudges had to be settled through fair one-on-one duels, a new order established by the student council president, Jiang, who was known as the strongest monster in the school. Bully Kang In-ha eventually appeared at a secret arena to seek revenge for his ruined shirt by publicly challenging Jisoo to a match. With no other choice, Jisoo was forced to accept the challenge, but he was so paralyzed by fear during the fight that he unintentionally unleashed a disgusting new technique. His stomach churned violently before he vomited all over his opponent, leaving the arena silent and the audience speechless at Jisoo's foul-smelling knockout victory. This incident not only made him an enemy of Kang In-ha, but also turned him into the laughingstock of Jisoo School, forcing a humiliated Jiang to hide in the restrooms to escape the judging eyes of his peers. He had hoped this transfer would be a fresh start, but it had turned into a disaster, leading him to believe that he could avoid further conflict simply by staying away from the arena. Driven by this thought, Jisoo hurried to find Luckman to request his withdrawal from the matches, but the atmosphere immediately grew heavy the moment he spoke his mind. Jiang crossed his arms as his smile vanished, listening to Jisoo explain that he had no desire to hurt anyone and found no pleasure in fighting. The young man failed to realize that his decision was a catastrophic mistake, as Jiang stared at him with a bone-chilling gaze before making an official declaration as the student council president. From that moment forward, the arena's protective shield for the freshman Lee Jisoo was revoked, as he was no longer considered a member of Luckman and thus no longer entitled to its privileges. Jisoo officially became the only student in the entire school who could be bullied without consequence, and soon a group of boys led by the victim of his previous vomiting incident arrived to confront him. A hand grabbed Jisoo by the hair and slammed his head onto a cold wooden desk, while everyone else in the classroom ignored the scene as if his suffering was now a natural occurrence. He finally understood that the arena was not just a game but a hidden law and a ruthless social hierarchy, and by refusing to participate, he had made himself the ultimate victim. By rejecting the system, he had transformed himself into the only unprotected prey in the school, serving as an open target for every predator looking for someone to torment. The gates of hell had opened for him once again, and after days of relentless beatings, Jisoo's body was exhausted and his spirit was completely broken. He eventually decided to quit school using a weak excuse about exam preparation, hiding the truth while silently apologizing to his parents for being such a useless son. That painful thought felt like a blade to his heart as he walked home on his final day, reflecting on how his time as a student had truly become a living nightmare. Jisoo believes his ordeal is over and a normal life awaits him tomorrow, but a familiar figure blocks his path at the school gate. Jiang stands there with a piercing gaze and arms crossed, coldly demanding to know why Jisoo refused to fight. Startled and looking down, Jisoo apologizes and explains that a battle-hungry person like Jiang could never understand his trauma from past bullying. As Jisoo expresses his desire to give up, Jiang steps forward and firmly grips the boy's shoulder. With a look of pure contempt, Jiang bellows that professional techniques are irrelevant and that Jisoo is more pathetic than he imagined. Jiang explains that true combat is about desperation and using whatever one has, leaving a terrified Jisoo stammering in confusion. Jiang grabs Jisoo by the collar and grits his teeth, disgusted that Jisoo won't even defend himself, driving the boy to tears of shame. Jisoo wonders what he did to deserve this treatment as Jiang asks him if he truly believes the world is a fairy tale. Jiang shouts that running away and dropping out will only lead to a lifetime of failure and bitter regret. Those words pierce Jisoo's mind like poison as he stumbles away, muttering that Jiang has never known what it feels like to be weak. The day takes a darker turn when Kang In-ha and his gang intercept Jisoo, mocking him for his plan to quit school the next day. In-ha laughs cruelly, asking who will serve as his punching bag now, and insisting that dropping out will not save Jisoo from them. They drag Jisoo into a filthy alley for another beating as he curls up and begs for mercy, while In-ha mentions his brother's former status. In-ha pulls out his phone to confirm Jisoo's home address, which his informants have already successfully tracked down. Looking at the screen with a sinister smile, In-ha remarks that Jisoo lives in a surprisingly nice apartment. Every word of the address, apartment 1105, building 604, Ryu Apartments in Mangu City, strikes Jisoo with absolute horror. In-ha maliciously promises to visit Jisoo at home, more often now that the boy is no longer participating in the arena. Jisoo screams and struggles, pleading with them to stay away from his family, but his resistance only fuels their amusement. In-ha records Jisoo's desperate and pathetic state on his phone, as the boy wonders why he is being targeted this way. Just as he thought he had escaped his personal hell, Jisoo realizes he is trapped and despairs over how to find a way out. Amidst physical agony and utter despair, Jiang's words echo clearly in Jisoo's mind, reminding him that if he lacks teeth he must use his gums, and if he lacks strength he must rely on desperation. The final thread of Jisoo's restraint snaps as his fear vanishes, making way for a primal and dark impulse to take hold. A low growl erupts from deep within his chest, sounding less like the cry of a victim and more like the roar of a cornered beast. With bloodshot eyes and clenched teeth, Jisoo's entire body tenses as he suppresses a burgeoning rage, though his resistance only serves to further provoke his attacker. Jisoo's desperate cries become a source of twisted amusement for Kang In-ha, who laughs savagely with a tone filled with sadistic pleasure. Kang In-ha finds the sounds of the loser's suffering delightful, and orders his lackeys to hold Jisoo tighter as the situation becomes increasingly entertaining for him. The external pressure acts as a fuse that awakens the sleeping demon within Jisoo during a brief moment of inattention from the group. An unexpected burst of strength from Jisoo's small frame sends Kang In-ha's phone flying into the air before it hits the ground with the sharp sound of a shattering scream. As everyone's attention shifts to the broken phone, Jisoo seizes the opportunity, recalling Jiang's prophetic advice to use his gums if he has no teeth, and opens his mouth without hesitation. Jisoo sinks his teeth with all his might into the hand covering his mouth, causing Kang In-ha to scream in agony and curse at the boy he calls a mad dog. The searing pain causes Kang In-ha's expression to contort, but the more he screams, the harder Jisoo bites, realizing that he must rely on sheer courage in the absence of strength. Refusing to be bested, Kang In-ha swings his free arm and delivers a powerful slap to Jisoo's face, sending the boy stumbling to the ground. Trembling as he stands back up, Jisoo wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and glares at his enemy, asking if it hurts and leaving Kang In-ha momentarily stunned. Kang In-ha has never seen Jisoo like this before, with eyes devoid of fear and filled only with defiance as the boy slowly stands tall. In a voice as cold as ice, Jisoo vows to take the bastard down with him if he must die today, prompting Kang In-ha to frown and then scoff at the idea of a cornered mouse biting back. As the two lackeys charge toward him, Jisoo quickly throws a handful of sand he had been hiding directly into their faces. The move is so sudden and unexpected that it catches them off guard, reinforcing Jisoo's belief that he doesn't need to look cool while fighting as long as he does what is necessary. Stunned by the underhanded tactic, Kang In-ha roars for his men to catch Jisoo, but the boy has already turned and begun running for his life, knowing it would be foolish to face them all alone. At the Six Gates Arena, the air is thick with the sounds of shouting and heavy impacts until the doors suddenly burst open, catching Chairman Jiang by surprise as he watches the matches. Looking battered and struggling for breath, Jisoo rushes toward Jiang and loudly declares his intention to participate in the arena. The room falls silent as every astonished eye turns toward the new student, who grits his teeth and repeats his firm, clear declaration. Jisoo announces his intention to join the arena just as Kang In-ha's group arrives breathless, prompting a mysterious smirk from Jiang. Jiang nods at Jisoo, finding him more interesting than expected, as the spotlight once again illuminates the two familiar faces. Jiang wonders if Jisoo will vomit on the floor again, while below the stage, a man with dragon tattoos scoffs at the loser. Park Yong-ho, the second in command of Kang In-ha's gang, complains about the arena rules as his friend warns him to watch his mouth. They both glance warily at Jiang, who is observing the scene, just as the match begins on the stage with a series of brutal strikes. After a punch to the face and a knee to the stomach, Jisoo spits out blood while Kang In-ha growls at his perceived incompetence. Kang In-ha delivers a powerful blow that sends Jisoo crashing into the arena fence, but the weakened boy still struggles to stand back up. Kang In-ha charges like a wild beast and delivers a devastating kick to Jisoo's chin, giving him no time to recover as blood flows again. Kang In-ha lifts Jisoo by the collar and asks if he regrets his decision, warning that staying silent will only lead to his death. Jisoo responds with a fearless, unwavering stare, which enrages Kang In-ha enough to strike him across the face. Kang In-ha insults Jisoo, telling him to know his place and live like the piece of trash he truly is. He mocks Jisoo for acting like a comic book hero, before delivering a thunderous kick that sends the boy flying like a broken doll. The crowd begins to whisper in shock at Kang In-ha's power, wondering if Jisoo is dead after hearing the sound of breaking bones. Kang In-ha cracks his knuckles in excitement, but is stunned when Jisoo slowly and shakily begins to stand up once more. Breaking into a cold sweat, Kang In-ha wonders why his opponent hasn't collapsed yet and tries to maintain a calm facade. He warns Jisoo to stop pretending to be strong before he actually kills him, but Jisoo simply wipes the blood from his lip. Jisoo rasps out a challenge as his eyes suddenly glow with a terrifying light, and a murderous aura envelops his small frame. He lunges forward like an arrow and tackles Kang In-ha to the floor, fueled by a pain far greater than any physical blow. The crowd erupts in excitement as the nerd fights back, leaving a frustrated Kang In-ha to realize that his opponent has not given up. Just as Jisoo catches his opponent off guard and swings his fist, the outcome is not what anyone expected because Kang In-ha is a step faster. Kang In-ha dodges the strike and lands a sharp uppercut to Jisoo's face, mocking his opponent's turtle-like speed with a triumphant laugh. Jisoo grits his teeth and decides to compensate for his lack of strength with pure willpower, catching Kang In-ha by surprise. Jisoo lets out a roar and performs an unthinkable move, lunging forward to slam his head directly into his opponent's face with a sickening crack. Blood gushes from Kang In-ha's nose and mingles with the crimson stream flowing from Jisoo's forehead, creating a scene of savage tragedy. That desperate and reckless retaliation acts as a catalyst, driving the crowd's excitement to a fever pitch as the arena erupts in a frenzy. Amidst the chaos, Student Council President Jiang remains composed, his sharp eyes fixed on the ring as he mutters under his breath. He observes that while adrenaline can mask the pain, physical damage is inevitable, acknowledging that the boy possesses a certain level of courage. Following the headbutt, Kang In-ha delivers a devastating blow to Jisoo's jaw and a spinning kick that sends him flying across the cold floor. Staggering to his feet, Kang In-ha wipes the blood from his face and glares with murderous rage, questioning if Jisoo truly has a death wish. Jisoo forces himself up as his physical pain is replaced by a strange, surging sensation that begins to take hold of him. His eyes burn with defiance rather than fear, and he looks at Kang In-ha while wondering if this is truly the limit of his opponent's power. He questions if these thugs he once feared are truly this mediocre, as the crowd begins to chant Lee Jisoo's name in unison. The cheers ignite his fighting spirit, leading him to bite his lip and resolve to gamble everything on one final effort. Wondering why he ever feared such people, Jisoo roars and charges at Kang In-ha with every ounce of strength he has left. However, Kang In-ha lands a vicious uppercut to Jisoo's chest, a knockout blow that sends Jisoo into darkness as he collapses to the floor. Kang In-ha coldly declares he won't be caught off guard again, as the referee names him the winner while Jisoo lies unconscious in the ring. Jisoo eventually wakes up under the dim lights of the Luckman arena as night falls, and memories of his defeat come rushing back. He realizes that although he knew he couldn't win, his goal was simply to charge forward and land a blow on his enemy's face. Jisoo clenches his fist, feeling he did his best but wishing he had maintained his composure during the heat of the battle. Jisoo regrets not targeting his opponent's vitals from the start, but realizes the man was too alert, wishing he were just a bit stronger before a voice asks if he is awake. A familiar voice interrupts Jisoo's thoughts, causing him to sit up and find Jiang standing there with crossed arms, prompting Jisoo to ask why he is still present. Jiang explains that as the student council president, he is responsible for any unconscious student, noting the arena is meant to prevent violence, not host death matches. Jiang warns that this privilege is for today only, as Jisoo will be barred from the arena tomorrow for not being an official student of the Six Gates. Despair washes over Jisoo as his hopes crumble, and he asks what he should do now, causing Jiang to pause just as he is about to walk away. Jisoo looks up with a gaze full of determination, vowing not to give up and pleading for Jiang to show him how to become stronger. Seeing the burning passion in the weak student's eyes, Jiang smirks and turns back with a grumpy yet intrigued expression. Jiang claims that training the weak is part of his duty, and asks if Jisoo is ready before suddenly delivering a powerful punch to his stomach. As Jisoo doubles over in pain, Jiang coldly remarks that this agonizing sensation is only the beginning of the hardships to come. Jiang promises that these punches will eventually feel like nothing, while Jisoo gasps for air and stares at the monstrous senior before him. The next day, Jisoo limps to school with a lingering ache in his ribs, recalling Jiang's instructions to meet him on the rooftop during breaks. Jisoo sighs at the thought of training, wondering if simply enduring daily beatings will truly be enough to make him stronger. Jindoon calls out to Jisoo in surprise, admitting he expected the boy to quit after the brutal events of the previous day. Jisoo offers a rare, confident smile that prompts Jindoon to laugh and put an arm around him, joking that Jisoo must have grown fond of the arena. Their lighthearted moment is cut short when they encounter Kang In-ha and his gang blocking their path. Kang In-ha mocks Jisoo for returning, and though Jisoo is filled with resentment, he remains silent, knowing he is currently no match for his rival. Kang In-ha leans in to whisper a threat, telling Jisoo to know his place and warning that he will not show any mercy during their next encounter. As the gang walks away, Jindoon watches Jisoo clench his teeth and fists so hard that his knuckles turn white. Forced to swallow his pride for now, Jisoo vows to himself that he will eventually make those people pay for what they have done. That afternoon on the rooftop, the first training session begins with Jisoo serving as a human punching bag for an oddly excited Jiang. Jiang finds amusement in watching a weakling struggle to improve, grabbing Jisoo by the collar and demanding he keep his eyes open. He orders Jisoo to face his fist without fear and forbids him from challenging anyone else until his training is complete. As a massive fist lunges toward him, Jisoo is consumed by fear and wonders why he must endure this daily torment as the days pass. The school rooftop becomes Jisoo's personal hell as Jiang uses him as a human punching bag, etching painful lessons into his very being. Pain eventually becomes a familiar companion, and Jisoo's endurance transforms from a sign of weakness into a process of hardening his spirit. He forges his will through this relentless torment, determined to transform his frail body into a weapon so he will never be a victim again. Meanwhile, at the Lukmon arena, Kang In-ha remains the undefeated king, though his brutality has intensified since his encounter with Jisoo. He no longer fights merely to win but to destroy, prompting two students in the crowd to whisper about his terrifying demeanor until a cold voice interrupts them. The terrified students turn to find Kang In-ha standing behind them, his eyes burning as he dares them to step into the ring if they are so bold. Overwhelmed by fear, the two students bow deeply and stammer out apologies to the intimidating fighter. Kang In-ha sneers in contempt and walks away, cursing them as cowards before asking his subordinates about Jisoo's whereabouts. One of his followers explains that Jisoo has vanished lately, even during breaks, suggesting that he is likely hiding from the arena. A realization dawns on Kang In-ha as he recalls Jiang's warning that Jisoo would no longer be under the arena's protection. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he devises a plan to punish those who try to run, while Jisoo pushes his limits in a deserted park that night. Drenched in sweat and struggling to breathe, Jisoo continues to run, treating every step as a solemn vow to change. He recalls Jiang's agonizing strikes and tells himself that his current exhaustion is nothing compared to the pain he has already survived. Driven by the need to become stronger and faster, Jisoo ignores his fatigue until the roar of an engine suddenly shatters the night. A motorcycle charges directly at him, and though Jisoo reacts quickly to dodge, he is still knocked aside by a heavy impact. The rider stops and demands 5 million for a small scratch on his bike, ignoring Jisoo's protest that the collision was the rider's fault. Without a word of warning, the man grabs Jisoo by the hair and delivers a devastating blow to his face. Jisoo falls flat on the ground as the bully's friends laugh, mocking him for being knocked down by a single punch and calling him a weakling. Jisoo slowly sits up and wipes blood from his lip, feeling that this pain is nothing compared to the training Jiang put him through. Seeing no reaction, the bully screams at Jisoo and asks if he is deaf before raising his fist to strike again. The bully demands all of Jisoo's money and declares him a permanent ATM, as Jisoo realizes he is already used to a much greater threat. Having been tormented by a real monster, Jisoo loses his fear and stands up to punch the bully squarely in the face. Jisoo shouts that he is no longer afraid and refuses to give them money, but his punch is too weak and the gang quickly restrains him. The leader smirks and pulls out a set of shiny brass knuckles, intending to teach Jisoo a lesson about his own helplessness. As the cold steel swings toward his face, Jisoo closes his eyes in resignation, but a figure suddenly flies in like an arrow to intervene. A perfect knee strike hits the thug's chin and sends him flying back unconscious, leaving Jisoo staring in absolute shock. The savior is Jindoon, a friendly classmate, who smiles brightly and remarks on the coincidence of their meeting. The rest of the gang rushes in for revenge, but Jinduin easily dodges a punch and strikes one of them square in the nose. A second thug attacks wildly with a wooden plank, but Jinduin counters with a swift and powerful uppercut to the jaw. The sound of breaking bone echoes as the three thugs are neutralized in under 10 seconds, leaving only the leader's girlfriend standing frozen in fear. The girl panics and tries to wake her boyfriend, but he remains deeply unconscious from the force of Jinduin's knee strike. Jisoo is stunned to witness Jinduin's combat skill, realizing his friendly classmate hides a formidable power behind his ordinary appearance. Meanwhile, the girl scrambles up from the ground with a face full of anger and resentment as she prepares to lash out. She screams threats at them, claiming they are the strongest freshmen from Jinsen Technical and warning that their seniors will retaliate. As she prepares to strike, her boyfriend stops her while wiping blood from his mouth and eyeing Jinduin with extreme caution. He recognizes Jinduin's uniform as belonging to the Luckman school, causing his companion to turn pale with fear at the realization. Realizing they have accidentally provoked someone dangerous from Luckman, the group decides to flee the scene immediately. The motorcycle roars loudly and speeds away like the wind, leaving Jisoo stunned as Jinduin regains his calm expression. Jinduin asks why Jisoo got involved with such troublesome people, prompting Jisoo to recount the entire story, including his special training with Chairman Jiang. Jinduin's eyes light up with envy and admiration as he pats Jisoo's shoulder, noting that Jisoo's newfound courage to stand up for himself is what truly matters. Jinduin stands up and throws a few sharp punches into the air, declaring that he would have punched their arrogant faces immediately instead of dodging. Jinduin remarks on Jisoo's luck in being trained by Jiang and warns him that he must adapt to the complex environment of Luckman High School. The words of the motorcyclist echo in Jisoo's mind as he recalls how the thugs fled in terror the moment they saw the Luckman emblem. Jisoo asks in surprise if they fled simply because he is a Luckman student, and Jinduin responds with a confident smile. Jinduin explains that the school's reputation in the Yonggu area is formidable, as Luckman High is a gathering place for the region's fiercest fighters. He describes how the school was once a chaotic gang-run territory and a literal jungle where the weak were preyed upon by school violence. Jisoo is horrified to learn of Luckman's dark past, but Jinduin credits Chairman Jiang for single-handedly transforming the lawless school. Jiang established the arena and set strict rules to replace senseless violence with fair, one-on-one matches to settle all conflict. However, Jinduin worries that the school might return to its hellish state if the arena ever collapsed or if Chairman Jiang were to disappear. Many still long for the old days of chaos, while back at the heated arena, a battered student trembles as he surrenders on stage. The victor, Park Yong-ho, clicks his tongue in boredom before his eyes settle on a quiet student wearing glasses in the stand. The bespectacled boy points at himself in confusion as Park Yong-ho glares at him and aggressively commands him to enter the ring. Park Yong-ho mocks the boy's intellectual appearance and reminds him that no one has the right to refuse a challenge in this arena. From above, Kang In-ha and his group watch with delight, mocking the weaklings and wondering if they have realized their lowly place yet. Park Yong-ho charges like a wild beast, unleashing a barrage of punches that leaves the four-eyed boy unable to defend himself. Despite the boy's attempt to surrender, Park Yong-ho ignores him and delivers a brutal final kick that knocks him unconscious. Park Yong-ho stands tall and licks his lips menacingly as Kang In-ha removes his jacket to reveal his toned physique. Declaring it is his turn, Kang In-ha growls and coldly approaches the ring while a young man with parted hair whispers to a friend that he has finally stepped forward. The students wonder who the next victim will be, hoping it is not a first year like them, but Kang In-ha suddenly speaks from above. With an icy voice, he asks what they are doing down there, his sharp gaze fixed directly on the young man with the parted hair. Kang In-ha demands the boy bring himself up to the ring immediately, leaving the terrified student to stammer that they do not even know each other. Kang In-ha descends the steps and looms over him with a dangerous aura, questioning why he would need a reason to strike someone who simply annoys him. He explains that the arena exists for this very purpose before grabbing the poor student by the collar and pulling him close to growl in his face. He asks if the boy intends to refuse like Jisoo did, but the doors suddenly swing open as Jiang enters with the commanding presence of a general. The atmosphere freezes as Jiang casts a frigid look at Kang In-ha, and demands to know what is happening, prompting Kang In-ha to release his victim with a fake smile. Claiming it was merely a misunderstanding regarding a duel invitation, Kang In-ha tilts his head and provocatively addresses the president. He asserts that no rules have been broken, a confidence rooted in a calculated plan devised days earlier in a secluded corner of the school. When Baek Young-ho asks if he has found a way to bypass the arena rules, Kang In-ha simply responds with a smirk. He explains that Jisoo dug his own grave by being the first to refuse a duel, noting that in this school, everyone is equal before violence regardless of their status. Pausing with a glint of mischief in his eyes, he considers the perspective of those who enjoy watching others bleed without ever participating themselves. He mocks those who hide behind rules to enjoy a false sense of safety, while another student agrees that such cowards never have to exert themselves. Kang In-ha notes that Jisoo inadvertently exposed the truth, leading him to wonder what would happen if they challenged those who always hide behind the rules. They realize these people will be forced to fight to avoid Jisoo's fate, effectively turning the arena into their own personal playground. Back in the present, Kang In-ha fearlessly faces Jiang, who warns him as he passes that his arrogant attitude had better not be for nothing. Kang In-ha smirks and offers a hollow apology before the scene shifts to the next day, where Jisoo once again serves as Jiang's punching bag on the rooftop. The assault is more brutal than ever, making Jisoo feel as though he is being beaten to death until something unexpected occurs. As Jiang throws a punch, Jisoo suddenly drops his weight to gain momentum and raises both arms to execute a perfect block that brings Jiang to a halt. Jisoo's eyes reflect his shock as he continues to tremble, yet a newfound sense of confidence begins to take root within him. Jiang chuckles with amusement, noting that Jiang has finally learned how to use his fists before the boy roars and throws a counterpunch. Although Jiang effortlessly evades the strike, the moment marks a significant shift as Jisoo realizes he must land a hit to win. Jisoo's amateurish swings and awkward shouts fail to hinder Jiang, who easily dodges before delivering a lightning-fast hook to the boy's midsection. Jiang harshly tells him to stop making pathetic noises like a loser while Jisoo doubles over in pain, drooling from the intensity of the blow. Jiang suddenly adopts a serious tone, explaining that there are two fundamental principles Jisoo must master to win any battle. Jiang leads Jisoo to a dusty, cobweb-filled abandoned club, ignoring the boys' questions about why they have come to such a place. Gesturing toward an old training dummy designed to measure striking power, Jiang assumes a fighting stance to demonstrate the proper technique. He explains that the first key is a proper stance with hands up and chin tucked, followed by the second key, a basic combination. The sequence begins with a light lead hand jab to set up a powerful finishing blow, driven by the rotation of the hips and core. Jiang unleashes a strike that sounds like a gunshot, leaving Jisoo in awe before he is told it is now his turn to try. Jisoo mimics the movements and puts all his strength into the second punch, but he is dismayed to see the machine still displays a 0. Jiang explains that the machine only registers hits with enough force to cause real damage and tells Jisoo to find his own rhythm. Jiang mockingly warns Jisoo not to return until he can score a point, pointing to his own record-breaking score of 1999 on the display. In another part of the school, a student with thick eyebrows stares gloomily at his phone after receiving a breakup text from his girlfriend. Lost in his thoughts, the boy accidentally bumps into Park Young-ho and quickly apologizes, but the bully has no intention of letting him go. Park Young-ho smirks and trips the student, causing him to fall and shatter his phone screen on the hard floor. As Park Young-ho laughs, the student angrily asks if the trip was intentional, only for the bully to dismissively claim it was an accident. Park Young-ho challenges him to settle the matter in the ring, a prospect that fills the boy with terror at the thought of a public beating. The boy's voice drops to a faint whisper as he takes the blame, prompting Park Young-ho to laugh triumphantly while mockingly patting his shoulder. Speaking loudly enough for everyone to hear, he claims this is not school violence but merely a minor accident, warning the victim to be more careful next time. Watching from a corner, Jin Do-in witnesses everything and rushes over to support his trembling friend while gritting his teeth at the bully's intentional cruelty. Jin Do-in suggests reporting the incident to the student council, but his thick-browed friend dejectedly waves him off, insisting it is not a big deal. Jin Do-in stares at his friend in disbelief, while Kang In-ha's group walks away with their heads held high, acting like kings who have just granted a favor. With fire in his eyes, Jin Do-in watches them leave and vows to settle this debt for his friend as Jisoo sits in the canteen during lunch. Jisoo tries to fill his empty stomach, frustrated that his score remained unchanged despite punching the machine hundreds of times during the break. He eats ravenously to satisfy his beast-like hunger when a voice suddenly calls out a warning from right behind him. Before Jisoo can turn around, a food tray is dumped onto his head, leaving rice, soup, and side dishes clinging to his hair and dripping down his face. Park Young-ho bursts into a disgustingly fake laugh upon seeing it is Jisoo, and offers a mock apology for his supposed mistake. Park Young-ho asks where Jisoo has been hiding during breaks and repeatedly slaps his back as a form of humiliation, calling him a dog. His vile smile and actions are all part of a prearranged plan devised earlier in a secluded corner of the school by Kang In-ha. Kang In-ha ordered his group to provoke Jisoo and lure him into the ring to show him the consequences of defiance, a task Park Young-ho confidently accepted. Park Young-ho insisted on handling the matter of dragging the bug out of its hole himself, and now Jisoo finally reacts by firmly grabbing the bully's wrist. A flash of surprise on the bully's face quickly turns into a contemptuous smirk as he mocks Jisoo for finally finding the courage to resist. The bully remarks that Jisoo looks cuter when angry, and despite his newfound courage, Jisoo feels his heart pounding under the man's cruel gaze. Gritting his teeth and breaking into a cold sweat, Jisoo recalls his trainer's warning not to enter the ring yet, but the situation has reached a breaking point. Just as Jisoo is about to lose control after all his hard work, Jin Do-in suddenly appears and seemingly loses his footing. Jin Do-in's food tray flies straight into Park Young-ho's face, after which he nonchalantly brushes off his hands with a sarcastic remark about respecting mealtime. Jin Do-in tells the bully to know his limits, prompting a furious Park Young-ho to scream and wipe the food from his face as he recognizes his challenger. Park Young-ho's rage explodes as he asks if Jin Do-in has a death wish, while Jin Do-in simply holds his head high and offers a mocking smirk. Jin Do-in claims it was just a slip of the hand rather than school violence, then glares at Park Young-ho and admits he has been wanting to fight him. Expressing satisfaction that they will meet at the arena later to settle things, Jin Do-in is seen 10 minutes later in the restroom washing his stained shirt. Jisoo approaches with an apologetic tone, but Jin Do-in laughs it off, explaining that his actions were not solely for Jisoo's sake despite Park Young-ho's targeting. Jin Do-in reveals he has long wanted to confront Kang In-ha's group for the chaos they are causing at the arena, something Jisoo is unaware of. He explains that they drag weaker students into the ring to torment them under the guise of venting negative emotions, a sight he can no longer tolerate. Jisoo wonders why someone as strong as Jin Do-in cares about protecting the arena, prompting Jin Do-in to pause his work. Jin Do-in's voice drops as he begins to recount an unexpected past, revealing that he used to be just like Jisoo. He describes himself as a formerly obese target for bullies who could only endure their cruelty, hating his own cowardice even as they forced him to drink urine. Describing that period as a living hell, Jin Do-in admits he contemplated suicide until a savior appeared to offer him a glimmer of hope. He recalls the night that man handed him a piece of paper, clenching his fist as if he were still holding that fateful message. The paper asked if he wanted to try diet boxing, and after meeting the gym owner who wrote it, Jin Do-in's life was forever changed from his very first visit. Every drop of sweat, burned calorie, and aching muscle molded him into the person he is today, as boxing became his ultimate salvation. Through a grueling journey of transformation, Jin Do-in trained relentlessly every day to turn his heavy frame into a lean and agile fighting machine. His newfound strength became a tool for justice, forcing every one of his former bullies to experience the same fear they once inflicted on him. Jin Do-in became a nightmare for the local thugs at Six Gates, confidently telling Jisoo that despite their posturing, none of them could stand against him. He explains that while the rules set by Jiang are harsh, they allow him to fight fairly without the constant fear of being outnumbered or ambushed. This desire for fair combat is why he protects the arena, vowing to teach Park Young-ho a lesson as the atmosphere at Six Gates reaches a fever pitch. The air is thick with the deafening roars of the crowd, as all eyes turn toward the main event between Park Young-ho and Jin Do-in. As the two opponents glare at each other in the tense ring, Park Young-ho mockingly questions where Jin Do-in found the courage to challenge him. Park calls it the most foolish decision of Jin Do-in's life, but Jin Do-in simply laughs and tells him to stop talking and start fighting. Park Yang-ho accepts the challenge while Gi-soo watches from the crowd with clenched hands, praying for his friend as the match begins. Park Yang-ho strikes first, lunging forward like a leopard with a powerful straight punch that Jin Do-in effortlessly evades. Park Yang-ho is left in disbelief after his next 3 consecutive punches fail to connect, merely grazing the empty air. Seizing a momentary opening, Jin Do counters with a precise hook to the jaw that sends a wave of shock through the audience. Stunned by Jin Do-in's incredible speed, Park Yang-ho retreats several steps and begins to view his opponent in a different light. Recognizing the professional boxing footwork and defensive stance, Jin Do-in presses the advantage before his opponent can recover. He glides forward with a relentless barrage of jabs, forcing Park Yang-ho to demonstrate the reflexes that made him a leader. After skillfully dodging a blow, Park Yang-ho realizes that while Jin Do-in is fast, his punches seem to lack significant power. He roars a counter-challenge and ducks to avoid another strike, unaware that he is falling directly into a clever trap. As Park Yang-ho looks up, he is met with a direct hit to the face, leaving Jin Do-in with a triumphant smile. While Park Yang-ho seethes with rage over being fooled, Gi-soo laughs in delight at the display of strength from the sideline. Gi-soo marvels that the opponent cannot even land a touch, while nearby commentators speculate that the winning streak is over. The match intensifies as a frantic Park Yang-ho begins throwing wild, desperate punches that fail to find their mark. Moving like a ghost, Jin Do counters every missed strike and maintains absolute control over the rhythm of the fight. A final, heavy blow sends Park Yang-ho crashing to the floor, where he gasps for breath while struggling to stand back up. Jin Do mocks the tattooed fighter's weakness and tells him to leave the arena rather than continue to disgrace it. Park Yang-ho looks toward the stands and sees Kang In-ha watching him with a cold, disappointed expression. Stung by that look of disapproval, Park Yang-ho forces a laugh and resolves that he will not suffer a defeat here. He stands tall as a new surge of energy fills his body, finally admitting that Jin Do-in is the superior boxer. Vowing to take the fight seriously, he shifts into a low stance that Jin Do-in immediately recognizes as Muay Thai. Park Yang-ho roars for Jin Do-in to come closer so he can show him hell, leaving the boy momentarily surprised before he regains his composure. Expecting a kick, Jin Do-in boldly charges forward with a sweep of his own, but he quickly realizes he has made a grave mistake. Jin Do-in's kick connects with Park Yang-ho's shin with a dull thud, feeling like he struck a concrete pillar and leaving him in a state of panic. Park Yang-ho seizes the opening to counterattack, closing the distance with lethal elbow and knee strikes that force Jin Do-in to retreat. Lunging forward like a tiger, Park Yang-ho leaps into the air to deliver a powerful spinning kick, a signature technique of Muay Thai. Jin Do-in realizes the intent too late as the kick is far too fast and powerful, leaving him only enough time to raise his arms in a reflexive block. A terrifying force slams into him, making Jin Do-in feel as though he were hit by a truck as he is sent flying backward and collapses. His arms tremble violently as he wonders why the pain is so intense despite blocking the blow, but he has no time to recover his senses. Park Yang-ho charges like a mad beast, unleashing a series of continuous kicks aimed at Jin Do-in's arms with bone-shattering force. Jisoo screams in panic as Jin Do-in completely loses his momentum on the ring and struggles to maintain his balance. Park Yang-ho smirks triumphantly and taunts Jin Do-in to charge again, asking if he is now afraid as the boy staggers and grits his teeth. Jin Do-in wonders why the kicks are so much more powerful than the punches, fearing that another direct hit would be fatal. Park Yang-ho roars that it is now his turn and lunges with his fists, while Jin Do-in remains fixated on the threat of the powerful kicks. Forgetting to defend against hand strikes, Jin Do-in makes a fatal mistake by helplessly raising his arms to endure a flurry of punches. Park Yang-ho suddenly lowers his center of gravity and delivers a brutal leg sweep, leaving Jin Do-in nailing in excruciating pain. With one leg completely numb and unable to stand, Jin Do-in watches as Park Yang-ho raises his foot to aim a finishing blow at his head. Just as the heel is about to strike Jin Do-in's temple, a figure rushes out to intervene and stop the match. Jin Do-in closes his eyes and prepares for the end, unaware that the referee's knee blocked the devastating kick just in time. The referee, Hel-gun Hai, the 12th grade class president, sternly declares that the opponent is incapacitated and further attacks will result in disqualification. Park Yang-ho resentfully pulls back his leg and steps down from the ring, glancing at Jisoo and complaining that he was stopped after only warming up. Kang In-ha remarks that it has been a long time since such an entertaining match occurred, noting that those who were hiding have finally revealed themselves. His mocking smile and words cut deep into Jisoo's mind as he helps the limp, doll-like Jindoon walk home. To Jindoon, the physical pain is nothing compared to the humiliation of a defeat that only served to fuel the arrogance of the arena thugs. Recalling how a single kick shifted the momentum, Jindoon realizes the strike possessed a suspicious and overwhelming level of power. Describing the impact as being as hard as steel, Jisoo declines an invitation into Jindoon's home and hurries away after a brief goodbye. Jindoon watches Jisoo disappear into the distance, confused by his friend's haste, while the scene shifts to Jindoon's classroom the following day. Students from other classes offer brand-name shoes as a tribute to join the group, which Kang In-ha accepts while coldly stating he values strength over gift. Baek Young-ho notes Jisoo's absence from school, prompting Kang In-ha to stand up and question why such a person is even being mentioned. When asked if it is time to deal with Jisoo, Kang In-ha smirks and explains that the situation has changed, making such an action unnecessary. He argues that defeating Jindoon proved their dominance, and targeting someone as weak as Jisoo would only bring them shame. Dismissing the idea of simply recruiting more members, Kang In-ha declares that his takeover of the 10th grade is complete, and it is time for the next phase. Kang In-ha moves to the next step by confronting the 11th grade seniors, including the well-known Sun Si-woo, who eyes the uninvited juniors with confusion. With a deceptive sweetness, Kang In-ha claims they have come because of the seniors' reputation, though Sun Si-woo remains dismissive of the younger student. Despite being called insignificant, Kang In-ha maintains his smile and acknowledges the seniors as the legends of the previous generation. Sun Si-woo is momentarily surprised before Kang In-ha's tone suddenly shifts to one of pure arrogance and mockery. He insults the seniors for being defeated by Jiang and hiding away like has-beens, provoking an enraged Sun Si-woo to grab him by the collar. Facing the threat of violence, Kang In-ha remains eerily calm and remarks that it was a pity the seniors had to fight their battles alone in the past. He suggests that the situation has now changed, leaving Sun Si-woo stunned as the scene shifts to the rooftop where Hyo Gun-hae confronts Jiang. Gun-hae expresses his deep concern that the arena is rotting from within and will become a graveyard for the weak if the rules continue to be ignored. He warns Jiang that this is no longer a game, especially given that Kang In-ha is the brother of Kang Han-hee, leaving Jiang in silence. Jiang lets Gun-hae's words sink in before responding with a cold, almost cruel indifference, insisting that the law remains the law despite Gun-hae's shock. Ignoring Gun-hae's question about his inaction, Jiang sees a call from Lee Jisoo on his phone and heads into the secret training room. Prepared to scold Jisoo for calling before reaching his goal, Jiang assumes the boy has grown bored or is ready to give up. The words catch in Jiang's throat when he sees Jisoo drenched in sweat and gasping for air next to the punching machine. Jiang is stunned to see the maximum score of 9,999 flashing in red, realizing the weak boy has achieved the impossible in record time. Jisoo looks up with a weary but defiant smile, his voice raspy as he asks for the next lesson. Haunted by the memory of Jindoon's brutal defeat and Park Young-ho's smug face, Jisoo feels a burning rage within his soul. After leaving the arena, Jisoo rushed to the gym to forge his hatred into a weapon. He channels every ounce of resentment and humiliation into his strikes, making the machine rattle under the force of his fury. Visualizing Kang In-ha and Park Young-ho on the bag, Jisoo continues to strike, knowing that hard work is his only asset. Recalling Jiang's advice to find his own style, Jisoo widens his stance to create a more stable foundation than his mentor. By lowering his center of gravity, he learns to draw power from the ground to compensate for his lack of physical mass. He visualizes the mechanics of a golf swing to maximize his power, rotating his hips to release all his energy into a single point. Though the first attempt only registers 3 points, it provides a glimmer of hope as neon lights cast shadows across the room. As he perfects the technique, the scores steadily climb from double digits into the thousands, and the physical pain begins to fade. Despite his blood-soaked wraps and swollen knuckles, Jisoo refuses to stop, as the pain in his heart far outweighs his physical injury. Willing to pay the price of success with his own blood and sweat, Jisoo prepares to deliver one final, decisive blow. After the screen flashes the maximum score of 9,999, Jisoo faces Jiang with an unquenchable fire in his eyes, determined not to waste any more time. Jisu's relentless effort stirs something within Jiang, prompting a rare smile to cross the man's face. Jiang warns that the next stage of training will be more brutal than hell itself, just as Jisu's exhausted body finally collapses. Jisoo collapses forward against Jiang while breathing heavily, and Jiang supports him, knowing that recovery is vital after pushing the body to its limit. The real battle is only beginning, and the following night at the Luke Moan Arena, the atmosphere feels unusually cold. Standing in the ring, Park Yong-ho looks down at the sparse crowd with contempt, mocking the cowards for being afraid to show up. A powerful voice suddenly rings out from behind him, asking who is afraid and stating it is time to teach the arrogant 10th graders a lesson. Park Yong-ho turns around in shock to see a young man with sharp eyes wearing a disciplinary committee uniform approaching him. He curses internally upon realizing it is Choi Si-kwan from the disciplinary committee, a second-year student who steps onto the stage while cracking his knuckle. Choi Yong-hyo expresses his long-standing irritation with the dragon tattoo on the boy's hand, claiming it is reason enough for a fight. He points out that Park Yong-ho also picks fights for trivial reasons, leaving the boy speechless as the referee, Hyo Han-hai, watches with a frown. The situation is spiraling out of control, and just as a cycle of retaliation seems inevitable, the arena doors are pushed open once again. A loud and arrogant new force enters, led by a figure who mockingly asks why the atmosphere is so tense and claims he only came to join the fun. He mocks the idea of 11th graders bullying 10th graders as Sun Si-woo and his followers appear, all acting under the influence of Kang In-ha. Hyo Han-hai immediately blocks their path and demands to know why Sun Si-woo has come, to which the latter grins and says he is there to fight. Sun Si-woo claims he is still a Luke Moan student, but Hyo Han-hai grits his teeth and asks how he dares to show his face after the previous incident. Sun Si-woo defiantly suggests they let the past go, and at that moment, Kang In-ha steps out from behind him. Hyo Han-hai is stunned to see Kang In-ha with the group, as the younger boy asks why the senior is being so strict and suggests new faces will liven things up. With a disrespectful gaze and new backing, Kang In-ha no longer fears Hyo Han-hai and mockingly asks if the senior is afraid. While the arena falls into chaos, Jiang leads Jisoo to a remote area that looks like an abandoned graveyard, making the boy shudder in fear. Jisoo is convinced the place is haunted, but Jiang's voice suddenly rings out, saying he found what he was looking for and making the boy jump. Jisoo asks about the day's training exercise, and Jiang responds by asking if he has ever heard about the history of Luke Moan. Jisoo is confused, so Jiang explains that Luke Moan became the absolute victor after the high schools in Dongnan fought for dominance in the past. After the area was unified, other schools were forced to retreat to their own territories, but Jisoo still fails to see how this relates to his current training. Jiang reveals that they are standing in Jin San Technical School's territory, a revelation that hits Jisoo with the force of a hammer. Even without an active war, trespassing remains a blatant provocation, causing Jisoo to cry out in shock. Jiang slams the iron door shut and locks it, coldly telling Jisoo to find his own way out through the open back gate using his own strength. Jiang asserts that real combat is the best teacher, but his words terrify Jisoo, who has only been practicing his punches for a few days. Panicked at the thought of facing a gang alone, Jisoo pounds on the door and questions his senior's reckless action. Consumed by fear and anger, Jisoo turns to hear the roar of motorcycle engines as the same group from before emerges from the shadow. The thugs demand to know who is causing trouble on their turf, and the leader smirks upon recognizing Jisoo. The leader mocks the nerd from Luckmoon School, as Jisoo remembers the girl's furious scream from their previous encounter. They identify themselves as 10th graders from Jin San, leaving Jisoo to swallow hard as he realizes he is in deep trouble. 4 large thugs surround him, gloating over the situation and mocking how much things have changed. They mock his supposed courage for entering their territory alone and declare that he will not survive the day. The leader grabs Jisoo's head with a massive hand and squeezes, mocking the boy for being frozen in terror. To the leader's surprise, Jisoo shows no fear and begins muttering to himself, prompting a demand to speak up before being struck. Jisoo remains focused, mentally reciting the lessons ingrained in his mind through hundreds of hours of practice. He recalls the proper stance with fists at his chin, feet shoulder-width apart, and the mechanics of a lead jab followed by a heavy hook. After finishing his mental review, Jisoo looks up and throws a lightning-fast punch that grazes the leader's cheek as a feint. The true strike, forged from a week of grueling practice, follows instantly and moves too fast for the naked eye to track. Jisoo's full strength and will land squarely on the leader's jaw, sending him crashing to the ground like a felled tree as his followers watch in shock. The underlings are stunned to see the weak boy they once bullied transform into a monster, while Jisoo stands his ground with his fist still smoking. Jisoo smiles confidently at his progress, realizing he has finally mastered the technique. While at the Luckman arena, Sun Sivu brutally pins a battered Cho Si-goen. As Si-goen begs for mercy and surrenders, Sun Sivu smirks and lifts him effortlessly with one hand to show off his strength to his cheering followers. Sun Sivu arrogantly mocks the disciplined team for their weakness, prompting the referee, Helgun Hai, to step onto the ring and demand he stop. Helgun Hai glares at Sun Sivu and tells him to find an equal opponent before acting superior, leading Sun Sivu to release his victim and brush himself off. Sun Sivu notes they have other business to attend to as Helgun Hai looks around the empty arena, realizing the other students fled to avoid the chaos. Helgun Hai turns his gaze toward Kang In-ha and asks if bringing Sun Sivu to the arena was his true intention all along. Kang In-ha smiles slyly and suggests that since the arena is now empty, they should find another time and place to fight if they are so eager. He argues that they no longer need to follow childish rules, causing Helgun Hai to turn red with rage as Sun Sivu continues to provoke him. Sun Sivu tells Gun Hai to inform Kang that they want a real war instead of playing games, leaving Helgun Hai gritting his teeth in a difficult position. Fighting outside would violate the very rules he and Kang established to protect the students, while back at Jinsen's school, Jisoo enjoys his newfound power. Having learned to deliver a devastating blow, Jisoo realizes he just needs more practice when one of the remaining thugs suddenly charges at him. The thug curses Jisoo for daring to fight on their turf and throws a direct punch at his face, but the attack proves completely ineffective. Jisoo has become so accustomed to Kang's heavy strikes that this punch feels like nothing, and he simply glares at his attacker without bothering to dodge. Jisoo observes that weak attacks no longer affect him before delivering a counterpunch that sends the second thug flying backward to the ground. Seeing his companions defeated, the final thug screams in a frenzy and rushes forward, swinging both of his fists at Jisoo. The power gap is undeniable when their strikes collide, and Jisoo easily overpowers him, sending the third attacker flying even further than the last. With 3 bullies defeated by 3 punches, the leader struggles to stand while tasting blood, shocked by how much Jisoo has changed. He recalls Jisoo being weak before but now feels as though he was hit by a rock, leaving only his girlfriend to face the boy. The girl tries to threaten Jisoo with a weak fist, but 9 more Jinsen students suddenly emerge from the shadows and surround him with hostile glare. One of the newcomers smirks at the sight of a Luckman student and orders the group to finish him, leaving Jisoo feeling that he is in deep trouble. Narrowing his eyes, Jisoo's mind races as he realizes he cannot win a direct physical confrontation. Seeing her reinforcements arrive, the girl mockingly tells the nerd that his end has come, but instead of panicking, Jisoo prepares to act. He rushes toward the leader's motorcycle, jumps on, turns the key, and revs the engine until its roar pierces the tense atmosphere, deciding that if his fists are not enough, he will use something else. Choosing to weaponize the heavy machinery, Jisoo stands beside the bike and twists the throttle to its limit before launching the vehicle toward the crowd like a rampaging iron beast. However, he underestimated the weight and volatility of the machine, as the handlebars jerk wildly and the motorcycle wobbles forward like a drunken man. The Jin San students mock Jisoo's pathetic state, but their laughter dies down when he suddenly releases the machine just as it nears them. The runaway machine plows into their ranks amidst screams and clashing metal, and Jisoo coldly demands to know who gave them permission to speak. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, Jisoo strikes like a bolt of lightning with a perfect uppercut to the nearest Jisoo student's jaw. He uses the ensuing confusion to sprint away, gasping for air while realizing he can only win if he faces them individually rather than as a mob. He finds himself yearning for the fairness of a regulated ring where he wouldn't have to deal with such cowardly group tactics. His eyes lock onto a school building, and a bold plan forms to turn the environment into his own makeshift arena. Jisoo retreats into the building and waits at the top of a staircase as the eager Jin San students rush in after him. He challenges them to face him one by one if they have the courage, but the group only responds with mocking laughter. The pursuers believe he is cornered, failing to realize that the narrow stairwell has neutralized their numerical advantage and turned it into a trap. The confrontation shifts into a series of single duels, starting with Jisoo landing a crisp, straight punch on the first student to charge. The boy falls backward into his comrade, and Jisoo continues to use his elevated position to add devastating power to his strikes against the next attacker. A satisfied smile crosses Jisu's face as he calculates his escape, but his momentum is suddenly interrupted by an unforeseen variable. Just as Jisu challenges the entire group, a bowl of hot instant noodles falls from the floor above and explodes against his head. Before he can react to the scalding broth, a figure leaps from the railing and delivers a crushing kick to his ribs that shatters his balance. Jisu tumbles down the stairs into the hands of the mob, while an older Jin San student looks down, annoyed that a Luke Moan student ruined his meal. Realizing he is being pinched from both sides, Jisu's rage takes over and he tries to charge back up, only to be met by the descending senior. A lightning-fast punch connects squarely with Jisu's mouth, sending him reeling backward as he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Recognizing that this new opponent is on a completely different level, Jisu listens as the senior gives his subordinates 10 minutes to finish him off. Irritated by his ruined lunch, the senior shortens the deadline to 5 minutes and walks away, leaving Jisu to endure a brutal group assault. Even as he is pinned down and trampled, Jisu never takes his eyes off the retreating back of the man who humiliated him, his heart burning with spite. Jisu is frustrated that these cowards have grown bold just because a leader appeared, and though Lola's group intensifies their assault, his will remains unbroken. Realizing he cannot win through sheer strength, Jisu uses a desperate burst of power to struggle and break free from the encirclement. As the student walks down the stairs, he hears a noise and turns back, clicking his tongue and muttering in contempt about the incompetence of the first-year boys. He finds it unbelievable that an entire group cannot handle a single nerd, but just as he finishes his thought, a figure lunges toward him like an arrow. It is Jisu who, despite being restrained and pulled back, pours all his strength into a forward lunge, while roaring that it will not even take 5 minutes. Using every ounce of his strength, Jisu headbutts the student directly in the face, causing a sickening collision that leaves the boy clutching his face in agony. Jisu tumbles down to the bottom of the stairs as the enraged student screams for his lackeys to catch him. Yet Jisu wears a pained but satisfied smile. Having succeeded in creating chaos, Jisu scrambles to his feet and sprints toward the back gate, which is now only 100 meters away. Freedom is within reach until the roar of a motorcycle engine approaches from behind, and a bike streaks past him before screeching to a halt to block the gate. Stunned by this new obstacle, Jisu sees the rider pinning the student he just headbutted under his foot while smirking and asking if Jisu is the one. The rider remarks that Jisu is the one who beat his lackey, noting that seeing his face is irritating and mocking his subordinates for being beaten by someone so thin. He adds that Jisu looks decent and that he likes cute boys, disgustingly licking his lips while keeping his eyes fixed intently on Jisu. This is Hong Hinjin, the leader of Jinsen, and Jisu grits his teeth in confusion over who this person is, riding a motorcycle on campus and dragging others behind him. Before Jisu can recover from the shock, the other students catch up from behind, leaving him trapped between enemies with no clear path of escape. Unexpectedly, the pursuing students turn pale and tremble as they bow to Hong Hinjin, who merely glances at their pathetic and disheveled state. Hong Hinjin notes that they were clearly beaten by the boy and promises to soon make them look just as battered and beautiful as Jisu. The leader of the group frantically protests that they will handle Jisu themselves, but Hong Hinjin has already stopped listening to their pleas. Like a predator that has found its favorite prey, his eyes glow with a morbid intensity as his tongue flicks out like that of a venomous snake. He growls for the others not to touch his prey, leaving everyone stunned while Jisu, trapped among wolves, begins to realize the gravity of his situation. Jisu suspects the person before him is the boss of this school, yet he finds the man small and scrawny, lacking the imposing aura of his senior Jiang. Recalling Jiang's advice that speed is key, Jisu steadies himself and charges silently at Hong Hin Jin with clenched fists. Jisu throws a powerful left punch, but Hong Hin Jin easily dodges and smirks at the boy's audacity to strike first. Suddenly dropping his center of gravity, Hong Hin Jin tackles Jisu's legs like a bulldozer and lifts him off the ground. Overwhelmed by the immense force, Jisu is sent flying backward and hits the ground with a bone-jarring impact. Hong Hin Jin lifts Jisu by the collar like a ragdoll, taunting him to keep playing before executing a perfect suplex. Jisu's head slams into the hard ground, and as he loses consciousness, his mind lets out a final, silent scream of despair. While onlookers mock Jisu's pathetic state, a senior student tells them to be quiet, warning that they will be next. Hong Hin Jin refuses to let go of the unconscious Jisu, his eyes gleaming with a twisted and predatory intensity. The boss taunts Jisu to keep struggling as the game has just begun, but his smug smile quickly fades. With a final burst of willpower, Jisoo regains consciousness and delivers a sharp kick directly to Hong Hin Jin's face. Jisoo mocks the boss for calling others cute, retorting that Hong Hin Jin is actually the small and cute one. The word cute acts like a spark that freezes Hong Hin Jin in place as a nearby senior student turns pale with fear. Knowing the rumors of Hong Hin Jin's past as a bullied child, the senior realizes that Jisoo is now surely doomed. There is an unwritten rule never to call Hong Hin Jin cute, yet Jisoo has just committed that exact fatal mistake. As the air grows heavy, Jisoo senses an opportunity to knock out the boss and finally escape from Jin-san High School. However, Jisoo's judgment proves to be a terrible mistake when Hong Hin Jin closes the distance in the blink of an eye. Grabbing Jisoo's collar, the boss whispers a menacing invitation as a strange light flashes within his predatory eye. Jisoo's world turns upside down as Hong Hin Jin uses his own weight to drag them both down into a paralyzing struggle. Trapped in a perfect submission hold, Jisoo gasps for air while Hong Hin Jin locks his legs around the boy's neck like a vice. Hong Hin Jin revels in the effectiveness of his technique, while the senior student watches the scene unfold in pure horror. It is the triangle choke, Hwang Hin Jin's hellish signature move, that constricts like a python to neutralize all resistance. He intends to slowly torture his prey to death, and once Jisoo is locked in, the brutal assault begins. Hwang Hin Jin rains punches down on Jisoo's face while licking his lips and mockingly asking if he still looks cute. Agony tears through Jisoo's mind as he feels the approach of death, realizing this is no longer a duel but an execution. Then an unbelievable sight unfolds as Jisoo uses his extraordinary will to slowly stand up despite the heavy blow. Though still trapped in the hold, he exerts every ounce of strength to resist the bully's weight and refuses to fall. That determination acts as a stimulant to ignite his hidden power, catching Hwang Hin Jin off guard but not yet rattling him. With lightning speed, the bully rotates from a front lock into a rear naked choke, making Jisoo's situation far more dire. Jisoo panics because Jiang never taught him how to counter this move, and his struggling only makes the choke tight. From this position, the predator has total control, noting that the school record for enduring this hold is only 7 seconds. He wonders how long the boy from Lukmon can last as Jisoo's consciousness begins to fade, and he desperately tries to stay awake. Jisoo vows not to lose to these people again, but his body reaches its limit, and he finally blackouts as his vision goes dark. Sensing Jisoo's body go limp, Hwang Hin Jin laughs with delight before standing up to drag him away like a heavy sack. The other students feel relieved as their senior signals for them to flee, but Jisoo suddenly begins to stir after a few steps. Jisoo's eyes flutter open for a split second as a traumatic memory of the fainting games from his old school rushes back. He remembers how the bullies used to choke him while he was weak and helpless, left with nothing but his own tears. Those past tortures taught him a lesson in survival as his fingers find a cold, hard stone on the ground, startling his captor. Jisoo springs up with burning hatred in his eyes and his teeth clenched, clutching the stone like a primitive weapon. This strike carries the weight of all his past humiliation, leaving Hwang Hin Jin frozen in shock as the blow approaches. The stone shatters against the bully's face and knocks him unconscious, allowing Jisoo to sprint toward the gate just meters away. A sudden chill runs down Jisoo's spine as he senses a beast even more terrifying than before charging toward him from behind. Hong Hin Jin rushes at Jisoo with fiery eyes, and his tongue lolling out like a predator that has locked onto its prey. Jisoo glances back with a pounding heart, shocked that his pursuer is still moving after taking a heavy stone to the head. Just as the situation becomes critical, a figure drops from above to stand between Jisoo and the frenzied attacker. Jiang stands tall like a guardian deity, his sharp gaze fixed on Hong Hin Jin as he commands the beast to stop. Though his voice is low, it carries an undeniable authority that freezes both Jisoo and Hong Hin Jin in their tracks. Jisoo realizes he has crossed the Jin-san boundary, but Hong Hin Jin remains undeterred, crouching like a predator ready to strike. Hong Hin Jin accuses Jiang of being the mastermind and challenges him, declaring that the era of the 6 gates has ended. He lunges forward, but Jisoo only sees a blur as Jiang's fist strikes Hong Hin Jin's jaw with lightning speed. With a sickening crack, the monster is sent flying backward like a broken doll, spitting out blood and teeth before falling still. Jiang brushes off his hands and coldly remarks that the Jin-san students need to be taught a lesson before turning to Jisoo. A rare smile of satisfaction appears as Jiang tells Jisoo he passed the test and should meet him on the rooftop tomorrow. Jisoo feels a surge of unprecedented confidence, but the final test never happens as a strange silence hangs over the school the next day. Jisoo stands out among the quiet students, throwing sharp and energetic practice punches into the air as he walks. After class, Jisoo approaches Kang In-ha and his group, boldly declaring that he will defeat every one of them in the ring. The bullies are stunned that their former prey is now declaring war, his confidence forged by the memory of Hong Hin-jin's defeat. Park Young-ho laughs mockingly and grabs Jisoo's wrist, condescendingly asking if the boy has injured himself during his solo training. Jisoo forcefully brushes the hand away and demands a response with a burning intensity in his eyes that leaves Park Young-ho stunned. Amused by Jisoo's newfound bravado, Park Young-ho agrees to the match, intending to humiliate him in front of the entire school. Park Young-ho promises to show Jisoo a true living hell in the ring, as Jisoo watches him walk away with clenched fists. Jiang waits on the rooftop, staring into the void with a hint of impatience and the certainty that his opponent will be the one to fall this time. The door bursts open as Hyo Gunhee rushes in, frantically asking where Jiang was last night and reporting that Sun Siwoo went to the arena with Kang In-ha. Gunhee warns that the situation is spiraling out of control, but Jiang merely offers an intrigued smile at the mention of Sun Siwoo's involvement. Gunhee is shocked by Jiang's composure while the arena faces collapse, but Jiang looks down at the school and dismisses the institution as worthless if it can be destroyed so easily. Jiang explains that the arena's true value lies not in suppression, but in its ability to evolve through internal strength, much like a self-cleansing river. In Class 1-3, Park Young-ho boastfully recounts Jisoo's dramatic challenge, mocking the boy's aggressive attitude and bandaged hands. Young-ho assumes Jisoo has been training in secret and vows to crush him, while Kang In-ha remains silent and unresponsive, lost in his own thoughts. Kang In-ha's mind is far away, prompting a surprised Park Young-ho to break the silence and ask what is wrong with him. Young-ho is annoyed by the lack of reaction to his story, but In-ha is focused on the larger goal of toppling Jiang rather than worrying about a small fry like Jisoo. In-ha coldly states that they cannot waste time on insignificant pests when their primary objective is to deal with Jiang. Park Young-ho laughs confidently and beats his chest, promising to beat Jisoo so severely that the boy will never dare to challenge them again. In-ha interrupts with a sharp gaze, asserting that while victory is certain, it must be an absolute and overwhelming display of power. He emphasizes that since they are working to overthrow the arena, they cannot allow a nobody's provocation to go unpunished without looking weak to others. In-ha warns Young-ho not to be careless, recalling the image of a stubborn boy with crazed eyes who is clearly waiting for a chance at revenge. He reminds his friend that Jisoo is a persistent fighter, while at the school park, Jisoo's blonde friend screams in a panic over the reckless challenge. The friend questions Jisoo's sanity for challenging someone who even defeated Jin Do-in, but Jisoo remains silent, absorbed in his own reflection. Jisoo realizes that his impulsive words were fueled by anger and begins to doubt his decision to issue the challenge. He wonders if he is even allowed to enter the arena before completing his final test with Jiang, remembering the older student's instruction. Recalling Jiang's command to meet on the rooftop for the final test, Jisoo is pulled back to reality by Jin Do-in's voice urging him to cancel the match. Jin Do-in warns that the fight is far too dangerous regardless of Jiang's training, as Park Young-ho is a true villain who associates with the dregs of society. Jin Do-in warns that the outcome is already clear and tells Jisoo to stay out of it until he recovers, but Jisoo shakes his head with firm determination. Jisoo refuses, noting that Jin Do-in was injured protecting him, and explaining that the bullying Jin Do-in faced that morning is actually Jisoo's daily reality. Tired of being looked down upon and treated like a clown, Jisoo declares he will no longer live that way and insists his first opponent must be Park Young-ho. Unafraid of the danger, Jisoo stands up and walks past Jin Do-in with a fierce fire of determination burning in his eye. Driven by an iron will to erase his past humiliation, Jisoo prepares as news of the match spreads like a storm, drawing a massive crowd to the arena that night. Despite rumors of Jisoo's special training, the spectators remain skeptical that he can achieve anything against a monster like Park Young-ho. A blonde student remarks on the unprecedented crowd size while Jin Do-in smiles, recalling Jisoo's impressive performance in his previous 2 matches. Jin Do-in notes that the arena serves as entertainment regardless of one's strength, as Park Young-ho finishes his warm-up on the stage. Growing impatient, Park Yong-ho listens to his lackeys mock Jisoo for hiding in fear and sneers that it would be better if his opponent never showed up. Park Yong-ho boasts about dealing with Jisoo outside the ring, while Jiang watches from the stands with a cold, expressionless face. As the crowd grows restless and begins to boo, Park Yong-ho shouts to the audience that they have been fooled and that Jisoo will never appear. Park Yong-ho tells Jisoo to drop out of school, while the blonde student worriedly asks Jindoon if Jisoo has truly run away. A voice suddenly rings out from the entrance as Jisoo appears, declaring that he has no intention of quitting now that school has finally become interesting. Wearing a hooded jacket, Jisoo slowly walks into the arena and lowers his hood, causing the entire crowd to fall into a stunned silence. Park Yong-ho bursts into hysterical laughter at the sight of Jisoo's shaved head, mocking his display of determination as the rest of the crowd joins in. High above, Jiang smirks at the interesting change in Jisoo as the boy steps onto the ring and calmly sets his jacket aside. Jisoo stares directly at Park Yong-ho and tells him to enjoy his laughter now, because he will not have another chance once the fight begins. Park Yong-ho sneers that Jindoon was just as confident before being beaten senseless, but Jisoo remains unfazed and glares back. Jisoo coldly tells his opponent that they will soon see who the victor is, as the referee signals the start of the match. Clenching his fists, Jisoo vows to himself that his old self is dead and that he will emerge victorious even if it costs him his life. The image of the skinny, fearful student stepping into the ring for the first time has faded, replaced by a true warrior. With a toned physique and a sharp haircut, Jisoo charges forward like an arrow the moment referee Helgun High signals the start. Park Yong-ho is momentarily surprised by Jisoo's proactive assault, but his shock quickly turns into pure contempt. To Park, Jisoo's punches are far too simple, allowing him to easily dodge the first strike and deliver a sudden, low hook. Park mocks the attempt, growling that such a basic attack is not enough to win and that Jisoo must pay for his provocation. A devastating blow lands squarely on Jisoo's face, sending him staggering back as a sharp pain radiates through his jaw. Calling Jisoo a failure and a human sandbag, Park unleashes a relentless barrage of fast and unpredictable strikes. Overwhelmed from the start, Jisoo can only shield himself, realizing Park's skill is far beyond anyone he has ever faced. Despite Jisoo's burning resolve to counterattack, Park moves like a ghost, effortlessly dodging every strike without even using Muay Thai. Seeing Jisoo's futile efforts, Park sneers and taunts him, daring the boy to actually try and land a punch. Another powerful strike follows, hitting with even greater force and sending Jisoo flying backward onto the floor. The frustrated crowd screams for Jisoo to fight back, while Jindoon watches the scene with growing concern. Jindoon worries that a loss will embolden the bullies, but Jiang merely responds with a mysterious and knowing smile. Jiang tells him to look past the surface and into Jisoo's eyes, where a fierce fire continues to burn despite the physical toll. Park mocks Jisoo's ability to take a hit, but his smirk vanishes when Jisoo suddenly drops his guard and stops defending. Standing tall and breathing heavily, Jisoo stares intensely at his opponent, signaling that the true battle is only just beginning. In a flashback to the previous afternoon, a breathless Jisoo apologizes to Jiang for being unable to attend the final training. Bowing his head in regret, Jisoo admits to breaking his promise not to enter the ring until his full training was complete. Driven by boiling rage over Park Yong-ho's constant bullying of others, Jisoo explains why he had to accept the challenge. Hearing this, Jiang decides to adjust the training plan and immediately lunges at Jisoo with the ferocity of a wild predator. Before Jisoo can even process what is happening, Jiang stands right before him with eyes burning with a violent fire, declaring this to be his graduation test. In this brutal crash course, Jiang speaks with heavy, hammer-like words and shows no mercy as he charges at Jisoo like a raging storm, landing a sudden blow. Despite his defensive stance, Jisoo is sent flying backward by the impact and slams into the wall as a sharp pain radiates through his entire body. Gritting his teeth in frustration and wondering if his mentor has gone mad, Jisoo hears Jiang's ice-cold command to focus and fight seriously to avoid being beaten to death. Those words act like a splash of cold water, prompting Jisoo to force himself up as a surge of anger and willpower drives him to launch a rapid series of punches. Though his strikes are fast, Jiang easily evades them as if they were the clumsy movements of a child mocking Jisoo's weak efforts, while Jisoo silently vows to overcome his lack of experience. Determined to win despite having only trained for a few sessions, Jisoo lets out a desperate cry and pours every ounce of his strength into a final punch that finally connects. As the blow grazes him, Jiang licks his lips with a wild smile and challenges Jisoo to stop dodging and charge at him directly if he truly wants to win. Back in the present at the Six Gates Arena, the spectators watch in confusion as Jisoo appears to have lost his mind, blindly charging at Park Yang-ho. He throws aimless punches while completely abandoning his defense, causing Jindu to frown in worry from the stands and wonder what Jisoo is trying to accomplish. It seems like a desperate gamble that will turn him into nothing more than a human punching bag, potentially wasting all the hard work he put into his training. Park Yang-ho is initially taken aback by the reckless approach, but he soon finds it amusing and begins to dodge Jisoo's attacks with effortless ease. Treating Jisoo like a small animal, Park Yang-ho mocks his desperation and warns him that raw determination alone will not be enough to secure a victory. He delivers a devastating uppercut that leaves Jisoo staggering, yet the young fighter refuses to fall, his body having already been conditioned to endure far worse pain. Seizing the moment when Park Yang-ho is vulnerable after his strike, Jisoo lunges forward and uses his entire weight to tightly restrain his opponent. Jisoo clings to him like a starving leech while the crowd whispers in disappointment, viewing the match as a boring, one-sided affair where Jisoo is on the verge of collapse. Feeling insulted by the tactic, Park Yang-ho grabs Jisoo by the hair and drives a knee into his face, telling him to accept his defeat and die. Even under the relentless assault, Jisoo remains steadfast, knowing that this is all part of the plan and the painful lesson Jiang had once beaten into him. Jisoo recalls Jiang pinning him down and explaining that once he closes the distance, his primary goal must be to lock down the opponent's movements to gain the upper hand. While a moving target is difficult to strike effectively, a stationary one is a different story, and Jisoo is now executing that very strategy. Jisoo endures a barrage of knees and elbows, but his grip only tightens, turning Park Yan-ho's own body into a cage. Memories of the past resurface as Jisoo recalls his futile struggles against Jiang's overwhelming strength and the teacher's firm advice to first induce panic in an opponent. Jiang had taught him not to exhaust his strength on the first blow, but to wait for the opponent to lose their composure, a lesson Jisoo is now putting into practice as a calculated tactic. Just as predicted, Park Yan-ho panics and tries to push him away, creating a fatal opening that Jisoo exploits with a sharp, precise hook to the ribs. Understanding Jiang's principle of keeping the enemy guessing, Jisoo holds his ground even as Park Yan-ho launches a desperate and furious counterattack. At such close range, every blow Park Yan-ho lands is met with an immediate response, turning the fight into a brutal contest of sheer endurance and willpower. Following a series of violent exchanges, Park Yan-ho grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing that the young man is far more formidable than he initially thought. Jisoo seizes upon that brief moment of distraction to deliver another strike, this one carrying significantly more power than his previous efforts. The crowd erupts in excitement while Jindu watches in disbelief, finally realizing that Jisoo closed the distance specifically to increase his accuracy. Park Yan-ho retreats in agony while cursing his opponent, and though Jisoo is drenched in sweat and gasping for air, he remains focused. Observing his enemy's now cautious and defensive stance, Jisoo knows his strategy has succeeded in making Park Yan-ho wary of his next move. Jisoo suddenly lunges with a straight punch that Park Yan-ho narrowly avoids, mockingly believing he is safe as long as he keeps his distance while Jiang watches silently from the stand. Jiang remembers his final words of instruction, telling Jisoo that training is over, and he must now adapt to the unpredictable variables of a real fight. He had warned Jisoo that theory and practice are different and urged him to persevere, revealing that Jisoo's recent punch was merely a clever feint. While Park Yan-ho gloats over his perceived advantage, Jisoo slips a hand behind his neck and grips him firmly, perfectly executing the technique Jiang taught him. With Park Yan-ho now completely immobilized, Jisoo recognizes his opportunity to finish the fight before his opponent can react to the trap. Park Yan-ho looks in terror at the hand tightening around his neck, realizing the previous attack was just bait as Jisoo glares at him with icy determination. Declaring that the man will never see this coming, Jisoo channels every ounce of his remaining strength into a devastating blow aimed directly at Park Yan-ho's face. A sickening crack echoes through the arena as Park Yan-ho is sent flying backward to the floor, leaving the stunned audience in momentary silence before they erupt in shock. The spectators watch with wide eyes and open mouths, unable to comprehend the scene as Jisoo stands over his opponent with his fists still clenched. His chest heaves and his eyes burn with intensity as he stares down his defeated opponent, while Park Yan-ho grits his teeth in pain and mutters that the brat was merely lucky. Jisoo roars with overwhelming momentum that he is just getting started and challenges his worthless opponent to go all out as the crowd's shock turns into a frenzied roar for the incredible fighter. The crowd erupts in thunderous cheers for Jisoo, drowning out all other noise as Park Yang-ho struggles to crawl back to his feet. His ears ring from the cheers for his opponent, and his chest seethes with hatred as he dismisses Jisoo's success as nothing more than a stroke of luck. Believing a lucky punch means nothing, Park Jisoo-ho roars like a wounded beast and charges, but Jisoo is already prepared for the assault. As soon as Park Yang-ho enters his range, Jisoo delivers a thunderous hook to his jaw, followed immediately by a powerful straight punch. Park Yang-ho staggers as his vision spins, and Jisoo relentlessly transforms him into a living punching bag with a storm of hooks and straight punches. From the stands, Jin Do-in watches with glowing eyes and clenched fists, impressed by Jisoo's spectacular ability to turn the tide of the fight. Standing nearby, Jiang nods calmly, noting that at this level of competition, physical stamina and mental fortitude are the ultimate keys to victory. While a surprise attack can shatter an opponent's composure and give Jisoo the upper hand, Jin Do-in suddenly notices something strange about the situation. Park Yang-ho seems uncharacteristically anxious as he glances toward the stands where Kang In-ha stands with folded arms and a cold, expressionless face. That look reminds him of his defeat by Jin Do-in, and Kang In-ha's pre-match command to achieve an absolute victory echoes through his mind. Driven by the desperate need to succeed, Park Yang-ho lets out a savage roar that startles Jisoo, determined to end his humiliation once and for all. Refusing to be intimidated any longer, he adopts a Muay Thai stance, the same style that defeated Jin Do-in, and Jisoo immediately senses the looming danger. Realizing he must end the fight now, Jisoo charges forward to risk everything, unaware that he is walking straight into Park Yang-ho's trap. As Jisoo enters the perfect range, a devastating kick strikes his ribs, sending him flying backward as the agonizing pain nearly causes him to black out. Before he can process the sheer power of the first strike, another kick slams into Jisoo's stomach, forcing him to double over in pain. Jisoo can only let out wordless cries as Jin Do-in's nightmare repeats, with a series of brutal, hammer-like kicks raining down upon his body. Now completely feral, Park Yang-ho screams savagely at Jisoo, mocking him for being a weakling who dared to challenge someone of his caliber. Despite the intense pain, Jisoo's mind races to analyze the heavy, flawless strikes as he desperately searches for a way to counter the onslaught. Jin Do-in's warning about the unnatural nature of Park Yang-ho's kicks echoes in Jisoo's mind, urging him to find a way to deal with the anomaly. Jisoo finally realizes that the impact feels nothing like a normal kick, but rather like being struck repeatedly by a heavy iron bar. Park Yang-ho corners Jisoo and prepares for the final blow while mocking his terrified expression and demanding he kneel to beg for mercy. Another kick sends Jisoo flying across the ring as Park Yang-ho watches his prey writhe with a crazed, sadistic fire in his eye. Jisoo recognizes that sick enjoyment of pain, as it is the exact same expression the bullies at his old school used to wear. Pushed to his limit by the familiar cruelty, Jisoo forces himself to stand while a roar erupts from deep within his chest. Refusing to lose to someone just like his former tormentors, Jisoo prepares as Park Yang-ho launches another kick. Instead of being knocked away again, Jisoo performs an unexpected maneuver by spinning around to take the blow with his backside. The crowd and Jin Do-in watch in stunned silence as Jisoo grits his teeth, utilizing a bizarre technique only he could have devised. He realizes that his history of enduring beatings has taught him exactly which parts of his body can best withstand the pain. The painful experiences of a bullying victim have been transformed into a defensive weapon, prompting an arrogant laugh from Park Yang-ho. Mocking the ridiculous defensive move, Yang-ho charges forward and unleashes another powerful strike. With surprisingly fluid movement, Jisoo spins again to block the impact with his backside, resulting in a dull thud that neutralizes the kick. Infuriated by the failed attack, Park Yang-ho launches a frantic barrage of kicks, but Jisoo remains as elusive as an eel. Jisoo continues to use his unique defensive posture to nullify every strike, causing the spectators to erupt in laughter. While the crowd mocks the strange technique, Jin Do-in realizes Jisoo is being clever by using the area with the most muscle and fat. Recognizing it as Jisoo's only viable defense, Jin Do-in watches as Park Yang-ho begins to pant from the exertion of his missed attacks. Seeing that low kicks are no longer effective, Yang-ho aims a high, dangerous kick at Jisoo's head to see how he will handle it. Jisoo ducks just in time as the kick whistles past his head, realizing he can now see the attacks clearly enough to dodge them. From the stands, Jin Doin notices Yong-ho is slowing down as memories of his own battle against the fighter come rushing back. He recalls that while Yong-ho's kicks are devastatingly powerful, they come at a high physical cost and cannot be sustained. Park Yong-ho continues to struggle as his strikes lose their speed, eventually leaving his leg hanging right in front of Jisoo after a miss. Distracted by something strange on his opponent's leg, Jisoo leaves an opening and takes a direct punch to the face. As Jisoo falls, Park Yong-ho laughs mockingly and prepares a final kick to finish off the stubborn dog. He boasts that no amount of endurance can save Jisoo from the consequences of his insolence. Just as the kick is about to land, Jisoo speaks with chilling calm, telling Park Yong-ho that his strike is far too slow. Jisoo's hand suddenly clamps onto Park Yong-ho's ankle like a steel vice, instantly turning the tide and sparking panic. With overwhelming strength, Jisoo slams his opponent onto the floor as Park Yong-ho screams in desperate confusion. Noticing a metallic glint where the impact felt like iron, Jisoo reaches out and tears open Park Yong-ho's pant leg. A collective gasp fills the arena as a heavy iron weight is revealed to be hidden around Park Yong-ho's ankle. The dirty cheating that defeated Jin Doin is exposed, fueling Jisoo's rage as he realizes why his opponent's stamina faded. Jisoo's cold challenge to the cheater acts like a spark in a powder keg, causing the entire arena to explode in fury. Amidst the intense jeering, Gun-hee panics and wants to stop the fight, but Jiang watches with an amused smile. Jisoo rains down a barrage of punches to vent his anger, yet he is surprised when Park Yong-ho continues to endure. Looking into his opponent's eyes, Jisoo sees a familiar sense of absolute fear and helplessness that he has seen many times before. He recognizes his own past self in those eyes, but knows that the weak version of him has long since died. Now possessing true strength and will, Jisoo prepares a final strike, channeling all his past humiliation and pain into his fist. He lets out a thunderous roar of both rage and liberation, before delivering a powerful, purging blow. The massive impact shakes the entire arena and leaves Park Yong-ho unconscious as the referee calls the match. The crowd erupts as Jisoo is declared the winner, and he finally takes a relieved breath despite his trembling legs. Through sheer courage and perseverance, Jisoo savors the sweet taste of victory after finally overcoming Park Yong-ho. The arena echoes with chants of Jisoo's name to honor their new hero, while his defeated opponent lies motionless. Exhausted and his mind blank, Park Yong-ho cannot believe he lost to a mere boy as he desperately calls out for Kang In-ha not to abandon him. Kang In-ha merely glances back with a cold, cutting remark about his uselessness, before walking away and leaving Park Yong-ho in total humiliation. The crowd that once cheered now turns on him with fury, pelting him with trash and insults as he lies there in speechless disgrace. A shadow suddenly blocks the light as Jisoo approaches and extends a hand to the stunned and defeated Park Yong-ho. Jisoo calmly tells him to stand up, noting that while he should have been beaten for playing dirty, the rules of the match must be respected. Jisoo promises a fair rematch in the future, leaving Park Yong-ho speechless after having previously treated the boy like garbage. Despite the past, Jisoo offers him a respectful way out, as referee Hyo Han-hai watches the scene with growing fascination. The referee finds the new student intriguing while Jiang watches from above with a proud smile, seeing Jisoo finally embody the spirit of Luckman. Jiang realizes the boy might exceed all expectation, but an arrogant and contemptuous voice suddenly interrupts Jisoo's gesture of sportsmanship. The voice mocks the current state of Luckman, questioning why anyone would bother watching such a childish and pathetic display. Silence falls over the arena as a stranger emerges from the shadows and grabs Park Yong-ho by the hair for failing to defeat a child. The man, identified as Sun Si-woo, mocks Park Yong-ho's right to represent the school after having watched the entire ordeal from the sideline. Jiang steps onto the ring with an overwhelming presence to confront Sun Si-woo, who releases his grip to face his old rival. With a twisted smile full of hatred, Sun Si-woo calls Jiang a traitor and declares his disgust for the current state of the school. Sun Si-woo proclaims his intention to rule Luckman, prompting a sneer from Jiang, who is amused that his rival has finally come out of hiding. Jiang takes a fighting stance and promises to show him a real battle, signaling the start of the most anticipated confrontation. The fight for the throne begins as both men remove their shirts to reveal battle-scarred bodies and eyes filled with intense murderous intent. As the crowd buzzes with excitement over the legendary matchup, A confused Jisoo asks Jin Duin about the identity of this newcomer. Jin Duin gravely explains that before the arena was established, Sun Sivu was the only one who could rival Jiang for the title of the strongest. Jisoo is horrified to learn of a rival to Jiang's power while Sun Sivu warms up on the ring, his muscles rippling like a beast. Sun Sivu roars that Jiang worked so hard to reach his position, only to cause trouble before charging forward like a crazed bear. A deafening sound echoes as the arena floor shakes violently, forcing the terrified spectators to retreat from the impending collapse. Jiang stands firm at the epicenter of the impact, nimbly dodging the destructive blow as the two warriors lock eyes for a fight to the death. Sun Sivu wears a sinister smile as he transforms into a relentless fighting machine. He unleashes a storm of strikes with his hands and feet, but Jiang moves like a ghost, fluidly evading every attack despite his opponent's incredible speed. Every punch and kick carries enough power to destroy anything in its path, leaving Jisoo stunned as he watches the display of raw strength. Jisoo wonders how such a massive man can move with such agility, while Jinuin expresses deep concern for Jiang's safety. Jisoo explains that if Jiang loses, the arena will vanish and the 6 gates will descend into chaos, as Sun Sivu is the embodiment of Kang Han-hai. The mention of Kang Han-hai leaves Jisoo bewildered, while Sun Sivu fully embraces his beastly nature on the stage. Sun Sivu mocks Jiang for only dodging and claims he has surpassed his past self before charging like a bulldozer with his peerless shadow strike. Jiang leans back to avoid the illusory attacks, but the opponent's speed is too great, and a spray of blood marks a successful hit. Sun Sivu roars in delight at finally touching his opponent, his excitement driving him to unleash a frantic rain of blows upon Jiang. Jiang struggles to defend against the hammer-like punches as blood begins to seep from the corner of his mouth. A direct punch to the stomach sends Jiang flying back into the ring ropes as Sun Sivu mocks his opponent's supposed strength. Sun Sivu screams that he should have dealt with Jiang long ago, while Jisoo cries out in panic at the sight of his fallen senior. Jinuin notes that while Jiang has superior technique, Sun Sivu's overwhelming power suggests he has been secretly training. Jiang collapses on the stage, leaving Sun Sivu to look down at his motionless opponent with a smug and arrogant smile. Sun Sivu reflects on how his body has changed, realizing that the gift provided by 5 mysterious figures has been incredibly effective. Sun Sivu raises his leg to deliver a final blow to the man he calls a traitor, but at that moment, Jiang's eyes suddenly change. As the kick descends with a terrifying sound, the crowd gasps in shock, though not because Jiang has been defeated. The crowd watches in awe as Jiang remains standing and delivers a devastating counterpunch with his full strength directly into Sun Sivu's face. Sun Sivu is sent reeling like a puppet with its strings cut, crashing into the ropes before Jiang charges toward him like a bolt of lightning. Deciding to end the fight quickly, Jiang unleashes a flurry of strikes that demonstrate the true power of the Luckman ruler, leaving a stunned Sun Sivu unable to believe his eyes. With fire in his eyes, Jiang delivers a crushing blow to Sun Sivu's midsection, asserting his dominance as the Lord of the Mountain and proving his position was never a matter of luck. Sun Sivu doubles over in agony just before Jiang delivers a final, decisive finishing blow that sends him flying completely out of the ring. As Sun Sivu falls to the ground, the Luckman students watch in absolute shock, while Jisoo witnesses Jiang's legendary strength firsthand for the very first time. The cheater is finally punished by the one who sets the rules, and Jiang stands tall in the ring, looking down at the crowd before sternly summoning Buk Yang-ho to face him. A pale and trembling Buk Yang-ho steps onto the stage and drops to his knees before the president, noticing that an iron rod has suddenly appeared in Jiang's hand. Buk Yang-ho gulps in terror at the sight of the weapon, wondering how he could possibly survive a beating from such a monstrous opponent. Already battered from previous encounters, the man who once acted like an arrogant king is now reduced to a pathetic and broken shell of his former self. He crawls across the floor in tears, desperately clutching Jiang's leg while pleading for mercy and claiming he was merely a victim forced into his actions. Jiang gazes down with cold, emotionless eyes and commands him to lie down, his calm tone proving far more terrifying than any overt threat. Though Buk Yang-ho continues to babble cowardly pleas for forgiveness, Jiang suddenly kneels down to meet him at eye level. With a terrifying fire burning in his eyes, Jiang repeats his command for Buk Yang-ho to lie down immediately, extinguishing the last of the man's hope. Realizing his fate is sealed, Buk Yang-ho sobs and trembles as he lies face down on the floor to await his punishment, while Jiang raises the rod high to strike. Jiang warns him never to repeat the actions that brought him to this point, but the anticipated blow stops the moment it lightly grazes Buk Yang-ho's skin. Despite the lack of impact, the sheer psychological pressure causes Buk Yang-ho to lose control of his bladder, leaving a small puddle on the arena floor. The arena erupts into mocking laughter as the students witness the humiliating birth of a legendary coward. Jiang stands up and looks down at the shivering man, expressing his disdain for the shame brought to the arena before granting him a single, final mercy. Turning to face the entire assembly, Jiang stomps his foot and releases a powerful roar that seems to shake the very foundations of the building. Jiang addresses the crowd, declaring the arena a place for strength and fair combat where cheating and external conflicts violate the rules of the Six Gates. He warns that violators will not survive while he is in charge, emphasizing that the arena is reserved for true warriors who deserve respect. Identifying himself as the operator of the facility, Jiang's powerful declaration is met with thunderous cheers from the gathered spectators. With order restored, Jiang spends the following day on the rooftop delivering powerful, rhythmic punches to a heavy sandbag. Jisoo watches in awe of Jiang's dedication before the older man stops his training to tell the boy there is nothing left to teach him. Jiang dismisses any further requests for training, prompting Jisoo to gather his courage and ask why he was given so much help. Jiang explains that he used Jisoo to prove to everyone that relentless effort allows anyone to rise to the top regardless of their status. Placing a hand on Jisoo's shoulder, Jiang acknowledges the boy's immense hard work with a rare look of genuine affection and pride. Feeling the weight of Jiang's trust and expectation, Jisoo bows deeply and offers his most sincere gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Realizing Jiang is the mentor who changed his life, Jisoo returns to an arena now filled with vibrant passion instead of chaos and bullying. Matches are now fierce yet fair as the spirit of true martial arts is rekindled and spreads throughout the entire Six Gates school. The Six Gates arena becomes a central part of Jisoo's life, and he is no longer a mere spectator to the daily battle. He enters the ring with a burning determination rather than fear, his every strike fueled by more than just physical strength. Each blow represents his sweat and tireless training as he relentlessly exploits every opening and mistake his opponents leave behind. As the crowd roars for his latest victory, Jisoo stands as a symbol of hope following his historic win over Park Yong-ho. Jisoo has truly found his place at the Six Gates, while elsewhere, Kang In-ha waits at a high-security prison near the city center. In-ha meets his brother behind the glass, frustrated that even a senior like Sun Sevu failed to take down Jiang as promised. His brother merely laughs with a mysterious smile, cryptically noting that the situation with Jiang has perhaps escalated further than expected. He compares the current chaos to mice playing while the master is away, causing In-ha to lose his composure at the indifferent tone. In-ha vows to find a way to deal with Jiang outside of school grounds, but his brother sternly interrupts his outburst. The older brother warns that once bound by chains, escape is difficult, advising Kang In-ha not to act recklessly and to behave according to his status now that their father has intervened. He promises to be out in a few months, which lifts a heavy burden from Kang In-ha's heart, though the brother continues by warning him not to do anything that might harm the family. The brother tells him to observe quietly and wait for the right moment when everything will be resolved. And while Kang In-ha agrees, his clenched fist beneath the table betrays his simmering resentment. Returning to school life, Jisoo and Jin-doon gather with their blonde-haired friend, who wears an unusually serious expression. He solemnly announces a momentous event, explaining that his crush has invited him to hang out with her group of friends, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He asks them to come along so he won't be alone, leaving Jisoo bewildered as he has never met girls in such a setting before. Jin-doon declines because he is busy that day, causing the blonde friend to nearly burst into tears as he thrusts his phone screen toward them. He insists that Jae-hee reaching out first must mean something and begs for their help, though Jisoo bluntly suggests that he might just be delusional. After some back and forth, Jin-doon finally gives in when the blonde friend promises to treat them to a lavish meal. On the day of the meeting at a luxurious cafe, the blonde friend is a nervous wreck, muttering to himself about why he is so incredibly tense. As he downs his third glass of water, Jin-doon jokingly tells him to calm down before he drinks the entire menu, while Jisoo notes that he has never seen his friend this unsettled. Jisoo wonders who could possibly cause such a reaction, just as the door opens and a beautiful girl with golden hair walks in. Jisoo holds his breath, wondering if she is the one, but as his friend waves, he realizes the crush is actually the girl with healthy, tanned skin walking behind her. 3 girls arrive in total, with the blonde friend's crush being the tanned girl in the middle, who apologizes for their late arrival. The blonde friend welcomes them and introduces Jisoo and Jin-doon as his best friends, while a flustered Jisoo takes a sip of water and notes the girl's enthusiastic and cheerful nature. At that moment, the beautiful blonde girl from earlier approaches Jisoo with a radiant smile and introduces herself as Jiang-mi. Jisoo's face flushes red as he realizes that coming along was the right decision, and the initial awkwardness of the meeting quickly begins to fade into a more open atmosphere. Laughter and friendly conversation fill the air, and the blonde friend is overjoyed, his eyes crinkling with happiness as his crush pays him plenty of attention. The date seems to be going perfectly, until Jin-doon suddenly makes a sharp remark that leaves the blonde friend stunned and speechless. Amidst the lively conversation, Jisoo feels like an invisible observer unable to join in, until Jiang-mi suddenly turns her sun-drenched smile toward him. Jiang-mi asks Jisoo if he dislikes talking, her voice clear and her expression incredibly adorable. Startled and blushing deeply, Jisoo frantically waves his hands and stutters a denial while screaming with excitement inside. Thrilled that she spoke first, he listens as Jiang-mi winks and admits she finds loud crowds difficult to join, sighing softly. She explains her struggle to fit into large groups, and Jisoo blurts out that he feels the same way amidst the lively atmosphere. Jiang-mi giggles and asks if he is also the quiet type who just listens, to which a shy Jisoo nods in total agreement. Her smile seems brighter than the sun to Jisoo, whose heart pounds in his chest as he realizes how much they have in common. She expresses her happiness at meeting him, a sentiment he shares just as Jin-doon excitedly suggests going to a nearby karaoke bar. While the others cheer, Jisoo's face falls at the prospect of being dragged into another session of musical torment. Outside the venue, the blonde boy's crush asks Jin-doon about his singing skills, and another friend suggests they go inside to find out. As attention shifts to Jin-doon, the blonde boy feels sidelined on his own date and pulls Jin-doon back, telling the girls to go ahead. The blonde boy makes an excuse about the restroom, but a clueless Jin-doon insists he doesn't need to go, causing his friend to grit his teeth. The blonde boy complains about his spotlight being stolen, while Jin-doon argues he was only answering questions to be helpful. Despite Jin-doon promising to let him take center stage inside, the blonde boy remains furious and wishes they could settle this in the arena. Annoyed by their constant bickering, Jisoo shouts at both of them to stop and head inside where the others are waiting. Jisoo slips past his arguing friends, thinking it is best to avoid the drama while smiling at their blunt honesty. He admires how they speak their minds directly, something he struggles with as his thoughts drift back to Jiang-mi. He recalls her soft hair and shy smile, wondering how he can ever get closer to the girl who has stolen his heart. While lost in thought about her beautiful name, Jisoo is startled by a scream and sees a tattooed man blocking Jiang-mi and her friend. The man tells the girls not to be stuck up and suggests they join him and his 2 friends for a group outing. Jisoo steps forward and indignantly asks the man what he is doing to his friend, causing everyone to turn toward him in surprise. The man looks Jisoo up and down with a sneer, questioning why Jiang-mi would hang out with such an unremarkable kid. He tells her to come with him instead, claiming his group is much cooler, while tightening his grip on her wrist as she struggles to break free. Seeing his friend harassed, Jisoo's blood boils and he rushes forward. But before he can intervene, Jiang-mi drops her center of gravity and plants her feet firmly, catching the tattooed man off guard. With a masterful grappling technique, she lifts the man into the air and slams him onto the ground, leaving him sprawled out on the floor. Dazed and confused, the man can only stare into Jiang-mi's fiery eyes as she speaks to him in a cold, unwavering voice. She declares that since words failed, her fists will have to do the talking, leaving Jisoo standing there in shock with his mouth agape at the unbelievable sight. Jae-hee sighs and rubs her forehead, noting that the man brought this on himself, while a pale and stuttering Jisoo tries to make sense of the situation as Jae-hee attempts to calm him down. Jae-hee tells him not to be too surprised because Jiang-mi is actually quite gentle, though Jisoo highly doubts that as he watches the tattooed man on the other side. The man desperately throws punches to save face, but he only hits thin air as Jiang Mi moves gracefully like a dancer, effortlessly dodging every single strike. Every one of her movements is precise and efficient, making it clear that she has been rigorously trained since childhood by an exceptionally skilled master. The outcome is decided when Jiang Mi delivers a perfect hook kick to the man's jaw, sending him flying backward until he collapses onto the floor. Jaehi mentions that Jiang Mi also attends the Six Gates School, which leaves Jisoo stunned to learn she is a student at his own academy. Jaehi adds that her brother has a similar and very unique name, causing a realization to strike Jisoo as he finds the surname Jiang incredibly familiar. After Jisoo mentions a name, Jaehi confirms that this incredibly strong girl is indeed Jiang Mi, a 17-year-old freshman at Jin Hwang and the younger sister of Student Council President Jiang. Despite her warnings to let go, the other two men surround Jiang Mi with aggressive looks, threatening that she is finished today. The blonde-haired man swings his fist to teach her a lesson, but before he can connect, another fist flies in like a bullet and strikes him squarely in the face. With a dull thud, the man is sent reeling backward with a twisted expression, leaving both his accomplice and Jiang Mi in utter shock. Jisoo is the one who intervened in a classic heroic act, and Jiang Mi is stunned by the terrifying power of her new friend's punch, though Jaehi is the most shocked of all. Jaehi covers her mouth in disbelief as Jisoo grabs the blonde man by the collar and roars at them for being cowards who bully a girl. Jaehi whispers to Jiang Mi that she never expected such a bold move from him, noting that students from the Six Gates School truly are on another level. After terrifying the thugs, Jisoo quickly checks on Han Jiang Mi and breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing she is unharmed. The thugs scramble to their feet and flee as Jinduin and his blonde friend arrive out of breath, prompting Jaehi to demand why they took so long. Jaehi explains that thugs tried to cause trouble but Jisoo saved them. While in a dark alley, the bruised thugs realize their opponents are from the Six Gates. The thugs acknowledge their opponent's strength, but note that their boss enjoys a challenge and vow that the group will pay the price this time. As the group strolls down the bustling street, Jaehi's closeness with Jinduin leaves their blonde friend looking visibly annoyed and sullen. Walking behind the others, the atmosphere between Jisoo and Jiang Mi warms as she praises the power of his punch with sparkling eyes. Jisoo's heart races after receiving praise from Krat, and he feels shy as Jiang Mi's smile radiates under the streetlight. Reflecting on the wonderful day, Jisoo is surprised that Senior Jiang has such a lovely sister who asks about his training. Jiang Mi explains that her brother forced her to learn martial arts for self-defense because he is always overly protective. Jisoo credits her training for helping with the thugs and mentions he has learned much from her brother as his disciple. He describes the difficulties he faced after transferring schools until the senior helped him, causing Jiang Mi to gasp in realization. Jiang Mi realizes he is the transfer student her brother mentioned, leaving Jisoo wondering what exactly was said about him. Jisoo recalls Jiang's goal of showing his sister that anyone can become strong through relentless effort and perseverance. He realizes he was part of Jiang's plan from the start and wonders if the senior's words were staged for his sister's benefit. Panic washes over Jisoo as he worries that Jiang shared every detail of his pathetic failures and embarrassing moments. Overwhelmed by shame, he fears that Jiang Mi now knows all of his weakest and most vulnerable experiences. Just as he fears his reputation is ruined, Jiang Mi smiles and offers him her phone to exchange contact information. She admits she never expected him to be the person from her brother's stories and calls their meeting a miracle. Her request to stay in touch sends a jolt through Jisoo, leaving him blushing and speechless as his mind goes blank. He nervously takes the phone with a dazed expression while a brutal scene unfolds at a nearby construction site. A group of young men ruthlessly beats a hooded man who begs for mercy as their blonde leader demands his money. The blonde leader grows irritated when the man claims to have no money despite promising to pay back what he owes. After removing the man's hood, the leader mocks his past as a track athlete and cruelly orders him to run for his life. Ignoring the victim's pleas, the leader insists on full repayment with interest just as the three thugs from the karaoke bar return. The thugs report that a girl and a group from Luckman have insulted the White Mountain Gang and deserve to be punished. The blonde leader silences the subordinate with a sharp slap, furious that they were unable to handle a single girl. The subordinate stammers in denial, but the enraged blonde leader stomps on him, accusing him of bringing shame to their entire group. The leader complains about being bothered with such nonsense, but another subordinate quickly explains that the girl is far from ordinary. He adds that she even brought a group from Luckman, causing the blonde leader to freeze as his expression shifts at the mention of that name. A sinister, intrigued smile spreads across his face as he finds the Luckman connection interesting. While the next day at school, the blonde friend blames Jin-doon for Jihee's silence. He insists they go to the arena together, but Jisoo ignores their bickering as he remains completely absorbed in texting Jiangmi. Every message and cute emoji she sends makes his heart race, leaving him marveling at how someone could be so adorable. While passing Kang In-ha's classroom, Jisoo is shocked to see the once formidable Park Yang-ho kneeling and begging as In-ha looks down coldly, calling him a nuisance. In-ha tells him to get lost as his only way to help, and despite Park Yang-ho's desperate pleas, the leader contemptuously spits on his head. In-ha declares there is no room for cowards and suggests he should just die, leaving Jisoo stunned by such heartless cruelty. Jin-doon warns Jisoo not to get involved, prompting Jisoo to wonder why Park Yang-ho is so subservient to someone who is seemingly just a school bully. Jin-doon explains that while things are calm in school, the outside world is different due to a powerful organization in the area known as Gang-un. He reveals that Gang-un is actually a notorious criminal syndicate with enough power to control the police, and Kang In-ha is the boss's second son. Jisoo is taken aback by the revelation, while his blonde friend confirms that Kang In-ha's family background is incredibly formidable. He adds that local thugs line up to serve him, leading Kang to mutter that their environment is becoming increasingly dangerous. That night on a deserted street, Jiangmi checks her phone and worries about being late, knowing her older brother will be anxious. A message brings a smile to her face, but her mood is suddenly interrupted by the sound of frantic footsteps and a panicked voice from behind. A terrified stranger rushes toward Jiangmi and clings to her, stammering and trembling as she begs for help from the men chasing her. Jiangmi tries to calm her and offers to call the police, but the girl frantically stops her, claiming they will be caught if they head for the main road. She suggests hiding in a nearby alley, but before Jiangmi can react, a group of thugs appears and blocks their path. The leader slicks back his hair with a sick grin, mocking their attempt to hide while Jiangmi angrily threatens to call the police as he sneers at her. While Jiangmi confronts the group, a strange girl sneaks up behind her and presses a stun gun into her back, releasing a powerful electric shock. Paralyzed by the current, Jiangmi collapses as the girl mocks her intelligence, though Jiangmi's growing rage begins to outweigh her physical pain. Despite her efforts to resist, Jiangmi finds herself powerless and realizes the girl is an accomplice just as the true mastermind emerges from the shadow. The leader of the White Mountain Association mocks her reputation and suggests they leave together, but Jisoo arrives just in time to intervene. Seeing Jisoo and Jiangmi ready for a fight, the gang leader expresses amusement that the situation has escalated into a confrontation. He questions if they can win without the advantage of a stun gun, but Jisoo cuts him off by lunging forward and landing a heavy punch on his face. Without a word, Jisoo demonstrates the power of a Luckman student by following up with an even more forceful strike, warning his opponent to prepare. Jisoo growls that he will show the leader the consequences of crossing the line as he relentlessly pummels him, while the other woman mocks Jiangmi. The woman tells Jiangmi to stay down for her own good, boasting that she can easily defeat her even without using any weapon. As the woman takes a fighting stance, Jiangmi shows no fear and instead cracks her knuckles with an excited expression. Jiangmi declares her hatred for injustice and vows to make the woman submit before the two women charge at each other, while Jisoo knocks the leader back. Jisoo looks down at the fallen leader of the White Mountain Association with contempt, mocking his lack of strength and calling him insignificant. Unexpectedly, the leader stands back up with a changed voice, claiming that he has finally finished his warm-up. Declaring that the real game has begun, the leader quickly swallows a mysterious pill and prepares to resume the fight. He charges at Jisoo with terrifying speed and delivers a barrage of powerful punches, leaving Jisoo shocked by his sudden recovery and agility. While Jisoo is still reeling from the leader's incredible endurance, a devastating blow to the stomach leaves him doubled over in sharp pain. The leader triumphantly claims that Jisoo will never touch him again, before focusing all his strength into a lethal knee strike. The strike hits Jisoo's face and sends him crashing to the ground, his entire body screaming in agony from the overwhelming force. Realizing he is facing a monster, Jisoo struggles as Jiho, the leader of the White Mountain Association, refuses to give him a moment to recover. Jiho attacks like a frenzied beast, raining down punches while mocking Jisoo for losing the pride associated with being a Luckman student. Jiho made a fatal error by failing to realize that pain only fuels Jisoo, whose dying will suddenly erupts into a fierce flame at the sight of Jiho's contemptuous smirk. Refusing to fall, Jisoo summons every ounce of strength into his legs to stand back up, surprising Jiho with his immovable, wall-like resolve. The man known as the King of Resilience begins his counterattack, grabbing Jiho from behind in a desperate attempt to wrestle him to the ground. Despite Jiho's superior strength, the two remain locked in a fierce struggle until Jisoo decides to use his final trump card as his energy fades. With a roar, Jisoo delivers his famous headbutt directly into Jiho's face, leaving both men reeling as blood pours from Jiho's nose. Now on equal footing, they abandon all defense and trade a series of wild, desperate punches in a brutal exchange of pure offense. Jiho is overwhelmed by Jisoo's recklessness until Jisoo finds an opening and lands a devastating uppercut directly to his chin, dazing him completely. Seizing the moment, Jisoo shouts with a mixture of pride and resentment, intent on showing Jiho the true power and skill of a Luckman student. Jisoo pours all of his effort and willpower into one final strike, a massive punch that carries the legendary power of his 9,999-point training. Jiho is sent flying backward and falls unconscious, leaving a weary Jisoo to remark that one should never challenge the foundation of another person. Jisoo briefly recalls Jiho consuming something before the fight, but his concern for Jiang Mi quickly takes priority as he turns back in a panic. He finds that Jiang Mi has already won her fight, standing triumphantly over her opponent while clapping in approval of Jisoo's impressive victory. Jiang Mi notes that she finished early but saw that Jisoo could handle himself, making him feel shy as he notices her resemblance to Senior Jiang. Jisoo Mi's fury erupts as she grabs the woman's hair and demands to know why she played so dirty, prompting a terrified confession about the Jiang society. The woman claims she was only motivated by money, which reminds Jisoo of the man who had previously harassed Jiang Mi at the karaoke bar. When Jisoo questions her, the woman explains that the Bixian Society is a massive high school alliance that emerged in Yeongnam about 6 months ago. She describes them as a terrifyingly fast-growing organization, far larger than a normal gang, that has recruited all the most notorious fighters. Jisoo is confused by their involvement until the woman reveals that Jiho's true targets were actually the students of Luckman High. She explains that Jiho hoped to join the Elite 5 Dragons by defeating Luckman students and turning them into his personal plaything. Jisoo is stunned to learn that the Bixian Society has already swallowed up most schools in Yeongnam, leaving only the northern region remaining. Standing in the territory occupied by the Six Gates, Jisoo recalls Jiho's curiosity about their skills and realizes this entire encounter was a test. Despite the woman's desperate pleas for mercy after confessing everything, Jiang Mi refuses to let her go and prepares to settle the debt for the taser attack with a terrifying smile. A piercing scream marks the end of the confrontation, after which Jisoo and Jiang Mi begin their walk home together. Their relationship, forged through shared secrets and battles, has grown significantly closer as Jisoo turns to Jiang Mi with an apologetic tone. Jisoo expresses his regret for involving her in the troubles surrounding his school, but Jiang Mi dismisses his concerns with a gentle smile. Jiang Mi reveals her own deep ties to the Six Gates, prompting Jisoo to excitedly recognize her as Senior Jiang before she playfully cuts him off. She suggests that fate has intertwined their lives and expresses her happiness at his perspective, while Jisoo responds with a confident smile. Jisoo remarks that the White Mountain Union is no match for the Six Gates under her brother's leadership, noting that today's opponents were hardly a threat. Jiang Mi agrees that her brother is exceptional before turning to Jisoo with sparkling eyes to tell him how impressive he looked, causing him to blush and scratch his head. Jisoo thanks her for her help once again and reflects on how truly grateful he is to have been able to protect her. In a dark corner of the city, the defeated Jiho trembles on the ground while a cold-voiced stranger seizes one of his subordinates by the collar. The subordinate desperately pleads for forgiveness, insisting that he never intended to ruin their plan. The stranger berates Jiho for his lack of self-awareness and useless actions before violently grinding his foot into Jiho's face. With the conquest of northern Dong Nung nearly complete, the stranger informs Jiho that he has been demoted to the rank of a mere player. Revealing himself as Tyrant Gun, the number 5 of the White Mountain Union, he gives a cold, heartless smirk at the thought of the other players' reactions. After telling Jiho they will meet again at the Coliseum, the scene shifts to another alley where a large man is disciplining a group of runaways. When a boy claims they joined the Heavenly Wind Gang seeking food and shelter, the man sends him flying into a metal fence with a powerful punch. The man, identified as Gong Jin Seop, the leader of the Heavenly Wind Gang, roars at the terrified youths that his organization is not a charity. As the frightened boys scatter and abandon their friend, Gong Jin Seop watches them go and scoffs at their cowardice. Sitting down with a disappointed sigh, Gong Jin Seop mutters to himself about the pathetic quality of the recent recruits. A subordinate lights a cigarette for Gong Jin Seop, who reflects on how the Baeksan society has recruited all the best fighters, leaving him determined to elevate the Thien Phong gang from its lowly status. As Gong Jin Seop takes a long drag of smoke, a voice calls out from the end of the alley asking if they are short-handed, causing everyone to turn and see Park Yong-ho. Stepping out of the shadows with his hands in his pockets and a smug expression, Park Yong-ho mocks the Thien Phong gang for falling into such a pathetic state. The Thien Phong members react with fury at his intrusion, but Park Yong-ho merely sneers and points toward the young boys who had just fled in fear. Claiming to be a far superior choice than those children, Park Yong-ho asks for a spot in the gang, prompting Gong Jin Seop to approach him with an emotionless stare. Gong Jin Seop questions how Yong-ho has the nerve to return after being expelled, asking if he has any shame left or anything of value to offer in exchange for his return. Swallowing his remaining pride, Park Yong-ho takes a deep breath and looks at Gong Jin Seop, his voice raspy and filled with desperation. Park Yong-ho pledges to do whatever is asked of him, a promise that brings a sinister smile to Gong Jin Seop's face as he nods in approval. The Thien Phong gang officially welcomes back its wayward member, while the next day, Gi-soo finds himself feeling physically exhausted. As Gi-soo leaves his classroom to head to the infirmary for painkillers, he happens upon a familiar and tense scene. Park Yong-ho is being intercepted by Kang In-ha's subordinates, including a thug with a mohawk who puts a condescending arm around his shoulder. The thug remarks on Yong-ho's recent struggles and suggests that despite In-ha's strictness, they might be willing to offer him a second chance. They claim they could convince In-ha to take him back, clearly intending to humiliate Park Yong-ho and force him to beg for their help. To their surprise, a changed Park Yong-ho brushes the hand away and demands they get to the point, momentarily stunning the arrogant mohawk thug. The thug brings up Yong-ho's past connections to runaway girls from his time at Thien Phong and demands that he introduce some of them to the group. With fire in his eyes, Park Yong-ho shoves the thug away and refuses to be their lapdog before walking off, prompting the enraged thug to throw a discarded soda can at him. In a sudden, fluid motion, Park Yong-ho spins around and delivers a powerful hook kick just as the can is thrown. The soda can streaks past the thugs like a bullet and slams into the wall as Park Yong-ho roars that he only tolerated them because of Kang-un. He challenges the idea that he would let them bully him now that he has dropped out of school, leaving the two thugs speechless and shocked by the news. As they wonder if In-ha is aware of his departure, Park Yong-ho shows no shame and simply raises his middle finger with a look of utter contempt. From a distance, Jisoo clearly hears Park Yong-ho insulting the school and those staying behind to serve Kang In-ha. Shocked by the news of Park Yong-ho dropping out, Jisoo watches as he leaves school that afternoon, determined to forget Kang In-ha and Gang-un to start over with Chun-pung. A familiar voice calls out as Un, who had been following him in silence, asks if the rumors about him dropping out are true. Believing the dropout is due to the arena loss, Jisoo mistakenly suggests they return there to redeem themselves. Park Yong-ho's expression darkens as he slams his box down and grabs Jisoo by the collar, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Jisoo feels as though he has provoked a cornered beast as Park Yong-ho warns him to watch his back from now on. Tightening his grip, Park Yong-ho threatens to kill him right there before shoving Jisoo away and walking off while cursing. Jisoo is left troubled by Park Yong-ho's strange behavior, unable to stop thinking about it despite it not being his concern. A letter accidentally falls from Park Yong-ho's box and lands at Jisoo's feet, prompting him to pick it up out of curiosity. That night at an abandoned gas station, a group of people huddle around a burning barrel, complaining to one another. The group laments losing everything to Chun-pung, cursing the gang for their arrogance and for demanding protection money. As they dismiss Chun-pung as a group of useless weaklings, Park Yong-ho emerges from the shadows wielding an iron rod. The group falls silent in shock as Park Yong-ho coldly offers them the choice to either join Chun-pung or face the consequences. He demands they choose between leaving or joining, but one man mocks him for being Kang In-ha's former lackey. The insults about his return to Chun-pung sting Park Yang Ho's wounded pride like needle. Recalling Gong Jin Seop's order to deal with Ma Jong-un to earn his place back, Park Yang-ho grits his teeth in determination. Determined to crush them, Park Yang-ho raises his rod to block the attack of two thugs who mock him for coming alone. His arms go numb from the impact, just as another attacker leaps from behind to deliver a finishing blow. Park Yang-ho quickly spins to block the kick with his bulletproof shin guards before mocking his attacker and knocking both men back with a powerful spin kick. As Ma Jong-un and his men roar in anger, an unfazed Park Yang-ho raises his rod and challenges them all as the battle erupts. Park Jin-seop-ho fights alone against a pack of wolves, charging forward with a club and swinging it in deadly arcs while vowing to win. He screams silently in his determination, while at the heavenly wind base, Gong Jin-seop stares at an old photo of himself and Park Yang-ho as brothers. When a subordinate asks if he truly intends to take Park Yang-ho back, Gong Jin-seop gives a cold smile and pulls out a lighter, dismissing the idea. The flames consume the photo as he remarks that dogs like Park Yang-ho are discarded once they are no longer useful, burning the image of the two teenagers. The memory of their brotherhood turns to ash, mirroring the loyalty Park Yang-ho is risking his life to prove as the battle at the gas station ends. Standing among the fallen bodies, a wounded and panting Park Yang-ho faces the trembling leader, Ma Jong-un, who is the only one left. Ma Jong-un stammers in fear, calling him a monster and noting his sudden increase in strength, while Park Yang-ho wipes blood from his face with a sinister smile. Park Yang-ho declares that he has changed and should not be compared to his past self, narrowing the two choices he previously offered down to just one. He steps forward and stomps on Ma Jong-un's face with a terrifying, crazed look in his eyes, effectively eliminating his opponent. At Six Gates High School, two students carrying a box of old belongings complain about Park Yang-ho still causing trouble even after dropping out. They gossip about his return to the Heavenly Wind gang and rumors that he will come back for revenge, warning that the gang members are all insane. Jisoo overhears the conversation and asks Jin-doon if he has heard about Yang-ho leaving school, to which Jin-doon responds with a shrug. Jin-doon remarks that Yang-ho could not survive at the school without Kang and Ha's protection, leaving Jisoo with a lingering sense of unease. Jisoo's curiosity is piqued as he wonders if Yang-ho truly has no friends, while a blonde student mockingly calls him a lonely outcast. Realizing that Yang-ho is completely isolated without his former gang's protection, Jisoo can only offer a forced and awkward response. Later that afternoon, Jisoo visits an orphanage where a group of children are happily playing a game of red light, green light. The scene is peaceful as one child recites a chant against the wall, while the others try to sneak forward without being caught. The curious children stop to ask who Jisoo is, and he awkwardly explains that he is looking for someone named Yonghyun. A pretty, athletic girl steps out from the gate and identifies herself as Yonghyun, asking Jisoo why he has come to see her. As they sit together on a stone bench, Jisoo hands her a crumpled letter he found while Park Yang-ho was clearing out his things from school. The recipient's address on the letter is the Dongnam Orphanage, and Yonghyun's heart sinks with grief upon hearing from Jisoo that Park Yong-ho has dropped out of school. Jisoo explains that he tracked the address on the letter because he did not know where Yong-ho lived, but Yonghyun helplessly admits she has no way of reaching him. When asked about their relationship, Yonghyun explains that she lost track of Yong-ho's residence after he left the orphanage and could only reach him through his school. Jisoo is stunned to realize that Park Yong-ho grew up at the orphanage, while a deep sadness flickers in Yonghyun's eye. Yonghyun confirms that Yong-ho was an orphan who grew up alongside her and the other children before she begins to recount their past. She recalls being bullied by older thugs for protecting the younger children, as the criminals frequently came to extort and mock the parentless orphans. Despite the thugs' constant demands for money and their cruel taunts about being orphans, Park Yong-ho would always step forward as a young hero. He bravely acted as a sturdy shield for his younger, weaker companions, yet he often became a victim himself in the process. Whenever he was alone, Yong-ho was ruthlessly beaten by gangs of street youths who mocked his status as an orphan. This painful cycle of abuse worsened in middle school, causing the once cheerful and smiling boy to become increasingly withdrawn and gloomy. During his darkest hour, he eventually sought out an organization known as Chunpung. After running away from the orphanage, Park Yong-ho stood before a luxury villa and made the fateful decision to sell his soul to the devil. He returned a long time later as a completely different man, with his entire body covered in fierce and intimidating tattoos. Even Jung Hyun felt terrified of this stranger, yet his entire demeanor shifted whenever he was reunited with the children. His aggression would vanish instantly, replaced by a warm smile as he played and joked with the younger orphans. He would embrace each child like an older brother returning from a long journey, revealing a surprisingly gentle heart beneath his rough exterior. Jung Hyun tearfully explains that he used to bring gifts every month, but his recent absence and school withdrawal have left her deeply worried. Jisoo remains silent, realizing the Park Yong-ho she is describing sounds like a complete stranger, while Jung Hyun's hands begin to tremble. Tears stream down her face as she confesses her growing fear that the Yong-ho she knows will one day disappear and become someone truly terrifying. Jisoo feels a heavy weight in his heart while watching her cry, while elsewhere at the Chinpeng villa, Gong Jin-seop is consumed by a fit of rage. He beats a subordinate with a wrench for failing to meet his quota, only stopping when the man begs for mercy and promises to pay next month. After issuing a warning, he approaches Park Yong-ho and mutters about how the younger generation has become weak compared to his own era. He pats Park Yong-ho on the shoulder and says he needs someone as crazy as him, expressing surprise that Yong-ho survived Ma Jong-un's gang. Park Yong-ho coldly dismisses the gang's strength, while Gong Jin-seok takes a seat with a mocking tone. Gong Jin-seok suggests that Yong-ho has redeemed himself and might be allowed back into the heavenly wind, causing Yong-ho to demand an explanation. Yong-ho asks if defeating Ma Jong-un was enough to return, but Gong Jin-seok laughs and says standards have tightened since Yong-ho's betrayal. Gritting his teeth to suppress his anger, Park Yong-ho asks what else he must do, reminding Gong Jin-seok of his promise to do anything. Gong Jin-seok gives a sinister smile and asks if Yong-ho is capable of murder, a question that leaves Yong-ho stunned and speechless. Seeing Park Yong-ho's panicked expression, Gong Jin-seok bursts into laughter and mocks him for actually believing the suggestion of murder. He slaps his thigh and points out Yong-ho's gullibility to the others, telling him to drop the foolish look. Feeling like a fool, Yong-ho shouts at him to stop joking, causing Gong Jin-seok's smile to vanish as he adopts a dangerous tone. He claims the task is just as thrilling as murder and flicks a lighter, holding the flame in front of Park Yong-ho's face. He tosses a stack of cash onto the table as a deposit, explaining that Yong-ho will be welcomed back to the heavenly wind after burning a motorcycle. On his way back, Park Yong-ho is conflicted, worrying that if he gets caught for arson, he will never escape the cycle of reform centers. He scolds himself for still worrying about such things and walks aimlessly until he finds himself at the gates of the Junghyun shelter. A clear voice calls out from behind him, and he turns to see Junghyun standing there, shyly confirming that it is indeed him. They sit on the swings in a nearby park, where Junghyun is overjoyed to see him again, though he asks why she is out alone so late. Park Yong-ho warns her of the danger, but she explains she couldn't sleep and asks how he has been, mentioning her many failed attempts to call him. To hide his internal and external scars, Park Yong-ho forces a smile and lies, claiming he has been doing well but has just been very busy. However, his clumsy lie fails to deceive Junghyun, who grew up with him and understands him better than anyone else. She snaps at him with a voice full of both anger and affection, noting that his face clearly shows he is not doing well, though being in this place brings back memories of the past. She recalls how they used to play on the swings there as children, causing Yan-ho's defensive walls to crack as he gazes at the old playground with a rare, nostalgic smile. He reflects on how he never had time to play because he was always busy pushing the others on the swings, two at a time, as a flood of memories begins to rush back to him. They reminisce about their old days at the shelter, sharing stories of childhood mischief and petty arguments, until Park Yong-ho finally laughs for the first time in a long while. Park Yong-ho wears a genuine smile, free of calculation or defense, as he forgets his harsh reality and immerses himself in sweet memories of the past. Jung-hyun suddenly speaks, pulling him back to the present as a heavy silence falls and Yong-ho holds his breath, sensing her question about why he no longer returns home. With a hesitant voice, Jung-hyun asks if they can live together as they once did, a question that pierces through Yong-ho like a knife to the heart. His joy vanishes as he bows his head in raw pain before abruptly standing up to thank Jung-hyun, explaining that he has gone too far to return soon, and asking her to care for the children without worrying about him. As he walks away with heavy steps, a panicked Jung Hyun watches his lonely figure with tearful eyes and a choked voice, wondering what has happened to him. It feels as though this is their final meeting, and by the following night, Park Yong-ho finds himself in a deserted parking lot carrying out a mission for Gong Jin-sia. He pours gasoline into a motorcycle without hesitation, noting the lack of cameras or witnesses as everything proceeds exactly according to the plan. As he strikes a flame that dances on his fingertip, he views this as his only path to survival. Yet the light illuminates a dark sky of memories from his childhood when he stood alone against the world. He reflects on how things others take for granted, such as a home or a family meal, have always been nothing more than an unattainable luxury for him. Born into a world that functioned like a jungle where the strong preyed on the weak, he was a victim from the start, haunted by memories of brutal beatings and insults. He recalls being mocked for being an orphan and told to know his place, leading back to the most terrifying moment of his past. He remembers a cold steel rod held against his face, ready to destroy his future as a child, leaving him trembling and crying in utter despair. Just as a bully's fist is about to strike, the rusted metal door of the warehouse bursts open with a thunderous bang, shattering the tense atmosphere. Light floods in to reveal the silhouettes of tall men standing as still as statues, their sudden arrival serving as a salvation that rescues Park Yong-ho from his grim fate. The thugs surrounding Yong-ho spin around in shock to find a group of men dressed in sharp black suits who exude a deadly sense of elegance. Their leader, with slick-back hair and a cold gaze, speaks in a deep voice that cuts through the air like a dagger, demanding to know who the young punks are. He asks if they realize where they are causing trouble, causing the blonde-haired leader of the thugs to freeze before his anger flares at the interruption. The insult to his pride is too much to bear, and the blonde youth roars with rage, preparing to charge at the men in suits. Before he can even take a step, one of the suited men moves with lightning speed, his iron grip seizing the blonde youth by his hair. With his challenge choked in his throat, the youth is slammed onto the cold cement floor with a sickening thud, his pain and blurred vision finally making him realize his arrogance was misplaced. The man in the suit leans down with a fierce expression, hissing that the boy is insolent for causing trouble in Gang Un territory. The mention of Gang Un strikes like a thunderclap, causing the Un thug's companions to turn pale with terror. Their earlier aggression evaporates instantly, replaced by a paralyzing fear that makes their knees tremble and buckle. Even the rescued Park Yong-ho is stunned, as he never expected to witness the notorious power of Gang Un firsthand during his moment of despair. A harsh realization dawns on Yang-ho that the only way to survive in this cruel society is to transition from the weak to the strong. Watching the thugs who tortured him being punished without mercy by Gang Un's men, a strange and vague sensation begins to stir within him. He develops a deep craving for that kind of power and authority, just as a polished black luxury sedan pulls up outside the warehouse. A man steps out of the car and calmly asks about the commotion, prompting a subordinate to bow and report that they are clearing out some low-level troublemakers. The leader coldly orders the area manager to be brought to him, his words carrying an absolute authority that makes everyone around him bow in fear. As the leader walks past Park Yang-ho, the young man feels an overwhelming and invisible pressure weighing down on his soul. Looking up at the majestic and dominant figure, Yang-ho envisions a world-shaking divine dragon, seeing the man as a living legend. From that fateful day, Yang-ho forges a steely determination and vows that he will never allow anyone to trample on him again. He resolves to climb to the top of the food chain and become a leader whose mere presence can command the world around him. This ambition led Park Yong-ho to ink a powerful dragon on his chest, using tattoos as a form of personal armor. These markings hide his inner weakness and intimidate others, but now he must prove himself to finally move forward. To join the Heavenly Wind Gang under Gang Un's banner, he must complete his mission by setting the motorcycle in front of him ablaze. Casting aside his hesitation, Yang-ho reaches for his lighter with the intent to finish the task perfectly, but a sudden shout stops him. As he turns in shock, a bucket of ice-cold water is splashed directly into his face, instantly extinguishing both the flame and his resolve. His plans crumble as he recognizes the person standing there with an empty bucket, who sternly warns him against playing with fire. The newcomer calls him a madman and threatens to soak him again if he persists, leaving the reason for this timely intervention a mystery. 3 hours earlier, as Jusu was walking home with 2 friends after school, Jung Hyun suddenly ran up to intercept him. With her eyes swollen from crying, she asked to speak in private and told a story under the sunset that left Jusu stunned. She revealed that her brother, Park Yong-ho, was about to do something incredibly dangerous, though she lacked the specific detail. Yong Hyun had seen an unfamiliar, fierce determination in her brother, and her panicked account made Jusu realize the gravity of the situation. Fearing Park Yong-ho was on a path of no return, Jusu wondered what the fool was planning and decided he had to intervene. Realizing he had to enter the tiger's den alone, Jusu headed to an abandoned villa that served as the Siav Fong gang's hideout. Inside, two gang members were crouching by a fire, enjoying the aroma of grilled meat and wishing they had some liquor to go with it. Their casual conversation was interrupted by the creaking of the heavy iron gate, making them fear their leader, Jin Siav, had returned. They were terrified of being caught slacking off, but they were relieved to see Jusu enter instead of their boss. Jusu had found the location after a friend told him the Thien Fong base was situated right next to the amusement park. Noticing Jusu's slender and scholarly appearance, the two men immediately tried to drive him away, claiming the gang didn't accept weaklings. Jusu approached the men and clarified that he wasn't there to join the gang, but was looking for someone named Park Yong-ho. The two men exchanged surprised looks before bursting into laughter, asking if Jusu was a friend of the man he was seeking. Jusu explained he needed to find him for an urgent matter, but they mockingly replied that Park Yong-ho was already digging his own grave. As the other man sneered, Jusu froze in shock, struggling to understand the meaning behind their ominous words. When the gang member continued his insults and told him to leave, Jusu lost his patience and lunged forward to seize the man by the mouth. Jusu abandoned his polite tone and demanded to know Park Yong-ho's location, which allowed him to arrive at this critical moment. Back in the present, Park Yong-ho is stunned by Jusu's appearance, while Jusu desperately tries to talk him out of his reckless action. Jusu warns him that he is committing a serious crime, but his words only provoke Park Yong-ho into charging at him in a rage. Park Yong-ho screams and grabs Jusu by the collar, furiously questioning what Jusu could possibly understand about his life. Park Yong-ho raises his fist to strike, but Jusu remains remarkably calm in the face of the beast, admitting he cannot truly understand the life Yong-ho has endured. Jusu speaks softly, explaining that a girl from the Dong-nung shelter reached out to him because she still believes in Yong-ho and feared what he might do. The mention of the Dong-nung shelter strikes Park Yong-ho like a knife to the heart, making him freeze as Jisoo adds that the girl, likely Yong Hyun, still sees the good in him. Jisoo explains that she was so worried she sought help from a stranger, and he urges Yong-ho not to destroy his own life when there are still people who trust him. Overwhelmed by the thought of the girl he has always protected, Park Yong-ho slowly lowers his fist, but the unfolding tragedy is far from over. Jin Seop and his subordinates emerge from the shadows, mockingly comparing the emotional scene to a television drama and claiming to be moved to tears. Park Yong-ho is stunned to realize he has been followed, as Jin Seop triumphantly holds up his mobile phone. The screen displays a recording of Park Yong-ho dousing the motorcycle in gasoline while Jin Seop sneers, calling him nothing more than a disposable orphan pawn. Driven to a breaking point by the insult, Park Yong-ho roars in fury and charges toward Jin Seop, demanding that the villain stop his schemes. Jin Seop grins and tosses a lit lighter toward the fuel-soaked bike to ensure Yong-ho's downfall, but a sudden figure lunges forward to intervene. Jin Doin arrives just in time to kick the lighter away, followed by his blonde friend who is struggling over the fence, both hoping they aren't too late to help. Park Yong-ho is speechless to see his former rival coming to his aid, while Jisoo gives a proud thumbs up, acknowledging their perfectly timed arrival. Realizing earlier that most of the enemy forces were missing, Jisoo had sensed the impending danger and taken decisive action during the critical moment. Jisoo had sent an urgent message to his two closest friends, a wise choice that brought them to the scene just as friendship proved to be a powerful weapon. Jin Seop scoffs at the newcomers, mockingly questioning why they would bother intervening on behalf of someone like Park Yong-ho. The blonde youth roars with fury, telling Jin Seop to leave Park Yong-ho out of it as his eyes burn with a fierce determination to protect his friend. He declares that he even postponed a date to be there, meaning he is now in his most formidable fighting state and ready for combat. As he charges forward like an arrow, another figure suddenly intercepts him, meeting his swinging fist with a powerful counterpunch. A sickening crack echoes as the blonde boy screams in pain, his hand bloodied by the spiked iron gloves worn by his attacker. The attacker mocks the quality of Yong-ho's new companions before delivering a devastating blow to the blonde boy's midsection. Jisoo collapses, gasping for air, as Hwang Hee-sung, the arrogant number 3 of Chunpeng, introduces himself. Jin Do-in rushes toward Gung Min, but is intercepted by another opponent, who immediately launches a series of lightning-fast strikes. Jin Do-in struggles to evade the rapid punches, realizing he will eventually be hit if he only defends, just as a blade flashes in a moment of distraction. A deep cut opens on Jin Do-in's cheek from his opponent's gloves, which are fitted with sharp blades across the knuckle. Park Min-chan, the number 2 of Chunpeng, reveals his weapon as Jisoo's rage boils over at the sight of his friends being targeted by such foul play. Before Jisoo can move, a man named Kenkoshi blocks his path, licking his lips and perversely remarking in broken Japanese that Jisoo looks like a delicious meal. Kenkoshi, the number 1 of Chunpeng, lunges like a predator and shatters Jisoo's forearms with steel batons when the boy makes the mistake of trying to block. As Jisoo collapses in agony, Kenkoshi continues his relentless assault, pinning him against a wall while taunting him about the danger his friends are in. Jin Se-up mockingly offers his assistance, only to be met with a powerful spinning kick from Park Yong-ho. Yong-ho tells his former mentor to worry about his own life, but the strike barely staggers Jin Se-up. Jin Se-up sheds his jacket to reveal a bulletproof vest and laughs, claiming that he clearly trained Yong-ho well. He suggests they revisit their past through a sparring session, but Yong-ho roars that he shares no fond memories with such a man. Calling Yong-ho an ungrateful brat whom he once saved from weakness, Jin Se-up lunges forward and delivers a devastating punch to his face. Stunned by the overwhelming power, Yong-ho listens as Jin Se-up screams that a brutal beating is the only way to make him see reason. Nearby, the other battles intensify as Gung Min struggles to maintain his defense against the heavy iron-fisted strikes of Hwang Hee-sung. Fearing his arms will break, Gung Min analyzes the arc of the punches and backs against a wall to prepare a counter-strategy. Gung Min declares he will neutralize the enemy's weapon, while Jin Do-in continues to face a difficult struggle against Park Min-chan. Min-chan mocks Jin Do-in's defensive posture, boasting that his blades can shred any protection before launching a lethal strike. Jin Do-in narrowly evades the blow, realizing that while the weapon's reach is deceptively wide, he can still find a way to dodge. Infuriated by the miss, Min-chan charges blindly, only to be stunned when Jin Do-in suddenly counters with a perfectly timed and powerful uppercut. Jin Do-in lands a direct hit on his opponent's chin, having successfully read his movements and adapted to his style, leaving Bak Min-tron in a state of disbelief. As Bak Min-tron mutters in a panic, Jin Do-in closes the distance and prepares to deliver another powerful blow before his opponent can recover. Jin Do-in decides it is time to teach the basics of combat, while in another area, Jisoo is driven back and slammed against a car by Kenkoshi. Kenkoshi mocks the struggling Koreans and demands more entertainment, prompting Jisoo to grit his teeth in frustration. Jisoo stares intensely at his opponent's tonfas, realizing that both the weapons and Kenkoshi's unpredictable style pose a significant threat. Jisoo roars that they are in Korea after Kenkoshi speaks Japanese, but Kenkoshi coldly explains that Jin Se-up took him in when he had nowhere else to go. Kenkoshi expresses his deep gratitude to Jin Se-up, declaring that anyone who stands in his benefactor's way is now his enemy. He vows to use any means necessary to remove obstacles for Thien Fong, threatening to kill any Korean who opposes them. Kenkoshi launches a frenzied attack, and despite Jisoo's efforts to observe and dodge, a brief lapse in concentration sends him reeling. Realizing he cannot win against the tonfas, Jisoo desperately searches for a solution and suddenly focuses on his own shoe. Kenkoshi laughs hysterically as he approaches, mocking Jisoo for holding his shoes as if they were a viable defense. As Kenkoshi swings his weapon, Jisoo uses his shoelaces to create a makeshift trap that successfully entangles and neutralizes the tonfa. To Kenkoshi's absolute shock, Jisoo quickly uses the laces to bind his hands together, stripping him of his tactical advantage. Jisoo coldly informs his disarmed opponent of his impending defeat before ending the battle with a decisive finishing blow. Bak Yong-ho gasps for air, completely exhausted by Jin Se-up's relentless assault, as Jin Se-up notices a familiar fire in his eye. Jin Se-up remarks that he hasn't seen that particular look since their first meeting, but Bak Yong-ho angrily dismisses any talk of their shared history. Jin Se-up insists the past cannot be ignored, reminding him that his skills and even his equipment were gifts from Thien Fong. He labels Bak Yong-ho as the mad dog of Thien Fong, a statement that cuts deep into his opponent's suppressed memories. Baek Yang-ho recalls his days of desperation and hunger, remembering the night he watched the Thien Phong gang feasting while he suffered. He vividly remembers the sound of his own starving stomach and the way the gang members cruelly chased him away like a common beggar. At that moment, pride no longer mattered to him as hunger became his only concern while he wandered without a home. Jin Seob, the leader of Chunpeng, invited him in because he admired the desperate madness in the young man's eyes. Jin Seob began training him into a lethal fighting machine, noting that his kicks were far more effective than his punches. After providing a weapon to amplify his strength, Jin Seob encouraged his new asset to continue honing his skill. Jin Seob taught him that only the victors are considered strong in their world, and Yang Ho followed every order. Eventually, Yang Ho realized that Chunpeng was not a salvation, but a rotten noose tightening around his neck. Returning to the present, Jin Seob rages at Jisoo and his friends, calling Yang Ho a pathetic traitor for coming back. He mocks Yang Ho as a lonely orphan with nowhere to go, just as a figure strikes like a bolt of lightning. Yuzu arrives in time to block a lethal strike with a metallic clash, leaving Jin Seob stunned by the sudden intervention. Jin Seob is incredulous that anyone would risk their life to shield a piece of human trash like the orphan Park Yang-ho. Spitting blood, he bitterly concludes that their strength is derived from the foolish desire to protect one another. He claims he would be invincible too with such a cause, and mocks them for their perceived arrogance and reliance on weapons. He surveys the battlefield where his elite forces now lie scattered and groaning in agony after their total defeat. Despite his wounds, Park Yang-ho tells his allies to step aside, insisting that this confrontation is his responsibility alone. Jin Seob sneers at the group, questioning why they would go to such lengths for a treacherous bastard like Yang-ho. He recalls the night Yang-ho proved his loyalty by brutally attacking another group to earn his way back into Chunpeng. In the memory, a battered young man grovels on the ground and begs Yang-ho for forgiveness and mercy. Yang-ho only responded with a savage smirk, mocking the plea for mercy that he had once fruitlessly offered others. He told the victim that his useless ears were merely extra weight and decided to lighten the man's load. Yang-ho coldly drew a dagger and sliced off the man's ear, leaving him screaming in despair as he walked away. After rejoining Thien Phong through a bloody path, Park Yang-ho finally sheds his identity as weak prey to become a true predator. Addicted to the sweet taste of power and craving more, he is ready to do anything to prove his strength until he receives a new assignment. The mission seems perfect for a risk-taker, promising a major profit for Thien Phong through a lucrative partnership offer from Gang Un. He is questioned about whether he remembers BPU Jiang, the individual notorious for running telephone scams in the past. Though he recalls the danger, he is told he can profit without risk by simply providing manpower instead of doing the work himself. The source of labor is the Dongnam orphanage, where the director has fallen deep into debt due to a severe gambling addiction. Hearing that the director intends to sell the children to pay his debts like a money-making machine becomes the final straw for Park Yang-ho. Having once had a family himself, he cannot ignore the plight of the children and refuses to forgive anyone who threatens those he considers kin. That night he storms Director Choi's gambling den with a club, destroying the cards and seizing the man for his heartless treatment of the children. He growls in a frigid tone, condemning the man as human trash for crossing the line by using innocent children to settle his gambling debts. Pressing the weapon against the man's throat, he offers a choice to leave the orphanage immediately or face public exposure and death. As the sound of shattering glass echoes through the night, a girl from the shelter rushes down, hoping the noise was merely thunder. She freezes at the bottom of the stairs when she sees Park Yang-ho emerging from the director's office amidst the wreckage. His cold gaze brushes past her without emotion before he vanishes into the shadows, leading to a confrontation at the Thien Phong base. Jin Seop smokes as he reveals the director cut contact to deal with others, questioning Yang-ho's motives while the latter gives a bitter smile. Yang-ho retorts that it is only natural to seek better opportunities rather than remaining a loyal dog to a group of failures forever. Realizing Yang-ho intends to hijack their business, Jin Seop curses his decision to ever take in such an ungrateful and wild animal. In their current life-and-death struggle, Jin Seop screams that Yang-ho must die for choosing those orphans over his loyalty to Thien Phong. Jin Seop welcomes the chance for revenge as Yang-ho vows to end everything today, while Jisoo desperately questions why they won't retreat. Jisoo looks around at the lopsided 4-on-1 confrontation as Jin Seop breaks into a mocking laugh. A A cunning and infuriating smile appears as the odds seem to be 4 against 1, but dozens of figures suddenly emerge from the shadows to surround them. These are all members of the Heavenly Wind, heavily armed and ready for battle, leaving Jinduin and the blonde youth shocked by their sudden arrival. With bloodthirsty glares and smirks, Jin Seop orders his men to finish them off, sending a pack of hungry wolves charging at Jisoo and his exhausted friends. Jinduin remains calm amidst the chaos and shouts for them to form a triangle to protect each other's blind spots while handling their share of the enemy. The blonde youth agrees while Park Yong-ho watches in stunned silence, realizing that his companions are staying to fight for him despite having no stake in it. A long-lost sense of warmth begins to seep into Yang-ho's frozen heart, but he is quickly snapped back to reality and told to focus on the battle. A sudden punch from Jin Seop forces Yang-ho to stay alert as his rival declares their business unfinished, prompting him to agree to end their bitter fate. The battle erupts on two fronts as Jisoo, Jinduin, and Kung Min form a solid unit against the sea of enemies while Park Yang-ho charges at Jin Seop. In a clash of hatred and betrayal, Yang-ho unleashes a barrage of kicks against Jin Seop's armor, but the villain merely mocks his weak efforts. Jin Seop claims leaving the Heavenly Wind was Yang-ho's greatest mistake before throwing an ironclad punch that Yang-ho desperately tries to block. The protective greave, both his weapon and symbol, shatters into pieces, leaving Yang-ho in a state of panic now that his only source of confidence is gone. Jin Seop gives a devilish laugh and asks Yang-ho what he will do now, promising to remind him of just how pathetic he used to be. Calling him a traitor, Jin Seop lunges forward and delivers a devastating blow that sends Yang-ho to his knees with blood trickling from his mouth. Jin Seop roars that without the Heavenly Wind or his guidance, Yang-ho is nothing but a failure, while Yang-ho stares down at his broken equipment. With a heavy heart, Yang-ho wonders if this is the end and if he will lose so miserably, but then his gaze shifts toward Jisoo and the other. Seeing his companions fighting resiliently and taking down enemies despite being surrounded, Yang-ho feels a surge of shame for wanting to give up. To Jin Seop's surprise, Park Yang-ho decisively removes his remaining greave and shouts that he no longer needs it, telling his rival to take it back. Vowing to show his true self, Yang-ho takes a fierce Muay Thai stance, though deep down, he is trembling with uncertainty about fighting unprotected. Yang-ho is unsure of what will happen without his gear, while Jin Seop sneers and asks if he truly has a death wish. Jin Seop warns him about the consequences of removing the gear and charges like a mad beast, forcing Yang-ho to focus entirely on dodging the lethal strikes. Miraculously, Yang-ho manages to dodge a punch that grazes his ear, feeling his footsteps grow lighter as he evades every attack. Yang-ho realizes that the leg weights he once considered protective gear were actually chains that had been holding him back all along. Now that the burden is lifted, his body becomes incredibly agile as he leaps up to deliver a swift knee strike to Jin Seop's face. Yang-ho marvels at his newfound speed, while a staggering Jin Seop wonders if his opponent is manifesting some sort of protagonist aura. Jin Seop attacks again, but Yang-ho leaps into the air, recalling Jin Seop's old claim that the winner is the one who is truly strong. The leg weights were a lie meant to imprison rather than protect him, and now that the shackles are gone, Jin Seop is finally defeated. Jin Seop falls in disbelief, wondering how he lost to an orphan he once intended to exploit and discard like trash. He makes one final desperate charge, but the transformed Park Yang-ho ends the fight with a lightning-fast and powerful kick. As the battle concludes, Park Yang-ho stands panting, reflecting on the lesson that the winner is indeed the one who is strong. The Heavenly Wind members panic at their leader's defeat, just as Gi-soo returns to challenge the remaining group. Gi-soo taunts the hesitant crowd, daring them to step forward and fight if they have the courage to face him. Terrified by the overwhelming momentum of the three friends, the gang flees the scene as an exhausted Yang-ho collapses to the ground. Gi-soo reaches out a hand to the fallen Yang-ho, telling him to stand up and noting how much better he fights without the weights. The gesture leaves Yang-ho stunned, as it perfectly mirrors the moment Gi-soo promised him a proper rematch after their first fight. Though he once found Gi-soo annoying, Yang-ho feels a surge of emotion and takes his hand in a silent gesture of thanks. Gi-soo brushes off the gratitude and directs Yang-ho's attention toward the young girl who is running toward them. Young-hee-hun rushes into Yang-ho's arms with tears streaming down her face, crying out about how much she missed and worried for him. For the first time in years, Park Yang-ho feels the warmth of genuine affection, and a sincere smile of happiness spreads across his face. The next day at Six Gates School, The piece is interrupted as Gi-soo frantically searches his bag for his missing wallet. Panic takes over as he realizes his bank and student cards are gone, just as two other students happen to walk past him. Their whispering startles Jisoo and Jindu as they overhear rumors about the Heaven Room and how Park Yang-ho's gang was reportedly wiped out by someone. They claim Park Yang-ho was even sent to a reformatory, which Jisoo mutters is nonsense until he freezes upon seeing Park Yang-ho standing right in front of the two students. The smiles on their faces vanish instantly under Park Yang-ho's razor-sharp gaze as one of them stammers, questioning why a dropout like him is back at school. Park Yang-ho coldly tells them it is none of their business and warns them to stop gossiping, threatening to meet them in the arena if he catches them again. Witnessing the scene, a sense of warmth begins to spread through Jisoo's heart. Park Yang-ho realizes he made the right choice as he sits alone in class 1-3, sighing after his long absence from school. Feeling exhausted and out of place, he recalls his promise to Jung Hyun and her tearful plea for him to return to his study. A smile crosses his face at the thought of Jung Hyun, reminding him to keep his word, just as Kang In-ha and his followers burst in. Jung In-ha mocks him for returning and mentions his feat of dismantling the Hyun gang, but Park Yang-ho remains silent and indifferent. Ignoring Kang In-ha's claim that he has nowhere to go, Park Yang-ho dismisses the suggestion to join Gang Un's reserve team and walks away. Declaring that he will find his own path to survive, Park Yang-ho spends the evening packing his belongings in his small, dilapidated room. Although joining Gang Un offered the stability of an apartment and a sense of belonging, he realized that fighting only brought more turmoil. Having experienced nothing but violence and betrayal, he understands that he doesn't need a powerful organization, but rather a true family. Finding his true home at the Gangnam shelter, Park Yang-ho is greeted by the overwhelming joy and excitement of the children upon his return. Their hero has returned, and under the warm lights, he is surprised to find Gi-soo, Jinwoo, and their blonde friend waiting with bags of fruit. Jung Hyun happily explains she is repaying their help, while Jinwoo pats Park Yang-ho on the shoulder, praising his return to school. Jinwoo mentions they still have unsettled business, to which Park Yang-ho confidently retorts that he would only need a single strike to win. After a light-hearted warning about his boasting, Gi-soo asks if the motorcycle issue is resolved, and Park Yang-ho says he will face the owner soon. Though the owner's identity is a mystery, rumors suggest he is a notorious student named Hwang Hyunjin, the leader of Jinsan High School. As a top-tier motorcycle enthusiast, Hwang Hyunjin stands before his incinerated bike in a murderous rage, swearing vengeance on the culprit. A subordinate calls him over to see something, and Hwang Hyunjin freezes in horror at the discovery just as the scene shifts back to the shelter. Gi-soo asks about a possible connection to Chunpeng, but Park Yang-ho explains that the gang was actually the target of retaliation for the incident. He notes that large organizations like Gang Un often hire Chunpeng for dirty work, suggesting the bike burning was a job that led to their punishment. Remarking on the excessive cruelty of the act, he mentions hearing about a ruthless and inhumane organization known as the Bixian Council for the first time. Upon hearing the name of the Bixian Council, Gi-soo shudders as a terrifying nightmare from his past threatens to resurface. The sunlight seems to share in Jisoo's joy as he prepares for his date with Jiang Mi, whose appearance leaves him breathless. Dressed in casual clothes, Jiang Mi looks adorable and quite different from her usual combat persona, yet Jisoo feels a lingering sense of unease. Young-ho's warning about the Bixian society haunts him, as Jiang Mi was once their target, and his simple check-in text had unexpectedly turned into a date. Caught between shyness and happiness, Jisoo's heart races as they walk through the streets filled with the sound of their laughter. Jisoo realizes she is the first person he has ever truly loved as the waiter arrives with their order of pasta, ice cream, and mushroom risotto. Having spent the entire night researching date spots and reviews to impress her, Jisoo smiles and encourages Jiang Mi to enjoy the meal. Feeling that everything is going perfectly, Jisoo suggests visiting a scenic cafe next, though he notices Jiang Mi hesitate for a moment. Although she agrees to go, Jisoo senses her discomfort and wonders if something is wrong as they arrive at a pastel-pink cafe. Jisoo continues to act as a dating expert, mentioning that the cafe's desserts are highly rated and famous on social media. He encourages her to pick a treat, noting that the sweets are a safe bet, before the cashier announces the total is 23,800 won. Having lost his wallet, Jisoo fumbles through his pockets for cash and accidentally drops several coins on the floor. Jiang Mi quickly pays with her card, explaining that she wants to repay him for all his help, a gesture that leaves Jisoo feeling disheartened. Though he thanks her, Jisoo loses his appetite as he worries that she only views their time together as a way to settle a debt. Fearing he has been delusional and is only bothering her, Jisoo gathers his courage to admit that he has never been on a date before. When he asks if his plans were terrible, a startled Jiang Mi confesses that she actually dislikes Western food and finds pink cafes embarrassing. Jisoo is stunned to learn her true preferences as a blushing Jiang Mi admits that even the restaurant they visited was not to her liking. Surprised and amused, Jisoo suggests they try something else, leading them to a destination that makes him want to turn back in fear. Jiang Mi's eyes light up with excitement as she brings him to an amusement park, heading straight for a massive thrill ride. As the ride begins its chaotic movements, Jiang Mi screams with delight while a terrified Jisoo realizes this is what she truly enjoys. Jisoo finally understands her real personality, but his stomach proves to be far less resilient than hers by the time the ride concludes. Jisoo rushes out to vomit, but before he can recover, Jiang Mi pulls him along to try the roller coaster and other attractions. Jiang Mi finds the experience even more thrilling than before, while Jisoo loses all sense of reality on the freefall tower. He clings tightly to the safety bar, feeling as though his soul has drifted away after a full day of excitement. Jisoo eventually collapses in exhaustion, while Jiang Mi giggles at him as two mysterious figures watch them from a distance. Identifying him as Jisoo from Lukmun High School, the strangers watch as Jiang Mi expresses how much she enjoyed the rare outing. She admits that being stuck in study rooms is suffocating, and Jisoo agrees, feeling a sense of happiness despite his lingering fear. Jisoo thanks her for the exciting day, prompting Jiang Mi to suggest that they should start meeting each other more often. Resolving to be bolder, Jisoo takes a deep breath to ask her out for the following week when they are suddenly interrupted. A blinding motorcycle headlight shines directly into their faces as a voice mockingly announces that they have finally found the student. Hong Hin Jin steps off his bike and arrogantly demands to know where Jisoo has been hiding all day. Luck recognizes the motorcycle that Park Yong-ho had previously targeted as Hong Hin Jin holds up a lost wallet. After finding Jisoo's Lukmun High School ID inside the wallet, Hong Hin Jin finds the situation increasingly amusing. Jisoo claims the wallet, but Hong Hin Jin roars in anger, accusing him of damaging the bike before going on a date. Threatening to make Jisoo regret his very existence, the bully ignores Jisoo's attempts to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. Hong Hin Jin charges like a mad beast, intent on beating the truth out of Jisoo, who prepares to defend against his wrestling moves. Jisoo successfully dodges the attack, prompting a sickly smile from Hong Hin Jin, who seems impressed by his opponent's physical condition. Jiang Mi rushes forward and screams for them to stop, but Hong Hin Jin merely finds her presence to be an annoying distraction. Jisoo warns her to stay away, but two of the thugs block her path and tell her not to interfere with their leader. Jiang Mi glares at the men, who laugh and mockingly tell her to leave because they claim they do not hit women. Jiang Mi suddenly launches a high kick at them, but one of the men catches her leg and gives her a devious smile. The attacker feels no guilt striking someone of Jiang Mi's size, but she smirks after successfully blocking the unexpected blow. Seeing Jiang Mi in danger, Jisoo roars in fury at the attackers and tries to rush forward, but Hwang Hee-jin grabs him by the collar. With a malicious glint in his eyes, Hwang Hee-jin throws Jisoo backward with terrifying force and decides to handle the boy himself. Jisoo realizes that Lee Rai is now incapacitated, and that only his five-punch technique can resolve the situation and secure a victory. Jisoo takes a fighting stance for a life-or-death struggle, while Kang In-ha hurries to his father's office inside a luxurious villa. Sweating profusely, Kang In-ha asks why he was summoned, and his father inquires if he has been visiting his older brother lately. The cold-voiced boss of Gang-un, Kang-hoo, tells his son to help his brother and compares In-ha's lack of progress to his brother's past success. Kang-hoo warns that he will never hand over even the smallest part of his empire to someone too incompetent to take over a single school. Bowing his head with clenched fists, Kang In-ha swallows his resentment and assures his father that he has a plan of his own. In a deserted alley, the Jin-san school leader Hwang Hee-jin loses his temper and launches a relentless barrage of strikes against Jisoo. Jisoo manages to block every punch, forcing Hwang Hee-jin to change his tactics and close the distance when his strikes prove ineffective. Hwang Hee-jin attempts the same takedown that defeated Jisoo before, but this time Jisoo stands his ground with his feet firmly planted. Jisoo stares into his opponent's surprised eyes and explains that he is now used to such moves, recalling his training to lower his center of gravity. Realizing Jisoo has been training rather than just dating, Hwang Hee-jin smirks and uses his full strength to lift Jisoo off the ground. Possessing superior raw strength, Hwang Hee-jin tosses Jisoo aside like a ragdoll, sending him crashing into a filthy, soaking puddle. Hwang Hee-jin immediately pins Jisoo down and shoves his head into the water, mockingly asking if he thought blocking a few hits meant victory. With a bitter voice, Hwang Hee-jin begins to recount his hellish past, explaining how he was once weak and constantly teased for being cute. He recalls being targeted and bullied by the entire school simply because one person hated cute boys, leading him to a grim realization. To defeat monsters, he decided he had to become one, enduring grueling training just to see his former tormentors tremble in fear. Having achieved his goal of becoming a man everyone fears, he demands to know who is cute now, just as the moment takes a turn. Jisoo takes a mouthful of dirty water and spits it into Hong Hin-jin's face, using the distraction to break free and leap backward. Jisoo shouts that he was not responsible for the damage to the car, while Hong Hin-jin curses him for using such a filthy tactic. Roaring with rage, Hong Hin-jin charges and pins Jisoo against a wall, remarking that he is the most adorable opponent he has ever beat. Trapped and desperate to buy time, Jisoo decides to employ psychological warfare by striking at his opponent's emotional weaknesses. Jisoo mocks him for still being a cute little boy, a comment that acts like a fuse and causes Hong Hin-jin's temper to explode. Hong Hin-jin tightens his grip until Jisoo lets out a sharp cry, though the scream is intended for more than just expressing pain. The cry serves as a signal for Jiang Mi, who descends like a goddess of war after having already incapacitated all of the henchmen. Filled with killing intent, Jiang Mi declares she will not forgive them for ruining her good mood as she prepares to strike. Jiang Mi lands a devastating kick on Hong Hin-jin, sending him crashing to the ground as she vows to finish them off. Jisoo checks on Jiang Mi, who playfully suggests they make a great team before asking why the Jin San students are after him. Jisoo feels a deep sense of gratitude toward his friend, but their relief is cut short when Hong Hin-jin's reflection appears in the water. Jiang Mi is stunned to see him standing again after she targeted his vital points, and Jisoo watches in disbelief as the brute recovers. Hong Hin-jin dismisses her powerful strike as nothing more than an itch and stares them down with a menacing, defiant gaze. Sensing the danger, Jisoo tells Jiang Mi to stay back, but Hong Hin-jin suddenly lunges forward and slams him against the wall. Gritting his teeth in fury, Hong Hin-jin mocks the idea of being called cute and demonstrates his terrifying physical power. Jisoo is shaken by the realization that his opponent is a monster and that his own perceived growth is nothing compared to such strength. When Jiang Mi tries to intervene, Hong Hin-jin loses his composure and delivers a kick that sends her reeling in pain. With a wicked smile, Hong Hin-jin declares his intention to return the favor, as he never leaves a debt unpaid. Before anyone can react, he seizes Jisoo once more and uses his immense strength to hoist the boy into the air. Hong Hin-jin lifts Jisoo high above the ground, leaving the boy pale with terror as he faces what seems like certain death. He decisively throws the boy to the ground to deliver a final blow, but a sliding motorcycle suddenly interrupts the moment. Hwang Hee-jin stands frozen in confusion, unable to comprehend why his own familiar motorcycle is sliding toward him. The high-speed bike forces Jisoo and Hwang Hee-jin apart, causing the latter to scream in uncontrollable rage. Hwang Hee-jin curses at whoever touched his bike while Jisoo slowly sits up as Park Yang-ho's voice echoes nearby. Yang-ho suggests that one should do proper research before picking a fight, prompting a surprised Jisoo to look up at him. Yang-ho coldly warns the man not to lash out at others, leaving Jisoo bewildered by his sudden appearance. 1 hour earlier at a city internet cafe, a defeat notification repeatedly flashes on a computer screen. Yang-ho sighs in frustration, blaming his poor luck and a terrible bottom lane for the loss despite his own efforts. Feeling hungry, Yang-ho decides to get some ramen just as an unknown hand suddenly rests on his shoulder. Yang-ho looks up in surprise, but the stranger quickly turns away after realizing he has the wrong person. Already irritated by his loss, Yang-ho aggressively confronts the man for touching him without saying a word. The man explains he mistook the Yukmoon uniform and tells Yang-ho to keep playing, further testing the boy's patience. The man flashes a smug smile and a middle finger, dismissively stating he has no business with a sore loser. Yang-ho grabs the man's collar in a rage, but the man snaps back that he is busy searching for someone else. Yang Ho glances at the man's phone and sees a photo of Jisoo inside a messaging application. The screen shows an urgent message from Hwang Hee-jin ordering the immediate capture of the Yukmoon freshman, Lee Jisoo. Yang Ho firmly grips the man's hand and demands to know why they are after Jisoo, but the man only mocks him. As Yang Ho raises his fist, the man's accomplice intervenes and repeats that the Yukmoon students should stay out of it. Fed up with the constant provocations and people touching him, Yang Ho declares that he intends to find out the truth. Sometime later, the subordinate is left badly beaten as Hwang Hee-jin sighs while processing the information he received. Yang Ho tells them they have it all wrong while glancing at Jisoo's group, leaving them confused about what he means. Yang Ho points to himself and declares that he was the one responsible, while Jisoo was actually trying to protect the bike. This revelation shocks Hwang Hee-jin, who points at Jisoo and accuses Yang Ho of talking nonsense just to protect his friend. Yang Ho coldly presents his phone as proof, showing a message from Gong Jin Seob ordering him to burn that specific motorcycle. Yang Ho confirms he was the one sent to burn it, leaving Hwang Hee-jin speechless and furious at the realization of such treachery. With a cold gaze, Yang Ho reveals that the order actually came from the Baeksan Union, causing Hwang Hee-jin to freeze in shock. Stunned by the mention of the Baeksan Union, Hwang Hee-jin grabs Yang Ho by the collar with a murderous look in his eye. He demands a full explanation as night falls, and after hearing the whole story, Hwang Hee-jin finally understands the situation. It becomes clear that the Baeksan Union hired runaways to burn the bike, prompting Jisoo to sigh and remind them he was innocent. Still seething with hatred, he curses the Baeksan Union for losing their minds and daring to cross the line so brazenly. Yang Ho is confused and asks what the Baeksan Union is and why they are targeting him, prompting Hwang Hee-jin to explain. The Baeksan Union wants to unify the high schools in Dongincheon, which is why they originally approached him some time ago. As he recounts the story, he recalls a man pouring expensive liquor and encouraging him to enjoy the high-priced drinks without worry. Initially, they acted friendly and used sweet flattery to get close to him, while he remained unaware of their true intention. A subordinate places a thick envelope on the table as the man offers it as a gift with a wicked, urging smile. He tells him to consider the offer, but warns with a dangerous expression that refusing it would come at a very high price. They soon reveal their true nature, demanding that he hand over Jin, saying hi to the Baeksan Union as he stares at the money. He naturally refused their offer and insulted them, but things quickly took a turn for the worse as they began to take action. A series of brawls followed as they carried out brutal group violence, extortion, and various other crimes against Jin Sang-hai. Some areas were even set ablaze as the Baeksan Union turned his school into a living hell, leaving Jisoo and Yang Ho stunned. He declares his resolve to protect the school at any cost rather than surrender, his voice weary but unwavering. His gaze shifts forward as he reflects on how the Baeksan society has seized control of every school in the region, except for Yukmoon and Jin Sang-hai. Hwang Hee-jin realizes that resistance is nearly impossible because the Baeksan society's 5 dragons consist of the strongest fighters from every school. Inside a luxurious building, Kwon sits with his feet up, listening to the discussion and cursing the incompetence of the Chun Pung group for failing their task. Identified as Baeksan Society Number 5, Tyron Kwon of Yongmoon Jin Hai expresses his frustration while the large man beside him joins the conversation. Choi No-moon, the 4th-ranked member of the Baeksan Society from Yongsan Han Hai, suggests they should immediately move to crush Jin Sang-hai. Maria smiles with amusement and declares her intention to personally deal with the boy named Hwang Hee-jin. As the 3rd-ranked member of the Baeksan Society from Yongdu Sang-hai, Maria's statement prompts the man beside her to laugh at her peculiar taste. Maria reacts with anger as the man explains that Jin Sang-hai will remain on standby, awaiting orders from their superiors while halting all current action. Holding a glass of wine, he maintains a serious expression while emphasizing the need to focus on their current objective. Zen Chai, the 2nd-ranked member from Yongkwan Donghai, reminds them of their leader's warning against foolishness before a crucial meeting and tells them to behave. Chai considers this the final step in unifying the Yongneung district just as an unexpected voice interrupts the group with a polite greeting. Kang In-ha enters the room and immediately addresses the 5 dragons of the Baeksan Society, without any hesitation. With a delighted smile, In-ha greets the assembly, and Chai responds with a welcoming grin, expressing his own pleasure at the meeting. Chai adds that it is an honor to meet the successor of the Kang-un group, leaving the others in the room confused about the situation. Another figure appears, a tall and muscular man who smiles as he observes that the place remains as extravagant as ever. Sun Seok-woo of Yuk Moon High remarks on their seemingly successful business ventures with a fierce and intimidating expression. Chai laughs off the comment and discreetly drops a pill into a glass of wine before offering the drink to Seok-woo as a gesture of hospitality. Seok-woo eagerly accepts the glass, anticipating a refreshing drink after his long journey. As Seok-woo raises the glass to his lips and jokes about his reasons for coming, Kang In-ha suddenly reaches out to stop him. His gaze becomes intensely cold as he warns that they are not there for games, displaying a level of power that leaves the other man startled while Chai silently observes. Chai realizes that the successor of Kang Un-pa is truly formidable, just as Seok-woo decisively sets his glass down on the table. Seok-woo insists on starting immediately as his hands begin to tremble with anticipation, prompting In-ha to laugh and nod in agreement. In-ha acknowledges Seok-woo's desire to get straight to business and decides to skip the pleasantries to address the main topic directly. In-ha asks if Seok-woo intends to use the Baeksan Society's power to seize the Yu K-mung gym, recalling the candy he provided previously. In-ha notes that the previous candy did not seem to be very effective, a statement that leaves Chai feeling deeply perplexed. When Chai questions if the candy was used properly, Seok-woo stares back and clarifies that while it had an effect, it was not enough. Seok-woo confidently claims that defeating Gang-young requires even more power, noting that despite the Baeksan Society's fame, they lack a certain spark. An annoying fly suddenly appears and irritates him, but the information he shares leaves Chai stunned and deep in thought. Chai wonders if Gang-young is truly that powerful, as his own investigation had not indicated such a high level of strength. One crushes the fly with 3 fingers as his face fills with rage, berating the man for his complete lack of respect and manners. One issues a lethal threat that causes Seok-woo to lose his composure and question if the insult was directed at him. One continues to scold him, telling him to sit quietly and listen if he came to ask for help instead of acting so arrogant before suddenly standing up. One hurls another insult, prompting Chai to quickly intervene and tell both men to stop before the situation escalates further. Chai reminds them that this is no place for a brawl, and Kang In-ha glares at his companion to signal him to calm down. Seok-woo reluctantly sits back down while grumbling about his forced restraint, then suddenly remembers to ask another question. Seok-woo asks if there is a higher quality version of the candy available, while Chai maintains an unnerving silence. Chai loses his patience and slams his glass onto the table, visibly irritated by the constant talk regarding the candy. Chai sternly asks if they take the Baeksan Society for mere drug dealers, leaving Kang In-ha stunned by the broken table as Chai asserts they did not rise to power through such means. Chai continues his warning, stating that if their boss did not have a long-standing connection with Gang Hui from their time in the reformatory. Kang In-ha realizes something unsettling from the conversation and wonders if the other man intends to betray Kang Gunpa. Chai glances at him and explains that his past support was never based on any trust in In-ha. Instead, it was their background that mattered, and after a brief silence, he admits that Yuk Mang Kwan's reputation is quite alluring. He mentions their glorious past of conquering the Dong Myung area and the existence of Sung High School while everyone listens intently. A sinister smile appears on Chai's face as he expresses a desire to cooperate for mutual profit, provided he can trust the one offering the deal. Realizing Chai's true intentions, Kang In-ha grows serious and demands he speak plainly, prompting Chai to raise his glass and note that no alliance comes for free. After draining his glass in one gulp, Chai suggests with a calculating tone that he might reconsider if certain requirements are met. With a look of deep calculation, he promises to think more positively about the deal as the scene shifts to the following morning. At a city park, Jisoo pushes himself through a rigorous workout while reflecting on the events of the previous day. Filled with anger, he wonders if the Baeksan Society truly intends to seize control of every school in the Dong Myung area. Recalling Hwang Hee-jin's grave expression, Jisoo realizes that if the Beak-san Society's elite forces take action, Jin Sanghai's future will be bleak. The situation feels increasingly dire as even those he considered fearless express concern over the true extent of the Beak-san Society's power. Remembering how easily Hwang Hee-jin overpowered him the day before, Jisoo blames himself for being unable to match his opponent's strength. He acknowledges that without the help of Kang Mi and Yang Ho, he would have certainly lost, just as he accidentally slips and falls to the ground. Ignoring his fall, Jisoo focuses on his own weakness and the need to grow stronger just as two familiar figures suddenly approach him. Jisoo is surprised to see his friend, and the black-haired boy asks in disbelief if he is really training during his lunch break. After Jisoo confirms that the Beak-san Society is taking over schools in Dongmyeon, he notes that only Yuk Mang Kwan and Jin Sanghai remain. He explains their overwhelming strength and how the expanding conflict has turned the students of captured schools into little more than slaves. Describing the situation as a living hell, the orange-haired boy wonders if even the Beak-san Society would truly be able to challenge them. Jisoo sighs and reflects on the fact that Yuk Mang Kwan is no ordinary group, though they are not his primary concern at the moment. Jisoo admits feeling weak lately and glances at Zoin with an ulterior motive, asking for a way to counter skilled grapplers who leave him helpless. Zoin falls into deep thought, reflecting that even he finds grapplers difficult to handle since wrestling is entirely different from striking. Jisoo sighs in despair at Zoin's words, but Zoin suddenly mentions that he knows someone who might be able to help. The orange-haired boy realizes Zoin is referring to a certain senior, leaving Jisoo confused about this mysterious person's identity. Nearby, a group of people plays soccer until the ball flies out of bounds, prompting the goalkeeper to angrily scold the player responsible. The player bows and apologizes repeatedly, feeling a sense of regret because his shot had almost been a goal. His friend suddenly stops him, as they realize the ball has rolled into the Yuk Mang Kwan training grounds. Terrified by the location, the group becomes anxious, and the orange-haired boy immediately turns to leave. They complain about the ruined match and urge each other to stay away to avoid getting into serious trouble. Jisoo notices the sign for the Yuk Mang Kwan training area in the middle of an empty lot and realizes where he has arrived. Despite the eerie atmosphere and the sound of a crowing rooster, Jisoo ignores the warnings and slowly steps inside. Jisoo calls out to the empty space, asking if there is anyone present. Jisoo, a first-year student, slowly opens the door to speak, unaware of the terrifying figure looming behind him. Feeling irritated, Jisoo's Yu demands to know who he is as Jisoo turns around, wondering if this is the senior No Seung-woo. Seung-Yu's massive hand grips Jisoo's shoulder with agonizing force, leaving the boy helpless as events unfold too quickly. Jisoo is stunned by the man's overwhelming power before being slammed violently onto the ground. Seung-Yu pins Jisoo's head down and questions if he is ignorant of the rules, leaving the younger boy completely bewildered. Jisoo struggles to understand the situation, while Seung-Yu coldly declares that the Yuk Mang Wan training area is off-limits. This man is No Seung-woo, one of the top 3 in Yuk Mang Wan, as the memory shifts back to a previous conversation. A black-haired student mentions knowing a certain person, while his orange-haired companion asks if he means that specific senior. Jisoo is confused about the senior's identity, until the black-haired student explains that 3 powerful fighters were recognized after senior Jang Young unified Yuk Mang Wan. Jisoo listens closely as he learns about the student council's 3 strongest, which includes the current president and 2 others. One of these individuals is described as the most powerful fighter in Yuk Mang Wan, a second-year student named No Seung-woo. Thrilled by the prospect of a legendary fighter, Jisoo wonders why he hasn't seen him at the arena, prompting his friend to explain. He reveals that the senior left the student council for various reasons, and now spends most of his time in the area behind the school. Jisoo immediately rushes off to challenge the man, ignoring his orange-haired friend's desperate attempts to stop him. The black-haired student realizes the danger, knowing the terrifying reputation of the man they were just discussing. Back in the present, Seung-Yu maintains his terrifying grip on Jisoo and reiterates that the area is strictly forbidden. Jisoo remains confused about the restriction, still unaware that he is facing No Seung-woo, one of the legendary 3 strongest. Noting that Jisoo is confused and appears to be a freshman, Seung-Yu decides to let him go with a warning. Seung-Yu orders him never to set foot in the rear area again, leading a startled Jisoo to bow and apologize for his ignorance. After being told to leave, Jisoo watches the senior's retreating figure and wonders about the true identity of the man he just encountered. As evening approaches, Seung-woo enters the warehouse carrying a bag of food. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, he finds it strange that someone would dare approach the area, wondering if the intruder was a transfer student. Hearing a voice from within, he calls out gently to Do and to let him know he has returned. He reassures the frightened Do and that the danger has passed, prompting the boy to wipe away his tears and recount what happened. Doon explains how the sound of Tyreno barking and the door opening terrified him, but Seung-woo calms him by saying the intruder has been dealt with. After confirming that they are finally safe, Seung-woo promises to always protect the area as long as he is there. He offers Do-eun some tea deokbokki he bought, causing the boy's fear to vanish as they sit down to eat together. When asked why he isn't eating the delicious food, Seung-woo simply smiles and shakes his head. He claims to still be full from a large lunch, reminding Do-eun that the school served a special meal for his birthday. Do-eun smiles brightly, expressing his excitement about returning to school and receiving a wonderful birthday gift. Seung-woo listens quietly as Do-eun asks if he wants anything specific or a surprise party for his birthday. He replies that having Do-eun there is enough and tells him to wait for his return from work the next day. The atmosphere turns somber when Do-eun mentions how nice it would be if their mother could join the celebration. Seung-woo explains that their mother is busy dealing with bad people, but promises she will return once everything is settled. Though Do-eun remains sad while he eats, Seung-woo encourages him to be patient for just a little while longer. The following day, the black-haired and orange-haired students continue to tease Jisoo about his recent encounter. Seung complains about his injuries and laments the strict rules forbidding anyone from entering the warehouse area. His friend notes that the senior was not always so hostile, sparking Jisoo's curiosity about when his behavior changed. He explains that the senior was once social, but suddenly isolated himself in the warehouse during his second year and began acting strangely. Since Kang Young issued a ban on the area, Jisoo realizes the senior's strength is undeniable after being easily overpowered by him. Jisoo approaches and wonders if their first meeting was a disaster, then considers asking if anyone at the gym excels at wrestling. He refuses to give up even if this fails, knowing he must learn from a true expert to grow stronger quickly. Several days pass at the vast school campus as Seung-woo walks alone toward a familiar location. Unaware that he is being followed, Seung-woo continues on while Jisoo smiles triumphantly, ready to put his plan into motion. Jisoo had spent the past few days asking around about Seung-woo, but everyone he approached reacted with discomfort and avoided the subject. People noted that they rarely saw Seung-woo anymore and suggested he spent all his time at the stable, leaving Jisoo disappointed. Just as Jisoo begins to lose hope, Lee-young-ho mentions that he spotted Seung-woo once before, providing a new light. When Jisoo asks for the location, Lee-young-ho recalls seeing him while having a barbecue dinner with children from the orphanage. Lee-young-ho explains that Seung-woo was working at the restaurant, and the news of this part-time job gives Jisoo a sense of hope. The scene shifts to a popular barbecue restaurant in the city where customers are lively and engaged in conversation. As patrons praise the delicious food, Seung-woo appears like a completely different person while politely serving the guests. Watching from the outside, Jisoo is stunned to see Seung-woo working with such a bright smile on his face. Jisoo questions if this is the same man he knows, just as a loud thud echoes through the restaurant when someone slams a table. Seung-woo turns to find a group of thugs smiling smugly at him, demanding that he come over and grill their meat for them. Seung-woo is visibly unsettled by their presence and asks why they have come, prompting the thugs to mock him further. They joke about him trying to play hide and seek, forcing them to track him down, while Jisoo watches the confrontation with confusion. The thugs continue to taunt him, mentioning how he continues to send money home despite being in hiding. They insult his mother for her mounting debts and for leaving him behind, causing Seung-woo's expression to darken with anger. Seung-woo questions their arrival since he already sent his payment, but the thugs tell him to relax as they are not there for money. They explain that they simply came to say goodbye because someone else has purchased all of his outstanding debt. Seung-woo is stunned by the news of his debt being purchased, while Zeukun nonchalantly sips his drink and dismisses the cost. Zeukun acts as if the matter is trivial, noting that Seung-woo clearly holds some specific value to the new debt owner. While Seung-woo stands frozen in confusion over the unfamiliar concept of debt transfer, Zeukun mocks him with claims of being ethical. As Seung-woo remains lost in thought, Zeukun reveals that the buyers had inquired about what he cherished most in the world. Zukin mockingly admits he told them about the young boy Seung Yu is raising, causing Seung Yu to shatter the glass in his hand with rage. Enraged by the mention of his family, Seung Yu lashes out at the men as the other patrons in the bar watch in shock. Losing all composure, Seung Yu warns them never to lay a finger on Du, and while the others observe his erratic behavior. Unfazed by the outburst, Zukin suggests that instead of throwing a tantrum, Seung Yu should go check on the boy immediately. Seung Yu violently throws Zukin to the ground and storms out, issuing a chilling warning about what will happen if Duin is harmed. With a murderous glare, he threatens to kill them all before rushing out of the building in a desperate hurry. Jisoo watches in utter astonishment as his senior sprints away toward an unknown destination. Seung Yu's mind races with fear, desperately hoping that his secret hiding place has not been discovered by his enemy. He arrives at his familiar warehouse and bursts through the door, frantically calling out Du-en's name. Finding the place in total disarray and the boy gone, Seung Yu's expression turns grave as he realizes the severity of the situation. He struggles to understand how they found a location even the loan sharks didn't know about, as the scene shifts to an origami chicken. Elsewhere, Du-en walks happily down the street with his new colored paper, excited to give a gift to Seung Yu after work. While Du-en imagines Seung Yu's joy at the surprise birthday gesture, a group of strangers suddenly calls out to him from behind. Startled by the large men, Du-en listens as they smile wickedly and begin to question him. The men claim to be friends of his brother and invite him to play as night falls, and Seung Yu's voice begins to echo through the area. Exhausted and filled with regret, Seung Yu continues his search until he suddenly hears a voice calling out to him from the shadows. Hearing a familiar voice, Du-en runs toward Seung Woo, who calls out in relief upon seeing the boy is safe. Seung Woo rushes to his side and asks where he had been, expressing how worried he was while Du-en smiles and explains. Du-en apologizes for trying to throw a surprise party, but Seung Woo ignores the gesture and hugs him tightly, repeating his previous warning. With a rare, gentle smile, Seung Woo tells Du-en that his presence alone is enough and asks why he did not listen. Du-en comforts Seung Woo and mentions that his friend was the one who helped him arrive safely. At that moment, an impostor and his men approach, greeting Seung Woo and confirming his identity. Wearing a strange smile, the man introduces himself as Kim Juiok, the massive director of the Baeksan Group. Seung Woo's expression turns grim as he recalls a debt collector's warning about a group that had purchased all of his outstanding debts. Realizing these men are the ones who bought his debt, Seung Woo watches as they stare him down. They inform him that he now owes the Baeksan Group and should consider them his new employers. Uninterested, Seung Woo turns to leave with Du-en, stating he has no intention of paying people he does not even know. He tells them to get lost, secretly worrying that a confrontation would put Du-en in danger and deciding to avoid them for now. Suddenly, a large hand grabs Du-en's arm as Juiok smiles wickedly and refuses to let them leave. With malicious intent, he snatches the chicken-shaped gift from Du-en's hand and mocks the boy's attempt to escape. Du-en begs for the birthday gift back, but Juiok ignores him and cruelly crushes the toy in his grip. Juiok drops the ruined toy and tells the boy that life is hard when your guardian lacks money or power. Enraged by these actions, Seung Woo prepares to react just as Jisoo rushes in and delivers a powerful kick to Juiok's face. Seung Woo is confused by the sudden intervention, while Jisoo ignores the crowd and thinks back to the small child. Recalling the toys he saw earlier, Jisoo finally understands why Seung Woo was so protective of the barn area. He realizes Seung Woo was secretly raising a child, while a frustrated Juiok demands to know who Jisoo is. Jisoo stands before the two of them, unconcerned, and asks his senior for permission to intervene since they are no longer in the stable. With a proud smile, Jisoo prepares to deal with the troublemakers as the story shifts back to Seung Yu's past. Seung Yu recalls the day he first met Du-en, noticing something unusual while heading to school as he normally did. He found Du-en sitting alone with an innocent expression, and reading a note from their mother telling him to send the boy to an orphanage made Seung Yu's blood boil with rage. Overwhelmed by anger, he wonders how their mother could possibly abandon a child in such a heartless manner. Reflecting on his own childhood, he remembers that his mother was his only family, though they had long since lost contact. His life had been a struggle for survival, filled with odd jobs because his mother constantly brought new boyfriends home. Looking at Du-en's innocent face, he realizes it would be simple to leave a complete stranger at an orphanage. Despite having no means to care for the boy, he is haunted by Du-en's words about their mother saying his older brother was his only family. Feeling conflicted as he sees his own past reflected in the boy's eyes, Seung-yu reaches out and gently strokes Doon's head. He promises to be Doon's family from that day forward, unable to abandon a child who shares the same emotional scars he once endured. After sharing his story with his senior, he explains how senior Kang Jong helped him secure a secret living space by managing the school's stable. Despite the hardships, Seung-yu never regretted his decision and found peace while watching Doon sleep soundly. Doon's presence became his sole reason for living, and the light that allowed him to endure his harsh reality. Returning to the present, a solemn Seung-yu places a hand on Jisu's shoulder and tells him there is no need for him to get involved. He instructs Jisu to focus on protecting Doon, leaving Jisu confused and wondering if his senior intends to fight the group alone. The white-haired thug charges forward while hurling insults, accusing Seung-yu of merely showing off in front of his younger brother. Seung-yu coldly catches the incoming punch with a single hand, leaving the attacker stunned that his blow was so easily stopped. Before the thug can react, Seung-yu decisively twists his arm back, forcing a scream of agony from the man. With a murderous glare, Seung-yu warns them that they should be grateful Doon is the only reason he is letting them live. Another man seeking trouble charges directly at Seung-yu, attempting a high kick to the face to catch him off guard. The attacker uses his long reach for a series of sneak attacks, leaving Jisu worried by the man's incredible speed and power. With an arrogant expression, the man boasts about his past as an international taekwondo competitor. He warns Seung-yu not to underestimate him as he knocks him to the ground, causing Doon to cry out for his brother in fear. Jisu holds Doon back, fearing the skilled kicker is too much to handle, but Seung-yu grabs the man's leg as if the blow meant nothing. Seung-yu firmly restrains the man's leg and mentions that taekwondo is his favorite sport, while a shocked Jisu covers Doon's eye. After seeing his subordinates fall, Ju-yi-ok sighs and steps forward, claiming he only meant to introduce the Beak-san group today. Ju-yi-ok charges with surprising speed despite his massive frame, catching Seung-yu off guard and leaving Jisu deeply concerned. Jisu worries about the massive weight difference and considers intervening, but his fears are quickly proven unnecessary. Seung-yu suddenly leaps onto Ju-yi-ok and secures a powerful grip, completely suppressing the large man before he can even react. Struggling to breathe, Ju-yi-ok is stunned by the speed of the attack as Seung-yu coldly warns him against making threats. Like a predator devouring its prey, Seung-yu completely overpowers Ju-yi-ok and tells him to be more polite when asking for money. Jisu is left speechless by Seung-yu's terrifying strength while elsewhere, a man adorned in gold jewelry receives a report on the failure. A defeated Ju-yi-ok helps his men and apologizes for the loss, prompting the man on the phone to mockingly ask if they were beat. Despite being the fifth-ranked member of the Beak-san group and leader of Munjin High, Tyron Kul, Ju-yi-ok desperately begs for another chance. One acknowledges the rumors of the opponent's strength within the 6 gates before hanging up in annoyance. He orders them to return to the Colosseum to face punishment for their failure, ignoring Ju-yi-ok's attempts to explain. One laughs at their repeated failures against the 6 gates while watching Scorpion fight, a wicked smile forming on his face. He considers using an expired pawn to replace Ju-yi-ok as the scene shifts back to a quiet meeting in the past. Seung-yu sets down his drink and asks with concern if it is truly wise to follow every order from the Beak-san group. In-ha's subordinates quickly add that while they are unsure about others, No Seung-gu is rumored to be the strongest student in the 2nd year. Despite hearing that Seung-gu is close to Kang Young, In-ha remains unconcerned as he swirls his drink, finding the situation even more intriguing. He turns back to explain that the debt collectors pursuing No Seung-gu are actually former members of their own unclean gang who had been defeated. He believes selling out No Seung-gu to the Beak-san society will benefit them, though he notes that things will get complicated if Kang Young finds out. He relishes the potential drama of a clash between Kang Young and the Beak-san society, especially now that the organization has targeted the students of Luck Mun. They are now unable to escape the situation, prompting Seok-yu to drop a pill into his drink and ask if In-ha truly intends to let the two sides fight. Kang In-ha raises his glass with satisfaction, believing that a conflict between them will create a perfect opportunity for his own group. He plans to wait for them to take the bait as the scene shifts to Seung-gu confirming Jisu's name while they walk together. Seung-gu walks while holding Jisu's hand, expressing his gratitude for being found and crediting Jisu for saving his life. Jisu modestly shakes his head and explains that he did not do much, leading to a lively conversation between the two of them. Senior Seung-gu then explains the reasons behind his life at the farm, allowing the two of them to finally clear up their past misunderstanding. Remembering something, Seung-gu offers to repay Jisoo for his help, which causes Jisoo to fall into deep thought. After a brief moment of silence, Jisoo decides to get straight to the point and asks Seung-gu for a specific favor in return. The next morning at a secluded location, Seung-gu is warming up when Jisoo and two of his friends arrive and announce their presence. Flashing back to the previous night, Seung-gu looks bewildered as Jisoo takes a deep breath and makes a bold request. Jisoo asks to be taught how to fight, specifically requesting to learn the joint lock technique that Seung-gu used the day before. Seung-gu finds the request amusing, while Jisoo and his friends excitedly discuss how lucky they are to finally learn that specific technique. Seung-gu silently reflects on how the Lukmun students have not changed at all, but his expression suddenly turns serious as he remembers something. He reminds Jisoo that he requested an even number of people and notes that one is missing, prompting a nervous Jisoo to explain that the last person will arrive soon. Just then, a familiar figure appears as Young-ho arrives, grumbling about being called out on a weekend and asking what they are planning to do. Jisoo is delighted by Baek Eun-ho's arrival, but the black-haired student is confused as to why he was invited until Jisoo explains it was to bolster their numbers, while the orange-haired boy complains that it feels like they had to beg him to join. The group begins gossiping about how Eun-ho frequently visits their class to see Jisoo since he has no other friends, even joking that it might be true love. Eun-ho snaps at them for talking behind his back, but Seung-yu suddenly commands everyone to be silent, stating he will only explain things once. He tells them to pay close attention as they nod in agreement, then lists various grappling skills like heel hooks, chokes, armbars, half guards, toe holds, imanari rolls, and kimura locks. With a serious expression, he informs them that since all the ground techniques they want to learn are available on YouTube, they should just practice those on their own. His words leave everyone stunned and confused, but Seung-yu ignores them and picks up a stone, preparing to demonstrate the most vital element of grappling. While the others watch in confusion, Seung-yu crushes the stone into 100 pieces to show that the most important factor is actually grip strength. He lectures them that once a person is caught, grip strength ensures they cannot escape, making it the most lethal weapon a fighter can possess. Seung-yu shares his wisdom, suggesting that techniques can be learned later, and Jisoo agrees, asking what their first task will be. Seung-yu suddenly tosses a rope in front of them and coldly announces that it will serve as their climbing line for the rock wall. He orders them to split into two groups and begin the ascent, leaving the group momentarily paralyzed by the realization that they have to climb the cliff. As time passes, Eun-ho feels a sense of despair as he places his hand against the rock face on what should have been a beautiful weekend. He screams out in frustration, questioning why he is doing this, but Jisoo reminds him that he was the one who chose to come along. Senior Seung-yu's grueling training session officially commences, starting with the rope climbing exercise. During the climb, Jisoo accidentally steps on Eun-ho's face and apologizes as the group continues to push through various physical challenges. Seung-yu stands nearby tracking their progress on his phone, while Hwang Hyun-jin and Jisoo struggle to maintain their stamina after the rope climb. The training moves on to even more grueling exercises, including hanging from bars and lifting heavy logs. Jisoo's body trembles with exhaustion and his hands are covered in tears and scars, yet they continue to endure the relentless daily drill. Though the harsh training leaves everyone collapsed on the ground, the results become clear when all four of them finally manage to reach the top of the cliff together. Acknowledging their hard work, Seung-yu opens a bottle of water and hands it to Jisoo, admitting that they performed better than he had anticipated. Seung-yu warns him not to relax because this is only the beginning, a revelation that leaves Jisoo momentarily stunned. Jisoo hurriedly gulps down his water, reassuring himself that the intensity will help them grow stronger quickly. After a period of silence, Seung-yu suddenly asks why Jisoo wants to become strong, prompting Jisoo to glance over at him. Jisoo is taken aback by the question, but Seung-yu explains his curiosity, noting that he has never seen anyone as determined as Jisoo. While Seung-yu remains curious, Jisoo confidently reveals his affection for Lukmun, explaining that the school holds a special place in his heart. Recalling their training, Jisoo reflects on how this was the first place he made friends and felt excited to see what each school day would bring. However, those happy memories are now clouded by sadness, as Jisoo mentions the enemies currently threatening the safety of Lukmun. Jisoo refuses to stand by idly, leading Seung-yu to wonder if the threats he mentioned refer to the Baek Jan Association. Recalling the question about his motivation, Jisoo thinks back to painful memories of his past helplessness, his eyes now burning with newfound resolve. Jisoo explains that he now has something worth protecting, a reason that brings a knowing smile to Seung-yu's face. Seung-yu shares his realization that he now understands why senior Kang Young chose to train Jisoo, leaving the boy momentarily confused. Seung-yu adds that Jisoo reminds him of someone Kang Young deeply cherished. As the scene shifts to a large house late at night, a man rings the doorbell of the residence, and a woman soon greets him with a warm smile, noting how long it has been since his last visit. Seeing the familiar woman, Kang Young smiles and apologizes for his infrequent visits, though she quickly dismisses his concern. She encourages him to visit whenever he is free, and as he steps inside, she mentions that someone will be very happy to see him. Kang Young nods in understanding and begins to head upstairs, knowing his presence will bring joy to the person waiting there. Seeing the uncollected dishes from a finished meal, Kang Young becomes pensive as he gently places his hand on a door to check in. He asks how the person inside has been after so long, and despite the eerie silence that follows, a rare smile crosses his face. Kang Young speaks through the door about the many interesting events at school, mentioning a specific story he is eager to share. Uncertain if he is being heard, Kang Young asks the person to listen closely as he begins to recount the tale of the first-year transfer student. Initially, the boy struggled to fit in at the 6 gates and wanted to quit, while the man in the room slowly lowered his feet to the floor. But after his first victory in the arena, he developed to the point of adapting completely, leading the man to excitedly ask for his opinion. With a hopeful tone, he asked Dai Chang for his thoughts on seeing the arena they had created grow to such a significant size. Inside the gym, the sound of strikes echoed as Jiang Trong intently hit a punching bag, prompting his friend to ask about his meeting with Yi Woon. When asked how he was, Jiang Trong recalled the feeling of standing outside the door but continued training and replied as if nothing had happened. He said that everything was the same and that Yi Woon didn't react to anything he said, so his friend suggested giving him more time until he was ready to speak. Although the friend privately thought that Jiang Trong's mood always soured after visiting Yi Woon, he suddenly remembered something and made an announcement. His friend's face became grave as he revealed that he had investigated the matter and warned that the Beekson group was not to be trifled with. Startled, Jiang Trong asked for details, and his friend explained that the group had already swept through many schools despite having just appeared. With a serious expression, his friend stated that the group was dangerous and that anyone involved with them ended up in trouble. Jiang Trong listened as his friend mentioned their involvement in drugs and violence, noting that their arrogant claims were the most irritating part. They intended to swallow up the entire city of Dongnoon, while in a flashback to the past, Jiang Mai was heard calling out repeatedly. Jiang Mi's rare seriousness leaves Jiang Trong in deep thought as she warns him to investigate the Beeksan Association's strange behavior before it is too late. Sensing something foul, Jiang Trong clenches his fist and strikes a punching bag with such force that its chains snap and it ruptures. Letting out a cold sigh, Jiang Trong stares at the destroyed punching bag with a look in his eyes that has not been seen for a long time. Believing someone must step up to restore order, a week passes before a beautiful woman is seen looking around her surroundings in surprise. She questions if they are in the right place, and despite her companion's reassurances, a look of fear remains visible on her face. She doubts a club could exist in such a remote location, but the man urges her to trust him and keep moving forward. He points toward a building in the distance, causing the woman to react with shock and disbelief. Her eyes widen as she asks if he is joking about the Red Church, but he quickly grabs her hand and leads her inside to see for herself. As they approach, the woman repeatedly warns him not to lead her astray, even threatening to call the police. Her expression shifts completely upon entering the building, where she finds a crowd of people dancing continuously. Her eyes light up at the sight of the club, and while her companion boasts about finding a place for her to learn to be a DJ, she suddenly feels uneasy. She wonders why the club is filled with young delinquents, just as the manager approaches and expresses his admiration for her appearance. The manager shows great interest in the beautiful visitor and asks if this is her first time at the establishment. Adjusting his glasses with a menacing air, Dave Tyron-Cool, the manager of the Coliseum, welcomes the woman to the Beeksan Association's club. After looking at the woman, the manager turns to her companion to confirm if she is the aspiring DJ he had mentioned previously. The man nods in agreement with the manager, prompting the woman to quickly offer a polite greeting to the man in charge. She admits to being a novice but explains that this is her dream, all while privately thinking that the manager appears quite charming. Noting that time is short, the manager turns to leave while reassuring her that she can take her time to learn despite her lack of experience. The manager offers to give her a brief tour of the facility, and as she follows him, she expresses surprise at the private space on the second basement level. With a strange smile, he explains that the club is merely an appetizer, and that the facility extends down to a third basement level as he reaches for a doorknob. His voice rings out as he introduces their main stage, leaving the woman in a state of disbelief at the sight before her. Juan smiles and points toward the arena where a crowd has gathered, identifying it as the Coliseum while the woman stares in shock. He quickly dismisses the idea that the Bitch San Association would only engage in trivial matters and continues to elaborate. He describes it as a form of high-level entertainment far superior to boring games, while the crowd below continues to gather and shout. Spectators argue over bets and plead for resources, as their desperation only serves to increase Kwan's sense of satisfaction. Kwan notes the intense excitement of the crowd even as people below argue and hurl accusations of cheating and demands for their money back. He gazes at the scene and laughs with delight, finding the mixture of raw emotions and ambition to be a beautiful sight. The host steps forward and thanks the audience before announcing the main event. Former Bitch San member Kim Do-yuk versus 5 slaves from Jin Wang School. As the match begins and the crowd erupts in cheers, Kwan laughs at the rare spectacle while the woman remains in a state of shock. A message catches Kwan's attention, prompting him to leave for an urgent interview after giving instructions to his blonde subordinate. Deciding the violent scene is unsuitable for a lady, Kwan orders her to be taken to level B3 before he quickly departs. Kwan enters a luxuriously decorated room with a relaxed smile and expresses his gratitude to the guest for coming to meet him. He stares at the former Lukmoon Kwan member, Sol Yu, as the scene shifts back to when Sol Yu was contemplating a message on his phone. A warning appears on the screen regarding unregistered users and potential scams as a new message is delivered to him. The message suggests there has been a misunderstanding and expresses a desire to clarify things by discussing the like. After deep reflection, he realizes he has no other choice and decides to go all in on this gamble. While he wonders what his opponents are planning, the scene returns to the present as Kwan approaches him with a smile. Kwan remarks that the guest seems more reasonable and less stubborn than expected before adjusting his glasses with a strange smile. Kwan mentions hearing that the guest's side was quite rough with his people, yet the man remains perfectly calm. The guest explains that they only reacted to the rude people sent their way, prompting Kwan to offer a forced smile and suggest moving past the old conflict. Kwan maintains his cool demeanor as he shifts the conversation to his primary reason for inviting them, which is to propose a business partnership. Seung-yu watches with curiosity as Kwan expresses great enthusiasm while mentioning the impressive and diverse operations of the Baeksan Society. Kwan points toward a slowly opening door to provide an example, and the sight that greets Seung-yu leaves him visibly stunned. Below the arena, the announcer laments lost glory while introducing Kim Do-iok of the Baeksan Society in the red corner, before gesturing toward the blue corner. In the blue corner, 5 emaciated young men known as King Wango's coin slaves struggle to hold their weapons, forced to pay off their debts with their own bodies. The surrounding crowd erupts into bloodthirsty screams, with spectators blinded by greed shouting threats and demands for victory because of the money they have wagered. As the intense match begins, Kwan enthusiastically explains that the Baeksan Society's Coliseum is one of their most vital and successful projects. Kwan describes the facility as a private betting arena, but Seung-yu remains deeply unsettled and confused by the brutal spectacle unfolding before him. Kwan laughs while watching the fierce combat, remarking that this is far from a conventional tournament. In this arena, weapons, forbidden techniques, and uneven matches are all permitted, creating a scene of bloody and chaotic violence that Kwan seems entirely accustomed to. The brutal nature of the combat draws in the crowd, who scream in excitement and shout out their desperate bets from the stand. Spectators curse at the slaves to fight better while Kwan watches with satisfaction, noting that the unpredictability of the match only makes the gambling more exciting. Seung-yu is left in a state of shock, wondering how anyone could engage in such madness. a reaction that does not go unnoticed by Kwon. Kwon approaches with a laugh, asking if the sight stirs Seung-yu's blood before mentioning how valuable his skills and the reputation of the Six Gates gym would be here. Kwon points toward an electronic display showing the massive betting pool for the current match, emphasizing Seung-yu's high potential value as a competitor. The sheer scale of the prize money for the winner is enough to make even Seung-yu freeze in momentary disbelief. Seung-yu marvels at the possibility of earning 1.2 billion in a single match, while Kwon smiles as if reading his thoughts and asks if he wants to escape his life of debt. Kwon whispers that such a feat is entirely possible with Seung-yu's abilities and suggests that even greater opportunities await if they work together. With a calculating tone, Kwon adds that the Colosseum is merely the beginning, while nearby, Mi-jin looks on at the scene with utter confusion. Mi-jin remarks on how dark and labyrinthine the third basement level is, prompting the blonde man to seriously explain that this is their most critical location. As she stands there in a daze, the door slowly creaks open, and a voice calls out from within. The woman freezes as the blonde man invites them inside, announcing their arrival at paradise while Kwon's smile grows increasingly twisted. He explains that partnering with the Baek-san Association offers many lucrative opportunities beyond the Colosseum and promises an unforgettable experience. Approaching Seung-yu closely, he asks if the offer sounds appealing and if he finds the prospect enticing. After a moment of hesitation, Seung-yu requests more time to consider the offer, worried that getting injured would cause trouble for the person he must care for. Though displeased, Kwon nods and tells him to think it over seriously before handing him a business card and demanding a decision by the end of the week. Seung-yu looks pensively at the card as Kwon tells him to reach out with any questions, his expression once again turning chilling as he adds one more thing. He reminds Seung-yu that they are being very polite for the time being, while the young man thoughtfully takes the card into his hand. After being told to think carefully, the scene shifts to the familiar warehouse where a small hand feeds a little chick named Tarana. Seung-yu smiles and asks Doon if she enjoys playing with Tarana, to which she nods, explaining that she only gets to go out on the weekend. She continues feeding the adorable chick to make the most of her time, while Seung-yu's expression suddenly becomes deep in thought. Recalling the scene at the arena, he realizes that despite the risks, enduring the fights could be his way to escape the loan sharks. He resolves to provide a better life for Doon, but his expression quickly turns to one of annoyance as he remembers something. Noticing that Jisoo is still watching him, he shouts in frustration, asking if he can ever be allowed to rest on the weekend. Jisoo offers an awkward smile and quickly explains that he did not mean to be a nuisance, but simply wanted his senior to evaluate his practice. Seung-yu sighs wearily and calls him a creep, prompting Jisoo to stand before him and apologize once more for the intrusion. Recalling his own previous advice, Seung-yu reminds him that there are no shortcuts when it comes to becoming strong. He insists on relentless training without exception, and though Jisoo nods in agreement, he privately thinks that Seung-yu reminds him of his senior, Jang Chung. Seung-yu asks if Jisoo is free for the day, and after he confirms that he is, Doon's voice is heard calling out an order to attack. Doon seems to be having a great time riding on Jisoo's back like a dinosaur, leaving him completely exhausted and gasping for breath after their play. Jisoo finds babysitting more exhausting than training and regrets not pretending to be busy when Seung-yu asked him to watch the child as payment for his lesson. As Doon continues to play and pull his hair, Jisoo feels his energy draining and desperately tells the child that he is far too tired to keep going. Cries for help echo from the small house as Jisoo struggled, and later, Doon praises Jisoo Sorrow's performance while surveying the chaotic mess they make. Exhausted by the demands of childcare, Jisoo shakes his head when Doon asks to play with sand, declaring that Jisoo Sorrows has no strength left. Despairing at the child's endless energy, Jisoo's attention is suddenly caught by a business card that falls out of Seung-yu's belongings. Stunned by a familiar name on the card, Jisoo later stakes out a church at night with two of his teammates to investigate the lead. The black-haired teammate questions if Seung-yu really had a card for this address, and Jisoo confirms the detail with absolute certainty. Observing the crowd, Jisoo notes that the name suggests a link to the Baekjin Guild and wonders about the true nature of the location. The orange-haired teammate blushes while pointing out how strange it is for people to be dressed that way while lining up outside a church. Young-ho arrives with a smug expression and asks Jisoo if the place he was brought to is actually a nightclub. The other teammates laugh at Jisoo's suspicious behavior and tease Young-ho about how tired they are of seeing his face lately. Confused by the conversation, Jisoo looks at the long line of people and wonders if the building really is a club. Young-ho assumes Jisoo already knew the nature of the place, but the others admit they only came because they trusted Jisoo's lie. Young-ho explains that this particular club is known for admitting anyone, regardless of whether they are adults or minors. The orange-haired teammate realizes Jisoo was the only one unaware of this, despite his claims of being an expert on such venue. Jisoo admits it is his first time at such a place, while the black-haired teammate jokes that they have likely only ever visited boxing clubs. Young-ho warns the group that the entry requirements are rumored to be very strict, which might pose a problem for them. The group is taken aback by this news, realizing that Young-ho's frequent clubbing has given him a wealth of insider knowledge. Young-ho reveals that the private club requires a secret password to enter, which is how they manage to operate so openly. Jisoo turns around in surprise as he processes the information about the club's secretive security measure. Jisoo's three teammates discuss the club's exclusive invitation-only policy, while Jisoo wonders if he can enter despite his casual attire, until a sudden argument nearby catches his attention. A bruised and wounded man screams at the guards, warning them not to touch him and boasting about his identity as Jisoo turns to observe the commotion. Scorpion continues to threaten the guards with death while Jisoo approaches, finding the man's face strangely familiar as he decides to intervene. Scorpion eventually storms away in a rage, gritting his teeth in frustration as he recalls the humiliating way he was treated. After vowing to get revenge for being thrown out, Scorpion is startled when a voice calls out to him from behind. Jisoo approaches with a smile and his hands in his pockets, remarking on how much the man has changed, which leaves Scorpion visibly shocked. Scorpion recognizes Jisoo as a loser from the Six Gates, but Jisoo ignores the insult and demands to know what is happening inside the club Scorpion just left. Angered by Jisoo's disrespectful tone, Scorpion tells him to get lost and claims he would retaliate if he were not already injured. Young-ho and two other teammates arrive and coldly order Scorpion to speak while they are still being polite, making Scorpion realize he is surrounded. Scorpion eventually explains what he knows, while Jisoo reveals his suspicion that the club is linked to the Baep-jan Association and someone he knows might be inside. Scorpion realizes Jisoo is looking for someone from the Six Gates and notes that everything seems to be proceeding according to a specific plan. The blonde-haired teammate is confused by the revelation, while Young-ho demands to know how Scorpion is aware of the Six Gates. Jisoo loses his patience and grabs Scorpion by the collar to force the truth out of him, causing Scorpion to break into a sinister smile. Scorpion proposes a trade, offering to reveal everything if Jisoo performs a task for him, which leaves Jisoo feeling conflicted. Scorpion explains that Jisoo must enter the club to retrieve a specific item, but Jisoo remains cautious and asks for more details before agreeing. Scorpion begins to tremble like an addict and desperately urges Jisoo not to betray him as he prepares to share the club's secrets. Scorpion describes the mysterious location as a place that looks like an abandoned church during the day, but changes completely at night. The group listens intently as Scorpion reveals that the club is actually an operation run by the Baep-jan Association. One of the teammates questions why a simple club would need secret codes and such heavy security, wondering what else is hidden within. The terrifying expression, Scorpion reveals that the building houses an illegal gambling den and a brutal underground arena. The mention of the Coliseum arena leaves everyone in disbelief as the man continues to recount his story. He explains that they profit by forcing high school students to fight, and seeing Jisoo's skepticism, he points to the scars on his own body. He tells them to look at his condition, explaining that there are no rules and anything is permitted as long as it entertains the gamblers. Jisoo is stunned by the revelation that children are being forced to fight, while Scorpion sighs and explains that Baek-san either has leverage over them or they are in debt to him. Scorpion suggests that the person Jisoo is searching for might be involved, strengthening Jisoo's resolve to put an end to their operation. Scorpion laughs at Jisoo's naivety, warning him that once someone enters that world, there is no way to escape. Scorpion knows the situation is grave because their core business involves highly addictive legal drugs, while elsewhere, Kwon watches over the club he controls. With a look of pure amusement, Kwon feels he made the right decision as he continues to watch Seung-yu standing before him. Kwon calls for a toast to celebrate the first fighting contract of the Six Gates, while Seung-yu stares at the glass in his hand with deep hesitation. Scorpion reveals that once a contract is signed, they force the person to take drugs, knowing that even a small amount is enough to cause addiction. Under pressure, Seung-yu raises the glass to his lips, unaware that he is falling into a trap where he will become Kwon's slave as the club lights flash around them. Yang-ho laughs as he takes in the lively atmosphere of the club, finding it even better than he imagined, while Blackhead remains skeptical. Blackhead wonders if they are really abandoning Jisoo and Gi-eung-min, but Yang-ho argues that life is easier without those two rigid troublemakers. Yang-ho's words leave Blackhead speechless with anger, and he tells the younger boy that he has been getting on his nerves for a while. Yang-ho stands his ground and mocks Blackhead, reminding him that he was nothing more than a pathetic loser in the arena. Infuriated by the challenge, Blackhead accuses Yang-ho of winning by cheating and demands a rematch to settle the score. Yang-ho continues to mock him, claiming he isn't afraid and boasting that he will knock Blackhead out within 5 minutes without using any tricks. Unable to stand the bickering any longer, Blackhead turns away and suggests they split up since their arguing will never end. Yang-ho agrees to part ways, warning Blackhead not to come crying for help later as they both head off in different directions. Yang-ho sighs with relief at being alone, convinced that he is better off on his own and feeling confident in his ability to navigate the club scene. Scorpion previously informed the group that their friend could be found in the second basement, the location of the arena. When Jisoo inquired about how to reach the basement, Scorpion explained that the simplest method was to locate the manager of Beak-san. Scorpion also mentioned another option that caught Yang-ho's attention, accompanying the girls at the party, leading to Yang-ho's current confident expression. Claiming this task as his specialty, Yang-ho sets his sights on a beautiful woman dancing nearby and locks onto his target. As the music blares, Yang-ho moves closer to the woman, while she continues to dance freely to the rhythm. Yang-ho pretends to accidentally bump into her and slowly turns around to offer an apology. The woman blushes and notes that she is now soaked, yet she finds Yang-ho's style quite impressive. Her reaction leaves Yang-ho momentarily stunned, as he wonders if she is drunk due to her strange behavior. She continues to approach him, expressing her loneliness and desire for fun, which makes Yang-ho feel successful as he whispers that it is his first time there. He mentions hearing about a place even better than the club, and she excitedly asks if that is the reason he came. Despite his slight confusion, Yang-ho nods in agreement, prompting the woman to suddenly pull him along and tell him to follow her. Outside, Jisoo feels uncertain about his hair, while the orange-haired man continues to adjust it for him. The orange-haired man insists it looks fine and applies more wax even as Jisoo warns him that he is using too much. He claims that the club lights will make the hair look dull without enough wax, which increases Jisoo's expectation. Watching from the side, Scorpion is left speechless and wonders what those fools are trying to accomplish. Scorpion worries they might be denied entry, while the orange-haired man sighs and tells Jisoo that his fashion sense is even worse than his hair. Jisoo is shocked and asks for a solution, leading the orange-haired man to decide that they need to find him a different outfit. Both men turn toward Scorpion with strange looks in their eyes, causing him to panic as they close in on him. Moments later, Scorpion's scream echoes through the area as Jisoo emerges wearing a perfect new set of clothes. Ready for the next phase of the mission, Jisoo mentions feeling a bit guilty about taking the clothes even though Scorpion should have surrendered them willingly. He brought it upon himself, and shortly after, the two of them arrive at the entrance with smug expressions, asking the bodyguard for permission to enter. After a moment of hesitation, the guard decides they look acceptable and allows them through, much to the delight of the orange-haired boy as he heads inside. Suddenly, the guard blocks the way and points at Jisoo, stating that only he is allowed to enter, leaving the other boy frozen in shock. The guard asks if he has ever seen a crowd disperse just by walking in, while the onlookers mutter that they will leave immediately if someone like him is admitted. Labeled as nothing more than an average person, he watches helplessly as Jisoo walks inside without him. He finds it impossible to believe and feels miserable realizing that he is considered the lowest-ranking individual in the entire group. Meanwhile, Yang-ho follows the beautiful young woman into the basement and is immediately impressed by its massive scale. She laughs and agrees that she was just as surprised during her first visit before opening the doors and inviting him inside. The scene inside is incredibly lively with an ongoing match in the ring, and he stares in disbelief as she confirms that they are in an arena. She notes that this is exactly what he came to see, while he marvels at the professional octagon and giant LED screens, wondering how such a lavish place was built. A familiar voice catches his attention as he notices the black-haired boy already there, accompanied by two beautiful women. The boy mockingly points out that despite Lee Young-ho's earlier confidence, he arrived later, leaving Lee Young-ho feeling quite perplexed. Lee Young-ho questions how Jin Jo-in arrived first and asks about the women, to which Jo-in explains that they were the ones who helped him get there so quickly. With an innocent expression, Jo-in explains that he was simply waiting after they split up, while the two women beside him continue to whisper. The women compete for his attention, asking him to call them later, as Jo-in mentions that they were the ones who approached him and led him to the arena. Lee Young-ho is irritated that Jin Jo-in always seems to have the advantage, while the woman beside him comments on how impressive Jo-in is. The host suddenly appears and announces to the waiting crowd that the most anticipated match of the day is about to begin. She explains that betting will continue through each round, prompting the audience to quickly pull out their phones as the event finally gets underway. Spectators decide to bet on the underdog, while the host urges everyone to keep placing their wagers until the very last moment. As the numbers on the screen rapidly climb, Lee Young-ho watches in total shock at the massive amount of money being wagered on the match. Blackhead nods in agreement as the betting pool reaches tens of millions, while the host continues introducing the participants. A group of dangerous masked men known as the Slusher Crew enters the red corner, boasting an undefeated record with 5 members. Blackhead is shocked that the rules allow a single fighter to face an entire armed group, questioning the insanity of the match. The host smiles mysteriously as he introduces the blue corner, where a familiar figure emerges to the cheers of the crowd. The fighter is the powerful No Seung-woo from the Dung Nai-eung area, a representative of the Six Gates with a terrifying gaze. The two observers are stunned to see their senior, Seung-woo, standing there and preparing to face the entire group alone. The undefeated Slusher Crew stands ready to face the Six Gates warrior, who is determined to dominate the arena. Just as the match is about to begin, Young-ho's voice rings out as he expresses his frustration and demands an end to the madness. Seung-woo is visibly surprised to see the two of them there and wonders how they managed to infiltrate the venue. The host is caught off guard by the sudden intrusion of spectators onto the stage, while the crowd below begins to shout insults. The audience demands the intruders leave for ruining the momentum, prompting an angry Young-ho to turn and shout back at them. Young-ho insults the crowd and identifies himself as a member of the Six Gates, challenging anyone who is unhappy to step up and fight. The host asks the non-combatants to leave the stage, while Blackhead continues to monitor the escalating situation. Blackhead demands the cancellation of the bizarre match as Kwon observes the scene and begins to formulate a plan. Kwon reassures the crowd that this is merely a special event and tells them to enjoy the match, much to Young-ho's surprise. Kwon appears before the audience and officially declares a 3-on-3 match between the Six Gates and Kim Do-yuk's forces. As Kwon encourages the crowd to place their bets, the audience realizes the newcomers are also from the Six Gates and adjusts their wagers. The crowd is thrilled by the entertainment, but Young-ho realizes they are being exploited as a means to generate more money. Blackhead prepares for combat, acknowledging the professional and calculated nature of the merchant-like scheme. Everyone looks up at Kwon as he oversees the arena from above, realizing that he is the one who dictates all the rules. Finding the situation amusing, he turns to head inside, surprised by the sudden appearance of the Six Gates member. It is unexpected that these two received a second chance, leaving those nearby wondering if they can handle such a sudden confrontation. He coldly remarks that breaking the record is all that matters before instructing them to prepare for the next match immediately. He appears to have plans for Seung-woo's group and intends to use this opportunity to test the combat abilities of the Six Gates member. The opponent smiles triumphantly and mocks them for bringing backup out of fear, prompting a cold look and a sharp retort from Seung-woo. Seung-woo reminds him of his previous defeat and questions how he can still talk so boldly after being crushed, while Do-yuk and his subordinates remain unfazed. Showing no signs of fear, they coldly declare that things will be different this time because they have come fully prepared for the fight. Seeing their determination, Seung-woo enters a fighting stance and notes their arrogance before asking his companions how they managed to enter. He tells them to split up and handle the opponents individually, mentioning that he assigned a task to Jisoo and needs to finish quickly. This information leaves the two confused as they quickly report that Jisoo actually accompanied them to this location. Realizing something is wrong, Seung-yu turns around in shock as one of them innocently explains that Jisoo believed his senior might be there. Seung-yu curses under his breath as he realizes with great concern that Jisoo might be left all alone. At that moment, Do-yuk and his group rush forward, declaring that any further conversation can wait until after their deaths as they engage their targets. Feeling anxious and overwhelmed, Seung-yu realizes he cannot afford to be held back and must end the fight as quickly as possible. While Seung-yu is distracted by his thoughts, Do-yuk seizes him and violently slams him onto the ground. Realizing that his opponent's skills have significantly improved, Seung-yu becomes serious and curses at the unfamiliarity of the technique. Do-yuk raises his hand and declares that Seung-yu is not the only one who knows grappling, identifying himself as a member of the Moonjin Wrestling Club. As his opponent searches for an opening, Seung-woo prepares a powerful counterattack and smiles while commending the man's skill. Seung-woo remarks that wrestling suits him well before landing a heavy blow to his face, asserting that it will not change the outcome. In the blink of an eye, Seung-woo decisively pummels his opponent from every angle as the fight continues. Seung-yeok is unable to fight back and grows desperate as his injuries mount, realizing that Seung-woo is an unexpectedly skilled striker. Seung-woo raises his fist and challenges him to use any grappling techniques, confident the result will be the same, before noticing something behind him. Yang-ho and Blackhead continue to overwhelm their opponents, mocking the fools for underestimating the strength of the Six Gates. From the stands, the crowd erupts in cheers, impressed by the exceptional fighting prowess displayed by the Six Gates members. Seung-woo wipes the sweat from his face, feeling that his subordinates have become reliable and that his training has finally paid off. Seung-woo is stunned when Ju Yeok suddenly sits up and begins frantically shoving pills into his mouth. With a cold and transformed gaze, Ju Yeok declares the fight isn't over, leading Seung-woo to realize the severity of the drug he is taking. It is the same substance used by his previous opponent, and even Ju Yeok's own ally warns him that such a dose is madness. Ju Yeok throws the bottle to his men, telling them to take the drug if they want to survive in the Baeksan Association, as defeat is not an option. Ju Yeok's movements grow significantly more powerful as his resolve to crush Seung-woo intensifies, knowing there is no turning back. He charges forward with murderous intent, but Seung-woo meets him with a cold strike to the face, seeing he still hasn't learned his lesson. Ju Yeok attacks with a frantic energy, but this time he manages to seize Seung-woo's face and slam him violently into the ground. Ju Yeok demands his death, as Seung-woo reels from the shock of his opponent's sudden and incredible surge in strength. Driven by pure hatred, Ju Yeok repeatedly punches Seung-woo's face, mocking him for acting superior despite having nothing. He screams that wealth is the true source of power as the narrative shifts back to a time when Ju Yeok had a promising future. Before joining the Baeksan Association, Ju Yeok had been scouted as a professional wrestler, but his path took a different turn. When the Baeksan Association offered him a position of power, the lure of immediate profit caused him to completely lose his moral compass. Do-yuk reflects on how the gang's offer doubled his wrestling pay, making his former career seem pathetic, and recalls joining the Baekgiant Association after seeing Seung-yu's battered face. He raises his hand for a final strike, convinced that wealth and influence equate to true power and that Seung-yu has already lost the fight. After mocking his opponent, a thunderous impact occurs that makes onlookers turn away, just as a voice suddenly breaks the silence. Seung-yu questions if such meager power is all he has before coldly blocking the strike, leaving a stunned Do-yuk to realize he was wrong from the beginning. Panic fills Do-yuk's eyes as he wonders how his opponent remains so resilient, but he is given no time to process the situation. Seung-yu delivers a decisive blow to Do-yuk's face, while reflecting on the precious moments he spent caring for Do-en. He seizes Do-yuk by the throat to prevent any retaliation, fully understanding that true strength is found in the desire to protect someone. Nearby, Jisoo finishes off the remaining managers while Kwon applauds the impressive display, admitting he is starting to take a liking to him. Sensing they are running out of time, Jisoo signals for them to move out, and Kwon nods his head in agreement. Kwon promises to return the favor after Jisoo's performance, his expression turning menacing as he warns that things are about to get violent. Jisoo finds the comment irritating, though he secretly worries that the confrontation is dragging on much longer than he anticipated. Realizing he must return to Do-en immediately, Jisoo grows anxious while the girl sits terrified in a corner of the house, waiting for him. A sudden noise from outside startles Do-an, causing her to tremble and fearfully call out to see if Jisoo has returned. The lack of a response and the increasingly frantic knocking drive her to tears until someone finally bursts through the door. Her voice trails off as she stares at the intruder, completely frozen by the sight before her. Jisoo immediately launches an attack to end things quickly, but Kwon proves to be a much more difficult opponent than expected. Kwon effortlessly evades every strike, leading Jisoo to realize that this battle could last until morning if he doesn't change his approach. Despite being frustrated by his opponent's incredible speed, Jisoo refuses to back down or give up the fight. Jisoo throws a full power punch to pin Kwon against the wall, only to have the strike blocked by the agile man. The thrill of the fight only increases Kwon's excitement as he taunts Jisoo and exploits an opening by hurling a wine glass at him. Kwon declares he does not fight with a boring style and catches Jisoo off guard with a dirty move, smashing a wine bottle over his head while claiming he never loses to such unskilled opponents. Overwhelmed by these underhanded tactics, Jisoo is unable to react as glass shards enter his eyes, allowing Kwon to seize the opportunity and kick him backward repeatedly. Kwon warns him not to lose focus, but Jisoo manages to regain his footing and keep his distance, acknowledging that his opponent is surprisingly adept at fighting dirty. Impressed by Jisoo's resilience, Kwon offers a rare compliment, noting that the boy was actually able to block such a serious and heavy strike. Jisoo keeps his injured eyes shut, knowing a reckless move would be fatal, yet he chooses to lunge forward again to attempt a grappling maneuver on Kwon's legs. Kwon laughs in surprise at the boy's persistence, but Jisoo's expression turns grim as he senses something is wrong with his opponent's unnervingly calm demeanor. Jisoo suddenly realizes that his arms have lost all strength and will no longer move, realizing that he has fallen completely into Kwon's calculated trap. Kwon mocks Jisoo's stiffened limbs before knocking him to the ground, prompting the boy to desperately examine his wounded arm and wonder what was done to him. Recalling the earlier exchange, Jisoo realizes that the heavy pressure he felt while blocking was the moment his fate was sealed. Kwon laughs and displays his ring with a sinister expression, revealing that he finds the boy's suffering to be nothing more than a source of amusement. Nearby, Yang-ho watches the unfolding scene in shock as his own opponent suddenly displays a terrifying surge in power that puts him on the defensive. The red-haired fighter's speed and strength have increased dramatically, making him a far more dangerous threat than he was just moments ago. Yang-ho is relentlessly battered by a barrage of strikes and finds himself completely overwhelmed, unable to keep up with the opponent's superior power. The red-haired man raises his leg high for a finishing blow, his predatory gaze fixed on Yang-ho as if he intends to consume him. He declares that this is the price for challenging the Baeksan society, leaving Yang-ho paralyzed with fear as the devastating kick descends. Meanwhile, the black-haired youth throws a powerful punch, exerting every ounce of his strength to take down the man with the slick-back hair. His efforts prove futile as the opponent seems as resilient as a zombie, prompting the boy to continue striking the man's face in desperation. Realizing his attacks are dealing no damage, the boy is caught off guard when the man suddenly reaches out and grips him tightly by the throat. It becomes clear that the man does not just have thick skin, but is entirely incapable of feeling pain, leaving the boy to wonder what kind of monster he is fighting. The slick-haired man grins triumphantly and opens his mouth wide toward the boy, preparing to end the fight just as a critical moment arrives. Seung-gu suddenly seizes the man's throat while he is distracted, losing his composure as he curses the opponent for being a filthy drug addict. Young-ho sits up in surprise and calls out to his senior, while Seung-gu uses all his strength to choke both men and declares that the fight ends there. The intense battle causes the audience to erupt in excitement, with many cheering for the Six Gates and praising Seung-gu's peak performance. Seeing the match has concluded, the host rushes forward to announce that the Six Gates team has emerged victorious in a fiery battle against the Kim Do-yok gang. As the host prepares to introduce the third-round opponents, a sudden loud noise startles her, causing her to stumble forward in fear. Seung-gu coldly informs the crowd that he refuses to continue the fight and that this madness ends now, leaving the spectators confused as he and his teammates walk away. The crowd reacts with outrage over the forfeited match and lost bets, but a bodyguard quickly blocks their path and warns that leaving without permission will result in punishment. Before the guard can finish his threat, Seung-gu slams him into the ground with a murderous glare that suggests he is ready to tear anyone apart. After warning that this is the fate of anyone who blocks his path, Seung-gu stands up and asks the surrounding crowd if anyone else has an objection to ending the match. When no one responds, Seung-gu tells them to stay silent and move aside, prompting the crowd to begin arguing about their lost bets and demanding refunds as the trio departs. Suddenly, Gwon appears with a look of clear annoyance on his face, remarking that Seung-gu is becoming quite a nuisance. Gwon asks if Seung-gu has already forgotten his debt on the very first day, but Seung-gu turns back without hesitation and tells him to cancel the deal as he no longer wants the money. Seung-gu offers to work off the debt instead, but Gwon remains calm and slowly approaches him while offering a mock apology. Gwon explains that the contract cannot be terminated without the first party's consent and tells him to stop the theatrics, making Seung-gu realize the situation is turning sour. When Seung-gu asks what will happen if he refuses, Gwon approaches the fallen bodyguard and violently hurls the man towards Seung-gu. Gwon decides to use force, causing the bodyguard to scream in terror as Seung-gu is struck by the flying man before he can react. Seung-gu is disgusted that Gwon would use his own subordinate as a weapon, but as he prepares to retaliate, he realizes that Gwon has completely vanished from his sight. While Seung-gu is still searching for him, Gwon suddenly appears behind his back and asks if he thinks the Beak Giant Society is a joke, proving he is a formidable opponent. Seung-gu wonders how Gwon moved so fast as Gwon looms over him like a predator, declaring that he will never escape the Colosseum before the scene shifts outside the church. The orange-haired man remains outside, waiting impatiently and wondering why the others are taking so long as he considers just heading home. A group of people exits the building while complaining that the Lukmon group has just ruined their livelihood. One man laments losing everything, causing the orange-haired boy to wake up and wonder what is happening inside Lukmon. He rushes toward the security guard and asks for permission to go inside to check on the situation. The guard remains firm in his refusal, despite the boy's desperate pleas and promises to stay away from the club. The guard gives a smug smile and refuses again, prompting the boy to prepare for a fight to force his way in. Two guards suddenly seize him before he can react, and one raises a fist to strike him for his persistence. Terrified by the incoming blow, the boy closes his eyes and waits for the impact, only to feel no pain at all. He slowly opens his eyes to find that Jiang Trong has arrived and blocked the punch on his behalf. The boy is shocked to see Senior Jiang Trong, whose terrifying gaze warns the guard to back down immediately. Jiang Trong coldly twists the guard's arm and commands him to stop, leaving the orange-haired boy in total disbelief. With a look of pure rage, Jiang Trong glares at the guard and asks if he has a death wish. Another guard rushes forward to intervene, questioning who Jiang Trong thinks he is to disrupt their business. Jiang Trong swiftly neutralizes the man and coldly asks if they are members of the Beak San Union. The remaining guard lunges at him with an insult, angry that someone would dare to challenge them openly. Jiang Trong calmly seizes the guard by the throat and prepares to strike, certain that he has found the right location. Several hours earlier, Jiang Mi is surprised to receive a sudden Kakao Talk message from Jisoo. She stands frozen for a moment as she reads the unexpected text sent by Jisoo. Jisoo asks her for a favor regarding the Beak San Union, requesting that she watch over a child until he can explain. The message directs her to the Lukmon school warehouse, leaving her worried that Jisoo might be in serious trouble. Seeing her rush out, Jiang Trong asks where she is going, and she begins to explain the situation to her brother. Kang Young feels awkward when a girl asks if he is free, as the scene shifts to know Seung-woo's familiar small house. Looking at the house, Kang Young asks in surprise if Jisoo requested help watching the child regarding the Beak Jan group case, and Kang Mi nods. She mentions the location is the Lukmon warehouse, which confuses Kang Young since Jisoo had previously kept Do An's situation a secret. He wonders if something serious has occurred while inside the room. Do An is startled by strange noises. Her body trembles as she screams out for Jisoo, but at that moment, Kang Young opens the door and calls her name. Do-an turns around in shock and warns him to be careful as he asks why she is there alone at such an hour. Do-an tearfully explains that the others left for business and promised to return quickly, but Kang Young remains confused about their task. A business card on the ground catches Kang Young's attention, and he quickly picks it up to examine it. Kang Mi hugs Do-an and asks her brother if something is wrong, urging him to leave quickly while she takes care of things. Returning to the present, the guards report an intruder as Kang Young rushes inside, ordering everyone to gather at the first-floor gate. Showing no fear and even a hint of excitement, Kang Young thinks it is better that they are coming to him directly. As Kwon raises his fists, Jisoo helplessly clutches his injured arm, finding it difficult to even dodge or counterattack. Reading Jisoo's thoughts, Kwon laughs mockingly with a relaxed expression, asking if the pain is unbearable. Treating the situation as ordinary, Kwon explains that it is only anesthesia and Jisoo will soon grow accustomed to the sensation. Grabbing Jisoo by the hair, Kwon remarks that such tools are very effective for taming disobedient fighters. Realizing the implication, Jisoo asks if he is referring to the Colosseum, which amuses Kwon as he wonders why Jisoo came there. Jisoo states that his purpose is to find No Seung-woo, knowing that his senior has been dragged into serious trouble. Kwon finds it interesting that Jisoo is from Lukmun, noting that it explains his skill, before delivering some unfortunate news. He claims that by now, his group has likely broken many of No's bones in the Colosseum, causing Jisoo to freeze in shock. Jisoo sits up and demands to know the location of the Colosseum, but Kwon remains unfazed and mocks Jisoo's broken arm. Kwon lunges at Jisoo's face, while mocking his instability as the injured boy struggles to react to the incoming wine bottle. Kwon ridicules Jisoo for trespassing based on a cheap sense of justice, claiming that only the law of the jungle truly exists. A brief flashback reveals Kwon's past as a child forced to risk everything to survive before the scene returns to the present. Kwon raises the bottle and declares this to be the nature of combat before striking Jisoo's face without a moment of hesitation. Kwon mocks Jisoo's weakness as the shattered glass and relentless assault leave the boy completely unable to defend himself. Jisoo finds himself unable to move just as Kwon receives a phone call that interrupts his brutal beating of the boy. Kwon becomes increasingly anxious as he hears reports of chaos at the Colosseum and demands to know exactly what is happening. Jisoo struggles to sit up and wonders if his seniors have arrived while Kwon laughs at the news he receives over the phone. Kwon learns that his superior has already dealt with the 6 gates and decides to head down to see the aftermath for himself. Jisoo tells himself that he must stop them as he recalls a past memory of his intense training session. In the memory, Jisoo reaches out with a trembling hand while climbing, feeling as though he has reached the end of his strength. Just as Jisoo reaches his limit, Seung-yu catches his hand and warns him to be careful, filling the boy with deep gratitude. Jisoo smiles and thanks his senior for saving him from the fall, but Seung-yu only laughs at the boy's misunderstanding. Seung-yu suddenly lets go and forces Jisoo to start over, announcing that the real training session is only just beginning. Jisoo is stunned to see his hard work reset, but manages to grab hold of a rock just before he can fall to the bottom. A surge of energy courses through Jisoo as he grips the rock with determination, wondering where this sudden power came from. Seung-yu watches from above and laughs with pride, noting that Jisoo has successfully tapped into his hidden potential. Seung-yu instructs Jisoo to remember this sensation, while the boy realizes that his senior likely orchestrated the entire crisis. Seung-yu explains that latent human power awakens in the face of death, and that any situation can be reversed as long as one can still move. Returning to the present, Jisoo refuses to give up and launches a sudden counterattack that catches Kwon completely off guard. Jisoo's eyes burn with pure hatred, prompting Kwon to mockingly claim he only needs one hand to deal with him, unaware of what Jisoo is about to do. Kwon calls Jisoo a madman for refusing to stop and slams him against the back wall, demanding to know what he is trying to achieve. Kwon repeatedly strikes Jisoo in the face, taunting him by asking what he could possibly accomplish with only a single hand. Despite the brutal beating, Jisoo refuses to yield as he recalls memories of Seung-woo and the rest of his teammates. Driven by the need to protect those dear to him, Jisoo tightens his grip on Kwon's neck, fueled by his resolve to grow stronger. As Jisoo's suffocating grip tightens, a panicked Kwon struggles to reach for a wine bottle on the ground to finish off the persistent monster. Jisoo maintains a firm hold on Kwon's throat with one hand to immobilize him, proving his point before the scene shifts to the second floor. Amidst a fierce battle, the enemy leader laughs while holding Seung-woo's head, expressing a twisted sense of disappointment. The man admits he once liked Seung-woo but prepares to administer a bottle of drugs, indifferent to the young man's current state. With an expectant look, the villain prepares to force the pills into Seung-woo's mouth to turn him into a mindless slave. A sudden explosion draws the villain's attention as Jang Chung arrives and irritably asks if he is the one in charge. The villain is visibly surprised to see that Jang Chung has personally come to the scene. Jang Chung warns him not to celebrate yet and looks at the unconscious Eung Ho, declaring that there are consequences for touching the six gates. Enraged by the sight of the battered Seung-woo, Jang Chung vows to make the villain pay for his action. Meanwhile, Chai casually eats grilled skewers while commenting on the impressive lineage of the gang unsect for capturing No Seung-woo. Kang In-ha coldly questions if they truly believe the six gates will fall just by taking out one member and asks for the next step. Chai confidently explains his plan to lure the beast into their own territory rather than confronting it within the pack. Kang In-ha remains skeptical, doubting they have the strength to handle Jang Chung even if he is isolated from his allies. He notes that even a drugged Sun Seo was no match for him, but Chai calmly dismisses Sun Seo as being far below the level of the five dragons. Chai suggests that Sun Seo cannot be compared to the five dragons and winks before continuing his explanation. The power disparity is immense, leading Kang In-ha to question if deploying the five dragons just to capture Kang Yung is truly necessary. A cold voice interrupts, calling Kang In-ha overly suspicious and telling him his role is finished as the Tisan Grandmaster takes over. With a terrifying gaze, the top member of the five dragons declares the Beak-san society will consume Luckman, prompting a wary Kang In-ha to agree. He warns Kang In-ha not to forget the price for No Seung-goo's delivery as the scene shifts to Kang Yung reacting to the assault on Luckman. Enraged by his fallen comrades, Kang Yung relentlessly attacks Kwon, who calmly notes that the strongest leader of Luckman is a worthy opponent. Kang Yung stops to face the dangerous speed of his opponent as Kwon smugly challenges him to a proper fight. Driven by fury, Kang Yung lunges at the man he calls a filthy rat, throwing a powerful punch directly at Kwon. Kwon effortlessly evades the strike with a mocking smile, taunting Kang Yung for his lack of skill. Shifting back into an offensive stance, Kwon demonstrates that he possesses both incredible kicking technique and immense leg strength. Kwon claims to have already dismantled Luckman, leaving Kang Yung worried as he struggles to defend against attacks from his blind spots. Kwon demands that Kang Yung show his true strength, leaving the Luckman leader momentarily frozen by his invisible movements. Moving with the agility of a leopard, Kwon appears behind Kang Yung and mocks his inability to keep up with such high-speed maneuvers. Kwon asks if Kang Yung has finally accepted reality before landing a series of heavy blows directly to his face. Unable to counter the rapid and unpredictable strikes, Kang Yung can only endure the physical toll while Kwon mocks his heroic intentions. Kwon laughingly reveals that No Seung-gu owes them a debt and suggests that Kang Yung should settle the account for his friend. After knocking Kang Yung backward, Kwon claims this is the only way to save his friend, growing more excited as the fight continues. Kwon envisions the Luckman duo as a star attraction in the arena, while Kang Yung recalls a memory of a sign being placed on a table. In the past, Seung-gu apologized to his senior for having to leave his position, and Kang Yung silently watched him depart. Sensing his friend's hardship, Kang Yung placed a hand on Seung-gu's shoulder and kindly promised that his place would always be waiting for him. Deeply moved by the warm gesture, Seung-gu thanked him and promised to return the moment his circumstances allow. Back in reality, Seung-yu remains motionless on the ground while Jang Jong's voice rings out, calling his opponents nothing but trash. Jang Jong continues his assault while hurling insults, finding the reality of their actions even more repulsive, though his visible anger only makes Kwon feel more smug. Kwon mocks him to keep swinging despite his turtle-like speed, but Jang Jong counters with a kick so fast that Kwon is unable to react in time. Kwon is sent flying backward as punishment for his arrogance, but he quickly regains his composure, dismissing the strike as a mere stroke of luck. Kwon charges forward while focusing on his footwork, but Jang Jong's voice suddenly freezes him in his tracks as the man appears to have transformed into someone else entirely. Jang Jong delivers a powerful blow to Kwon's face as the price for provoking the six gates, leaving Kwon wide-eyed and unable to believe he was actually caught. In the past, Kwon was once a weak boy whose life was shattered when a group of ruthless people burned down the church that served as his home. His family had followed his missionary father to a foreign land, only to become the targets of a desperate and predatory criminal organization. Desperate and pleading for mercy, Kwon watched in horror as the criminals remained heartless, eventually leaving him as the sole survivor with nowhere to turn. Amidst his confusion, a knife was thrown to the ground as the cruel captors released their dogs and issued a cold ultimatum. The boys were told they must kill to survive, leaving Kwon terrified as he realized he had to find a way to endure among those who murdered his family. With no other choice, he picked up a blade to prove his worth, beginning his journey into adulthood through violence and bloodshed. As time passed, the two became an unstoppable duo, eventually growing powerful enough to break free from the chains that once bound them. However, their freedom was short-lived as they were soon apprehended by the police, who questioned the two young men about their origin. Kwon hesitantly identified himself as Korean, leading him back to a homeland that felt entirely foreign and devoid of any personal memories. He returned as a transfer student from abroad to a place so peaceful it was boring, viewing the classmates who gossiped about him as nothing more than sheep. His peers mocked his appearance and background, hurling insults about his family and threatening to show him the harsh reality of life in Korea. To him, the predator preying on the weak was simply the law of nature, and he found satisfaction in systematically taking down those he considered prey. Vowing to stand at the peak of power and never let his past repeat itself, Kwon returns to the present and wipes the blood from his mouth. Realizing Jang Jong was hiding his true strength to test him, Kwon acknowledges the title of Jongnyu Overlord was no fluke as Jang Jong approaches to declare the fight is far from over. Kwon vows to beat his opponent until he begs for mercy, and realizing his current strength is insufficient, he quickly consumes a performance-enhancing drug. Kwon declares that he is finally getting serious and offers a word of thanks, leaving Jiang Trong feeling somewhat confused by the gesture. Kwon's gaze shifts entirely as he credits his opponent for reviving his primal instincts before suddenly lunging forward with a warning to be prepared. Sensing a drastic shift in the atmosphere, Jiang Trong grows serious, but Kwon taunts him and strikes him in the face with explosive power after his strength surges from the drug. Reeling back in pain, Jiang Trong realizes his opponent's speed has skyrocketed as Kwon continues his relentless and frenzied assault without pause. Kwon claims that his opponent will soon kneel before the Bak-san Union as he unleashes a barrage of strikes that Jiang Trong is completely unable to track. As Kwon raises his fist, he asserts that the system established by the Bak-san Union is far superior to the mediocre power of the Lukmo. The battle intensifies as Kwon's overwhelming power leaves Jiang Trong exhausted and beat, prompting a mocking question about whether this is his limit. Kwon amusedly takes out his phone and notes to himself that T-san will be pleased to hear they have captured such valuable prey. Believing the conflict with the Lukmon is over, Kwon is surprised when Jiang Trong slowly stands back up and declares that the fight is not yet finished. Kwon cannot hide his astonishment at his opponent's formidable resilience, wondering how he is still capable of continuing the fight. Walking directly toward Kwon, Jiang Trong states that everything is only just beginning and challenges his opponent to show everything he has. With a look of growing excitement, Jiang Trong invites his opponent to attack as many times as he likes so he can demonstrate the true power of the Lukmo. Jisu's expression turns bewildered as he surveys the scene of numerous bodyguards lying defeated on the ground, wondering if a war has broken out while recalling Kwon's words. Jisu's expression fills with unusual anxiety as he wonders if a massive battle has broken out and realizes he must hurry to the scene. Jisu struggles to move his stiffening limbs, while the orange-haired Kyung-min calls out to him with deep concern. Kyung-min asks about Jisu's condition and the whereabouts of the others, but Kyung can only stammer that they must reach the arena to save everyone. Kyung-min reassures him that Senior Jiang Trong has already arrived, a piece of news that leaves Jisu visibly stunned. Kyung-min explains that the senior wiped out the guards in a single sweep before charging straight down into the basement. Jisu sighs with relief upon seeing the fallen club members, grateful that Jiang Mai was able to deliver the warning just in time. Two more guards suddenly appear and question the intruders' identities, noting that they certainly do not look like VIP guests. Realizing the threat isn't over, Jisu forces himself to stand as Kyung-min calls out to him once more. Jisu slowly steps forward, moved by the sight of his comrades fighting such a desperate and violent battle. Determined to contribute as a member of the Six Gates, Jisu prepares himself while Kyung-min glares defiantly at the approaching guard. Kyung-min challenges the guards to come at him as Jiang Trong charges toward Kwon, intent on showing him the true strength of their set. Jiang Trong relentlessly attacks, but Kwon easily evades him with a smirk, mocking the clear difference in their combat abilities. As Jiang Trong grows exhausted, he realizes Kwon is a highly skilled outfighter whose speed and power are difficult to match. Kwon lands a heavy blow on Jiang Trung's face, but the senior endures the strike and attempts to seize his opponent. Kwon quickly dodges the grab and taunts Jiang Trong, claiming there are certain walls of strength that can never be surpassed. Kwon continues his relentless assault, fully confident that his opponent will never be able to land a single successful hit. Reflecting on his past, Kwon recalls a time when he stood at the pinnacle of strength as the undisputed ruler of his school. Despite his dominance, Kwon eventually realized that he was missing something vital, and his gaze turned somber as he thought of money. Kwon and his partner faced a steady decline, eventually concluding that money is the only way to survive in a capitalist society. After spending his days working menial jobs at a shopping mall, Kwon grew tired of his circumstances and decided it was time to seek fortune. Kwon believed that starting a business would change his life, but reality proved harsh when local gangsters took notice of him. The thugs coldly threatened Kwon and his subordinates, demanding to know why he dared to open a shop on their territory. Facing despair and the threat of his men being killed, Kwon realized his amateur group was at the bottom of the food chain with a knife at his throat. Amidst the tension, Kwon lamented his lack of status in Korea and wondered if he was destined to live a low-class life forever. A sudden explosion interrupted the confrontation, prompting the thugs to curse at the newcomer, Chai, who only laughed in response. Chai expressed a keen interest in the business and Kwon himself, ignoring the thugs who were annoyed by his sudden interference. The brutal violence that followed terrified the crowd, leaving Kwon stunned by the sheer display of power before him. Kwon realized he was witnessing a different level of organization, one defined by a solid system and absolute, overwhelming strength. Seeing the immense wealth they generated, Kwon felt a sense of admiration and recognized a potential opportunity to finally make money. Impressed by the Baeksan Society's perfect system, Kwon watched as Chai later approached him with a drink and mentioned his interesting path. With an encouraging smile, Chai invited Kwon to join the Baeksan Society to fulfill his dreams, and Kwon accepted the drink without hesitation. Believing he had finally found his place, Kwon returns to the present and continues his relentless assault on Sang-jong's body. Kwon mocks the weak remnants of the old group for challenging the Baeksan Society before delivering a decisive kick that sends Sang-jong reeling. The powerful blow slams Sang-jong against a wall, leaving him unable to react as Kwon triumphantly declares that the fight is over. Kwon tells his exhausted opponent to accept defeat, while Sang-jong reflects on how long it has been since he was pushed this far. A strange smile crosses Sang-jong's face as he recalls a familiar abandoned location and the events that took place there. Kwon watches with curiosity and amusement as Sang-jong begins to tear at his own clothing despite his injury. Kwon mocks Sang-jong, asking if the beating has driven him mad, while Sang-jong calmly prepares a way to send his opponent to hell. After tying a piece of cloth behind him, Sang-jong challenges Kwon to approach so he can end the battle in a single moment. Kwon charges forward without hesitation, determined to beat Sang-jong until he stops breathing regardless of whatever trick he is planning. As the fight intensifies, the opponent grows more frenzied, but Jiang Trong recalls his master's warning that his own eyes are his greatest hindrance. While Kwon relentlessly delivers vicious strikes, Jiang Trong remembers his master's advice to stop fighting like a human and instead embody the power of a tiger. Urged to become a true beast, Jiang Trong stands motionless and softly whispers his gratitude to his mentor. Keeping his words private, Jiang Trong's strange behavior amuses Kwon, who mocks his mumbling before launching an attack from behind. Kwon declares his intent to end the fight, but he is stunned when Jiang Trong effortlessly evades his strike and calmly issues a proclamation. Jiang Trong claims to have mastered his opponent's rhythm, prompting an uneasy Kwon to pivot and strike as Jiang Trong analyzes the situation. Realizing that relying solely on sight leads to delayed reaction, Jiang Trong focuses on sensing his surroundings without using his eye. By sensing the opponent's habits and attack patterns, Jiang Trong begins to anticipate every move, further unsettling the increasingly agitated Kwon. Driven to a frenzy, Kwon hurls insults, while Jiang Trong suddenly lunges forward with such decisive speed that his opponent cannot react in time. A powerful fist hurtles toward Kwon's face as Jisoo and his orange-haired companion approach the scene from a distance. Jisoo reflects that they should have fought together from the start, noting that while they won, their bodies have taken a heavy toll. Startled by a sudden sound, Jisoo looks ahead and is left speechless by the incredible sight unfolding before him. Jisoo watches in disbelief as Jiang Trong delivers a devastating blow to Kwon's face, sending him reeling backward in agonizing pain. That single strike sends Kwon flying as he screams in denial, while Jiang Trong stands firm like a predator ready to devour his prey. With a look of pure contempt, Jiang Trong declares that one perfect strike is all he needs, highlighting the gap between conviction and mere greed. After asserting his superiority, Jiang Trong is observed by Jisoo, who tells him to prepare for what comes next. Jisoo is suddenly startled to see Seung Yu lying motionless, prompting him to frantically check on his other fallen comrades. Realizing that Doi, Eung Ho, and Seung-gu have all been defeated, Jisoo grows grim, acknowledging that the kitchen gang is a formidable foe. Watching Jiang Trong stand his ground, Jisoo feels a wave of gratitude, knowing they would have been annihilated without his timely intervention. Having neutralized Quan, Jiang Trong coldly declares the club officially closed, though his defeated opponent warns that the matter is far from over. Before the man can finish his sentence, Seung Woo angrily stomps on his face, refusing to listen to any excuses while glaring with murderous intent and threatening war with the Six Gates if they ever return. Several days pass as the situation improves, marking the official end of the conflict with the Beek Jan gang. Although the recent events feel like a dream, life returns to its normal routine as Jisoo sighs and complains about the lingering pain in his injured hand. Blackhead nods in agreement, noting that his wounds still sting after several days and expressing his deep resentment toward the members of the Beek Jan gang. Blackhead vows to eliminate them if they ever meet again, just as Orangehead approaches with a new middle-part hairstyle and a cheerful morning greeting. When questioned about his strange new look, Orangehead shyly explains that being kicked out of the club inspired him to try a fresh style for a change. Orangehead asks for their opinion, leaving Jisoo speechless while Blackhead mockingly questions what kind of ridiculous enlightenment led to such a hairstyle. Blackhead jokes that Orangehead will now be rejected by society as well as clubs, and the three of them continue their lively and spirited conversation. Orangehead protests the teasing, but even Jisoo agrees that the hairstyle is excessive as the group continues their noisy banter. Seung Woo irritably orders the noisy group to head to class immediately, catching all three of them by surprise with his sudden appearance. The boys recognize senior Seung Woo as he approaches Orangehead and questions why his hair looks like that of a delinquent. Despite Orangehead claiming the school allows any hairstyle, Seung Woo begins writing a report, stating he will penalize anything that causes discomfort to others. Blackhead continues his mockery while Orangehead despairs over the penalty and threatens to settle the score in the ring, prompting Jisoo to smile thoughtfully. Jisoo wonders if Seung Woo has returned to the disciplinary committee as evening arrives, and Seung Woo tiresomely finishes packing boxes to leave his old room. Seung Woo feels a strange sensation as he prepares to leave, while Jisoo watches with confusion and asks if he has finished packing everything. Seung Woo asks what is happening, and Jisoo puts on gloves, explaining that he could not simply ignore the news of Seung Woo moving away. Appreciating the boys' loyalty, Seung Woo points to the boxes and asks Jisoo to help him carry them as they prepare to leave the place behind. Jisoo stands panting from exhaustion and remarks on how quickly a new home was found, leading Seung Woo to explain that a barbecue restaurant owner helped him. The owner kindly provided a salary advance, bringing a smile to Jisoo's face as he realizes Seung Woo has finally escaped his previous landlord. Jisoo comments on the good fortune, but Seung Woo suddenly turns serious and corrects him, stating that it was actually a stroke of bad luck. Unexpected good fortune has come to Seung Yu, as he discovers that his debt was merely a fabrication created by loan sharks on paper. He never imagined being deceived simply because he lost contact with his mother, prompting a curious Jisoo to sit beside him and ask if he has tried calling her. Seung Yu shakes his head helplessly, explaining that his mother will call when the time is right, his eyes filled with a sadness that suggests he no longer wishes to hold any grudges. He recalls his time in the ring fighting for money and reflects on how greed can cloud one's judgment, wondering if his mother had her own hidden hardships. As the two continue their conversation, a truck arrives and the delivery driver asks Seung Yu if he has finished packing everything. Seung Yu quickly nods in agreement, stating that they only need to load the items onto the vehicle before turning back to continue his chat. He invites Jisoo to visit whenever he is free, mentioning that someone wants to ride Jisoo Sorrows, which leaves Jisoo feeling completely bewildered. Seung Yu offers a gentle smile and admits he was joking, but encourages Jisoo to come over and train because Mei needs to become even stronger. He warns that the Beek San Society might return in an unexpected way, a revelation that leaves Jisoo deep in thought. Jisoo wonders if they are plotting something again as the scene shifts to a church where a voice mentions the findings of the disciplinary committee's investigation. The man wearing glasses reports that the Beek San Society operates more than one arena, noting that their leader seems unwilling to sever his ties to the organization. The subordinate asks if their plan is safe, fearing the danger if the 5 dragons find out, but the leader remains calm as he stares straight ahead. The leader assures him that today is the perfect opportunity because the officers are holding a meeting, prompting his subordinate to follow him with excitement. As they venture deeper inside, the leader questions what could possibly be wrong with him entering his own place of business. He plans to gather as many goods as possible to secure the capital needed for a fresh start, and his subordinate praises the brilliance of the plan as they open the door. The leader suddenly freezes in his tracks when he discovers that Chai has been sitting there waiting for them for a long time. The leader asks how he managed to get inside, to which Chai simply laughs and stands up to announce his arrival. Chai asks why they are so surprised to see him at the Beak Sand Society's headquarters, and sensing danger, the subordinate quickly pushes the leader back. The subordinate urges his leader to retreat while he holds Chai off, and seeing no other choice, the leader turns to flee while promising to return. Just as the leader begins to feel relieved, Maria suddenly appears and mockingly asks where he is going in such a hurry, reminding him of the scheduled meeting. This makes Kwon so furious that he grits his teeth, while Maria glares at him with a murderous look as the meeting begins. The meeting is held to decide the fate of the loser, and unable to endure any more, Kwon charges forward to attack. Maria calmly stomps her foot on the ground and expresses her disdain for those who are fast but weak, giving him no time to react. Maria decisively strikes his body with such speed that he remains bewildered by the overwhelming power she possesses. Maria raises her hands again, remarking that a man should be strong and make every punch count as she continues her assault. Utilizing her flexible body, Maria repeatedly strikes him with painful blows that leave Kwon unable to do anything but endure. Realizing his body has not yet recovered from his battle with Jang Chung, Kwon decides he cannot face them all and attempts to flee. His attempt at a tactical retreat proves futile as Seokwoo decisively attacks and pins him to the ground. The impact leaves Kwon in agonizing despair as he wonders how his speed was matched, while Seokwoo mocks his pathetic state. Seokwoo firmly grips Kwon's leg before he can react, taunting him that he will never be able to show off his speed again. Realizing what is happening, Kwon stammers in confusion, while Chai approaches to deliver a stern reminder. Chai tells him to beg for mercy for his theft, declaring with a strange smile that the Beekjin Union does not tolerate traitors. Sensing the danger, Kwon frantically tries to explain the misunderstanding, but it is too late as Seokwoo coldly bids him farewell. A piercing scream echoes through the area, and the scene shifts to the next morning where Jisoo and his friends are talking in class. They discuss having a match that night since they have recovered, with Jisoo wanting to test new moves after visiting a hair salon. Suddenly someone calls out for Lee Jisoo of Grade 1, Class 1, causing him to turn around in surprise. Jisoo is shocked to see the serious expression on Jang Chung's face, while the other students wonder why a senior is in their class. A bewildered Jisoo points to himself and asks the senior why he is looking for him, prompting Jang Chung to explain his visit. Jang Chung suspiciously mentions that he recently discovered Chung seems to be very close with his younger sister. Jang quickly tries to explain that it is not what it seems, but Jang Chung abruptly tells him to be quiet. Jiang Trung places his large hands on Jisoo's shoulders, his intense gaze suggesting he wants to crush the boy during their match at the ring tonight. After the challenge is issued, the other students begin gossiping about the upcoming fight between the top freshman and Jiang Trung. The students are eager to witness the match, believing it would be a waste to miss seeing Jiang Trung fight at full strength. Jisoo feels a sense of despair at the thought of facing Jiang Trung alone in the ring, as he recalls the older boy's intimidating expression. Realizing the challenge is serious and unavoidable, Jisoo can only sigh in exhaustion while wondering how to proceed. Jisoo fears for his life if he goes through with the fight, but his thoughts are interrupted when Eung-ho suddenly appears and mocks his expression. Eung-ho approaches and mentions that he has already heard the news about Jisoo trembling over Jiang Trung's challenge. Jisoo insists he is not afraid of losing or getting hurt since he can learn from the experience, prompting Eung-ho to ask why he looks so miserable. Blushing, Jisoo turns away and admits his real fear is that Jiang Trung might forbid him from texting Jiang Mi, leaving Eung-ho stunned. Eung-ho questions if Jisoo is truly trying to pursue her, warning him that entering a fight with such a distracted mind is a recipe for disaster. Eung-ho advises Jisoo to clear his head and settle his feelings before the match, a suggestion that Jisoo reluctantly agrees with. Placing a hand on Jisoo's shoulder, Eung-ho calls him a fool before smugly declaring himself an expert who can help with the situation. Jisoo decides to trust Eung-ho and sends a message to Jiang Mi asking asking to meet at a cafe after school, to which she quickly agreed. Feeling a surge of confidence from her reply, Jisoo prepares for the meeting but suddenly becomes anxious about his appearance. Jisoo looks at his current outfit with concern and wonders if he should invest in new clothes despite having a fight scheduled for later. Young-ho insists that proper attire is crucial for the date and tells Jisoo to stop hesitating since he will not be wearing the clothes in the ring anyway. As Young-ho leads the way to pick out a gift, Jisoo is caught off guard by the idea that he needs to prepare a present as well. Young-ho looks at him in disbelief, explaining that he cannot possibly confess his feelings without bringing something for her. Jisoo blushes and claims he is only trying to gauge her feelings rather than confess, but Young-ho ignores him and suggests buying flowers. Young-ho tells Jisoo to stop arguing and follow him, advising that the ideal gift should be something meaningful that she once mentioned wanting. Jisoo ponders if there is a special item she likes or a memory from Central Asia before the two men quickly enter a shop in the city. After selecting a gift, Jisoo walks outside as Young-ho notices his awkwardness and offers words of encouragement. Young-ho advises him to stay calm and speak from the heart, while Jisoo holds the gift and promises to treat him to a meal regardless of the outcome. Realizing time is short before his match, Young-ho waves goodbye and tells Jisoo that he will be waiting for his call later. Jisoo smiles as he heads to a cafe where he eventually finds himself sitting with 7 empty cups of coffee on the table. Feeling incredibly nervous, he recalls Young-ho's advice about not showing up empty-handed to confess his feelings. The thought of a confession makes him anxious as he wonders if he is doing the right thing just as Jiang-mi arrives. Jiang-mi smiles as she approaches, noting how early he arrived and commenting on the many empty coffee cups. Startled by her presence, Jisoo watches as she sits down and apologizes for being late after stopping by her house. When she asks why they are meeting, Jisoo hurriedly searches his bag and presents her with the gift he bought. Jiang-mi is surprised by the sudden gesture, while a blushing Jisoo explains he bought it because it suited her, though he worries he is talking nonsense. To his relief, Jiang-mi is delighted to see it is her favorite character, Mikoro, while Jisoo awkwardly mentions remembering her preference from the amusement park. Jiang-mi is touched that he remembered such a small detail and thanks him warmly for the thoughtful gift. While Jisoo reflects on her unique tastes, Jiang-mi suddenly remarks on how well the two of them seem to get along. Before Jisoo can even react, Jiang-mi surprises him by pulling out a gift of her own, leaving him completely stunned. She explains with a bright smile that it is a lucky charm for his safety, as she has been worried about the dangerous situations he often faces. Jiang-mi tells him to wait until he gets home to open it because she feels shy, leaving Jisoo's mind filled with anticipation. Jisoo looks at her and wonders what the gift could be, unable to imagine why she would give him something so unexpected. As Jiang-mi admires the keychain and decides to hang it on her backpack, Jisoo begins to wonder if she might actually have feelings for him. Caught up in the moment, Jisoo suddenly asks her what kind of boys she likes and immediately becomes anxious about his bold question. Jiang-mi ponders the question and admits she has never really thought about it, but she reveals her preference for strong men like her brother, leaving Jisoo stunned. Jisoo's expression turns awkward as he recalls Jiang Trung's intimidating presence, realizing he is the complete opposite of her ideal type. Noticing his discomfort, Jiang-mi laughs and explains that her brother has always protected her since childhood, leaving Jisoo at a loss for words. Jisoo tries to act natural by acknowledging that Jiang Trung is indeed cool, but his face betrays his disappointment as he loses interest in the conversation. Convinced that she could never like someone like him, Jisoo abruptly changes his demeanor when Jiang-mi stands up to order more drinks. Jisoo suddenly claims he has another appointment and must leave, explaining he only came to deliver the gift, which leaves Jiang-mi completely bewildered. Despite Jiang-mi's confusion at his sudden haste, Jisoo promises to call her back later with a look of absolute certainty on his face. After hearing Jisoo's story, Young-ho is left speechless that he simply handed over the gift and fled, while Jisoo sighs and admits that seeing Jiang-mi helped him understand his own heart. Jisoo becomes more determined than ever, deciding that he must earn recognition even if it means facing more beatings from Jiang Trung. Jisoo vows to become a strong man and present himself to Jiang-mi in a new light, though Young-ho senses that something about this situation is off. Just as Young-ho begins to question the logic of the story, a sudden scream draws their attention to a group of people on motorcycles. A terrified woman points at the motorcyclists who are committing a robbery, prompting Jisoo to react immediately to the unfolding crime. Jisoo calls for Young-ho to help, but before they can move, the gift Jiang-mi gave him is snatched away by the thieves. The thief mocks him for the nice gift as Jisoo pursues them in a fit of rage, furious that they took the precious item from Jiang Mai. As Jisoo prepares to give chase, Young-ho stops him, questioning how he expects to catch up to a fast-moving motorcycle on foot. Jisoo asks for a solution, and Young-ho confidently claims to be the best driver in the Dongnaeung area as he prepares to take action. Amidst the roar of high-powered engines, the thieves examine their loot, delighted to find a Chanel item and a significant amount of cash. The bald thief excitedly tells his accomplices that this is the perfect time for their crimes and that they have already met their daily quota. Suddenly, Young-ho appears on a railing and swings a baseball bat with precision, knocking the bald driver off his motorcycle with a powerful strike. Young-ho smiles triumphantly at the confused thieves, explaining that their escape route was predictable since he used to frequent such deserted paths himself. Young-ho speaks with a hint of pride about a secret shortcut he discovered, noting that while it smells quite bad, it leads directly to their destination. It turns out the path he chose is actually a sewer, and the red-haired man becomes visibly irritated upon witnessing his action. The man mocks them for thinking they could challenge his group alone, but Jisoo responds with a smug smile and questions the man's arrogance. Jisoo declares that he isn't alone as he suddenly appears, grabbing the red-haired man by the neck and shouting that he has finally caught him. Caught off guard, the man is unable to react as Jisoo glares at him with murderous intent, demanding to know if he is the one who stole his belongings. Jisoo threatens him to return the items immediately, but as he prepares to land a punch, the man suddenly accelerates his motorcycle forward. The red-haired man kicks Jisoo away and smugly declares that this is the price for boarding someone's vehicle without permission, mocking Jisoo's bravado. Despite the attempt to escape, Jisoo uses his immense strength to hold the bike back with one hand, causing a loud blast before the man crawls up and calls him a madman. The man asks if Jisoo is really going to such extremes for a trivial item, but Jisoo glares back and tells him that trash like him has no right to judge its value. Demanding the item back one last time, Jisoo watches as the red-haired man laughs and holds the gift out, taunting him to take it. The man then heartlessly tosses the gift away, telling Jisoo to go find it if he can, which leaves Jisoo feeling incredibly frustrated and desperate. Realizing he has no other choice, Jisoo leaps onto the bridge railing with absolute determination, reaching out to catch the gift before it is lost forever. Later that night at an old warehouse, a crowd gathers around Sang-young in the ring, wondering why Jisoo has not yet arrived for their match. Some speculate that Jisoo is ignoring the challenge, while the gray-haired boy asks Seung-yu about Jisoo's schedule, leaving Seung-yu feeling confused. Nearby, the orange-haired and black-haired boys discuss how it was a mistake to let Jisoo go off alone with Park Young-ho. They find it hard to believe he went to see Jang Mi in such a situation, and wonder what happened during his attempt to confess his feelings. As the black-haired boy tells Kyung-min to be quiet, a nearby student is shocked to hear about the confession and shakes his head in disbelief. Rumors quickly spread through the crowd about Jisoo going to see Sang-young's younger sister, leading many to call him completely insane. The onlookers mock Jisoo for his hopeless situation, causing Sang-young to sigh as his expression shifts into something much more menacing. Sang-young decides he must teach Jisoo a lesson, while elsewhere, Young-ho uses a club to beat the thieves who had been targeting everyone regardless of age or gender. Looking at the group only increases his irritation as he wonders who they are, while noticing the red-haired man attempting to flee and shouting at him in anger. Young-ho is stunned to see that the young man defeated the entire group alone, calling him a monster before spotting his target nearby. He intends to give chase, but Jisoo has already sped away like a madman and completely vanished from sight. A strange smile crosses Young-ho's face as he decides they are too slow, prompting him to commandeer one of their motorcycles to pursue the red-haired man for some exercise. Elsewhere, Jisoo slowly emerges from the water and scans the quiet surface, frustrated that he let his prize slip away but certain it cannot have drifted far. Spotting the bag nearby brings him a sense of relief, and he quickly moves toward the gift, glad to have found it so soon. He intends to bring it back to the arena, but his expression turns to one of distress upon picking it up, forcing him to begin a frantic search of the area. Confused by its absence, Jisoo wonders where it could have fallen as he stares at the rushing currents, fearing it may have sunk even deeper. Determined not to lose the gift from Jiang Mi, he hurriedly removes his shirt and shoes, unwilling to give up despite the obvious danger. Without hesitation, Jisoo dives into the deepest part of the water, resolved to recover Jiang Mi's gift at any cost as the water splashes around him. pushes himself to reach the greatest depths in search of the item, only surfacing briefly to catch his breath before continuing. Refusing to quit, Jisoo returns underwater for a more thorough search, though he eventually has to return to the shore, exhausted and gasping for air. Despite his efforts, the only things he sees are fish swimming about, with no sign of the gift anywhere in the water. Exhausted after a long period of searching, Jisoo rushes to the shore gasping for air and wondering how many times he has died. The sight of the rushing water fills him with despair as he has searched everywhere without success, wondering if he must go deeper. Despite his fatigue, Jisoo continues swimming into deeper waters, hoping the item hasn't drifted away, until he spots something that brings him immense joy. A box floating on the water appears before him, and Jisoo quickly grabs it, gasping for breath while feeling a sense of accomplishment at finally finding it. Drained from being underwater, he prepares to return to shore, but suddenly freezes when he realizes his leg is paralyzed by a cramp. Jisoo desperately tries to swim toward the shore, but the long duration spent underwater has completely depleted his strength. Despair fills Jisoo's eyes as he struggles so close to the surface, fearing he is about to drown and hoping for someone to save him. At the critical moment, Jiang Trong suddenly appears and tells him to wake up, leaving Jisoo confused by his presence. Recognizing Jiang Trong, Jisoo watches as a lifebuoy is immediately thrown into the water for him to grab. Orange Head and Black Head express their frustration and concern, questioning why Jisoo had even gone into the water. Still confused by the arrival of the others, Jisoo eventually makes it back to the shore where he collapses in exhaustion. He thanks everyone for saving his life, admitting he nearly died, which causes great concern among those around him. They explain that they only found him because of his shouting and question why he was there instead of at the boxing ring. Jisoo looks awkwardly at the gift beside him and explains the situation, leaving everyone surprised by his story. Everyone is shocked to learn he nearly drowned searching for Jiang Mi's gift, while Jisoo apologizes to Jiang Trong with a bowed head. He explains that he needed to see Jiang Mi to confirm his feelings before the match, then opens the wet box to see if the gift is still usable. Jisoo is stunned as he pulls a whistle from the box, not yet understanding the significance of the object in his hand. Jiang Trong watches and remembers a time when a young Jiang Mi was crying because other children teased her for not having a father. Back then, Jiang Trong had told her that crying would not help and that it was not her fault, before placing an object in her hand. He had given her that very whistle, promising her that she should blow it whenever anyone tried to bully her again. He promised to protect her from anyone who bothered her as she stared blankly at the whistle in her hand. With a joyful smile, he told Jiang Mi that he would always be by her side. Returning to the present, Jiang Trong suddenly asks what Jiang Mi said when she gave him that gift. After a brief moment of reflection, Jisoo explains that she gave it to him as a protective charm because she was worried he might get caught up in dangerous situations. Realizing he can no longer hide his feelings, Jisoo stands up and admits that while he and Jiang Mi are currently just friends, there is more to it. He loudly declares to Jiang Trong that he honestly wants to be closer to her, causing his two nearby friends to worry if he has lost his mind. Jiang Trong suddenly advises him to give it a try before turning to leave, adding that he has no right to interfere with who Jiang Mi chooses to see or like. Jisoo is stunned by this serious attitude, as Jiang Trong sternly warns him to make sure he behaves properly. Jiang Trong promises to keep an eye on him, and though surprised, Jisoo nods in understanding while wondering if he has finally gained approval. As the motorcycle speeds forward, Yang Ho relentlessly pursues the red-haired man and tells him to give up, prompting the man to curse at him. Calling Yang Ho as persistent as a leech, the man asks what right he has to act superior and questions if he thinks anyone actually wants to be a thief. Yang Ho is taken aback when the man mentions the madness of the Beak-san society, leaving him to wonder about the group's true nature. The red-haired man revs his engine, determined to risk his life escaping rather than being caught by Yang Ho and failing to meet his quota. Stunned by such recklessness, Yang Ho curses the man's insanity before the scene shifts to a later time. A pile of luxury goods is dropped on the ground as the man kneels to report that he could only gather this much due to trouble on the way, leading Jin Chun to spare his life for the day. Jin Chun mockingly remarks that the rumors about the strength of Dung En Hyung's Number 2, seem false before terrifyingly asking if the man thinks such a weak excuse will be accepted. Jin Chun signals his subordinates to restrain the red-haired man, telling him to blame the pathetic leader of the Jin Sang group for his current predicament. Ignoring the man's desperate pleas for mercy, Jin Chun declares that his mediocre strength will merely serve as a stepping stone for their own growth. As a representative of the Beak San Society from Samhan 2, he remembers something and orders his men to take the captive to their arena. In Chapter 47, Chai swirls his wine glass inside a room, feeling that the situation is deteriorating before angrily slamming the glass onto the table. Since the collapse of Tyron's arena, their funds have begun to dwindle, leading Chai to admit that the man had a remarkable talent for sniffing out profit as Maria listens in confusion. When Maria asks if the other sites are also struggling to generate enough money, he confirms the shortage and notes that every arena operates with its own unique style. Chai turns toward Siakyu of the Brotherhood and suggests that the professionals from Jin Sang School could be put to good use. He mentions that the Brotherhood could provide support for the loan sharks, but he is interrupted before he can finish his thought. The man crushes a stone with a grim expression, stating they have no interest in dirty money now that Jin Sang 2 is theirs and only the 6 gates remain. Chai grows more alert as the situation intensifies, realizing muscle alone won't suffice since Kang Yung's strength is far greater than they anticipated. Siakyu stands up and blames the other man for the failed plan, asking if he has already forgotten who was responsible for the setback. He argues that their slow approach allowed them to gauge the strength of the 6 gates, whereas a direct assault would have resulted in much heavier losses. With a menacing tone, he raises his glass and suggests that the entire Brotherhood could have been wiped out before the scene shifts to a later time. Inside the room, the members trade insults and accusations, with one person lashing out at the group's drug manufacturer for speaking out of turn. The chemist retorts about who consumes his drugs the most before a leader intervenes, declaring it is time for the Beak San Society to retaliate. After some discussion, the leader designates the 6 gates as their primary target and orders his men to bring him Kang Yung's head at any cost. Seeing a message from Kang Mi on his phone, Jisoo quickly replies that he was busy and has not yet had a chance to read the letter she left for him. She tells him it is fine and suggests they talk in person next time, which brings a look of pure joy to Jisoo's face. Jisoo feels excited about seeing her again to repay her kindness, just as his orange-haired friend appears and demands a favor in return. The friend reminds Jisoo of how he met Kang Mi and insists that Jisoo now return the favor by setting him up on a date with Jae-ha. Jisoo suddenly remembers someone else he needs to thank and rushes out of the room, leaving his smug friend behind in a state of total confusion. Jisoo tells his friend he is heading to the next classroom, while privately thinking about how he needs to express his gratitude to Yongho. He credits Yongho for making everything go smoothly, but his mood shifts when classmates inform him that Park Yongho is absent today. Stunned by the news of the absence, Yongho listens as the other male students explain that Yongho often skips school on a whim. They suggest he is likely sleeping somewhere after a night of gaming, leaving Jisoo to let out a tired sigh as the day transitions into evening. Jisoo eventually leaves an internet cafe feeling exhausted and sensing that something about the situation is not quite right. Jisoo stares blankly at his phone and searches through his PC games but finds nothing, realizing that while contact is usually difficult, it has never been this bad. After searching numerous locations, Jisoo learns from Heesian that the boy never returned to the orphanage, leading him to realize with growing concern that his friend has been missing since the previous night. While staring at his reflection in the water and wondering what transpired after his jump into the river, Jisoo is startled when a man approaches to ask if he is also searching for items lost to pickpockets. The man sighs and explains that a gang of pickpockets had targeted a large group of people the previous day. He mentions that the police recovered the backpacks but the wallets were gone, prompting a curious Jisoo to ask if the thieves had been apprehended. The man shakes his head and explains that by the time the police arrived, everything had already concluded. Jisoo is stunned to hear reports of a violent fight and a pursuit, causing him to suddenly notice the distinct tire tracks left on the ground. At the train station, Jisoo is filled with dread upon seeing the area cordoned off, fearing that Yeon Ho might have pursued the gang to this very location. Following the tracks leading away, Jisoo decides he must investigate even the slightest possibility, and the scene shifts to the browser junkyard. Two guards at the junkyard discuss a new shipment of prey, boasting that the previous night's shift had managed to secure a significant haul. Flexing their muscles, they express their excitement about joining the fray later, while the captives are still strong enough to provide a good warm-up. Hiding nearby, Jisoo listens to their conversation about a big catch and notices a large motorcycle abandoned on the ground. The sight of the bike increases Jisoo's anxiety as he realizes Yeon Ho might be imprisoned within the junkyard, yet he remains unsure of his next move. Knowing that rushing in blindly would be reckless, Jisoo searches for another way just as a truck suddenly comes to a halt nearby. A mischievous smile crosses Jisoo's face as he watches the truck begin to move deeper into the facility. Once the vehicle stops, Jisoo carefully lifts the black tarp and feels a sense of relief at having successfully sneaked inside. Jisoo scans his surroundings, knowing he must move quickly before being discovered, when he suddenly spots a vehicle that looks remarkably familiar. Recognizing it as the car used by the pickpockets the day before, Jisoo prepares to search for clues but is forced to hide when two thugs emerge from a nearby door. The thugs laugh as they discuss how cruel Jin Chun was to their captive, remarking that the person was nearly killed and left in a terrible state. One thug suggests it would have been better to let the captive fight in the arena, a comment that heightens Jisoo's suspicions as he recalls the conversation at the gate. Jisoo is confused by their talk of hunting, but their next words leave him completely stunned. The thugs discuss new arrivals from the 6 gates, mocking the blonde, tattooed fool who walked into their trap alone. Their voices echo as they question the intruder's awareness, prompting Jisoo to lose his patience and punch one in the face. As the other thug reacts, Jisoo grabs his large frame and tells them he does not care who they are. Jisoo slams the man to the ground, certain he has found the right place, then takes the keys from the unconscious thug. Fearing more enemies, Jisoo searches for Yang Ho and calls out his name as he opens a door. Sensing something is wrong, Jisoo covers his nose against the smell of blood as a faint voice pleads for help. Jisoo is frozen by the sight of a man in a wretched state, his expression turning to horror upon closer inspection. He calls out to Hwang Hee-jin and rushes to his side, wondering how he ended up locked in such a terrible condition. The man warns Jisoo to be careful just as Shin Chun appears behind him, though Jisoo is initially unaware of the threat. Jisoo narrowly avoids an attack, and Shin Chun finds it amusing that someone would dare touch the Brotherhood's prey. Realizing he is facing Shin Chun of the Brotherhood, Jisoo feels a sense of desperation as the situation turns grave. Jisoo realizes he narrowly escaped a blow, but Shin Chun quickly grabs him by the neck, eager for more prey to torment. With a weapon held close to Jisoo's head, Shin Chun smiles wickedly while contemplating how to handle his new captive. As a torture expert, Shin Chun brings his weapon toward Jisoo's face and prepares to begin his cruel work. Jisoo quickly grabs a rod and strikes Shin Chun directly in the face before the man can react. Jisoo's demeanor shifts completely as he picks up a hammer and addresses his opponent. Jisoo mocks his own lean build while hiding his internal anxiety, focused entirely on finding a way to escape. Looking at the various torture tools around the room, Jisoo feels his skin crawl at the sight of this demonic den. Shin Chun laughs and approaches, questioning if Jisoo is foolish enough to enter the Big Sand Society's junkyard alone. Jisoo realizes from the man's words that his attackers are members of the Beekjin Society, who are now telling him to prepare for his death. Jisoo counters that Jin Chun is the one who should be prepared as Jin Chun charges at him, relishing the prospect of a struggle. As they exchange blows with various weapons, Jisoo grows angry and recalls his experience with armed combat during the chaos at Chinryong, refusing to be intimidated. Jin Chun lands a sudden punch before Jisoo can react and observes that the boy seems to prefer bare-handed combat over using weapons. Jisoo glares coldly at the man and dismisses his rambling as they both charge back into the fray. Abandoning their weapons, Jin Chun targets what he perceives as Jisoo's weakness, intending to end the fight quickly to spare him further suffering. Jin Chun delivers a decisive blow that sends Jisoo flying backward to the ground, where the boy struggles to regain his composure. Jin Chun approaches the fallen Jisoo and raises his weapon, mockingly introducing the hammer as Jisoo's new companion. Jisoo's expression turns grim as Jin Chun continues to taunt him, telling him to treat the weapon with respect. Hein Kin suddenly reaches out to intervene, catching Jin Chun off guard as he declares that he is finally free from his captor. Before Jin Chun can react, Hein Kin grabs him by the neck and urgently shouts for Jisoo to move quickly. Jisoo rushes forward to seize the hammer, infuriating Jin Chun, who trembles with rage that they still have the strength to resist. Jisoo uses the hammer to shatter the chains binding Hein Kin's hands, allowing Hein Kin to shove Jin Chun away. They realize they must escape before reinforcements arrive, leaving Jin Chun fuming as he watches his prey flee. Enraged that his prey dared to escape, Jin Chun watches as Jisoo asks a visibly exhausted Hein Kin if he is even capable of running. Hein Kin insists he will escape even if he has to crawl, just as a mob of men spots them and shouts for their capture. Jisoo quickly takes a defensive stance, realizing he will have to fight his way through the crowd with his bare hands. Hein Kin manages to mount a large motorcycle and urgently tells Jisoo to get on, warning that they will not survive on foot. Jisoo hesitates upon realizing the bike belongs to their enemies, but Hein Kin revs the engine, leaving no time for second thoughts. They charge directly into the shouting mob as Jisoo strikes out at those blocking their path, eventually breaking through the enemy encirclement. Hein Kin reminds Jisoo to hold on tight, just as Jisoo notices the road ahead is completely blocked. Jisoo grows anxious at the sight of the barricade, but Hein Kin remains entirely unfazed by the obstacle. Hein Kin suddenly launches the motorcycle into the air, a move that terrifies Jisoo to the point of tears. Confident that he can create his own path, Hein Kin successfully leads them both to safety outside. Hein Kin sighs and thanks Jisoo for the help, while Jisoo admits the rescue was unintentional but is curious about how Hein Kin was captured. Hein Kin explains that Jinsang Industrial School has been engaged in a brutal war with the Baeksan Society. The constant conflict between the two factions had become chaotic and exhausting, resulting in heavy losses for everyone involved. With no clear winner in sight, both sides grew weary of the meaningless violence and considered a temporary truce. The Brotherhood eventually proposed a final duel between the two leaders to settle the matter once and for all. Hoping to end the long-standing war, Hein Kin naively agreed to the terms and brought his men to the designated meeting spot. However, the situation turned sour when Shin Chun unexpectedly appeared before him at the rendezvous point. Shin Chun mocked the school leader's bravery, but Hein Kin coldly demanded to speak with a Nauman instead of dealing with underling. Suddenly, bright headlights flashed as a large truck began charging directly toward Hein Kin. As Shin Chun smiled wickedly, Hein Kin realized it was a trap, and while his men escaped the trucks, he was not so fortunate. Surrounded by vehicles and unable to move, Hein Kin was consumed by a silent, burning rage at the betrayal. He realized the Brotherhood's offer of a fair duel was a lie as Shin Chun declared the start of an outdoor hunt. It became clear that the entire arrangement was nothing more than a cowardly and dirty trick played by the enemy. Hein Kin explains that his capture allowed the enemy to seize control of Jinsang Industrial School while he was away. Jisoo concludes that only the 6 gates are left, but Hein Kin stands up, determined to change the situation. Hein Kin declares that it is time for a counterattack, leaving Jisoo stunned by his resolve despite his current state. Hyung Kin's eyes fill with renewed hope as he explains that some Jin Sang members survive and are regrouping to launch a counterattack. Jisoo stands up and offers to join the fight, prompting Hyung Kin to express his gratitude for being saved while remaining hesitant. Hyung Kin refuses to involve an outsider, especially one from the 6 gates, but Jisoo remains thoughtful before responding. Jisoo clarifies that he has his own personal reasons for coming along, leaving Hyung Kin surprised by his cryptic explanation. Jisoo thinks of his friend Young-ho, who is still being held captive inside the enemy hideout while defiantly shouting at his captor. Young-ho tries to cause a commotion by questioning their authority, but he is left confused when his handcuffs are suddenly unlocked. After pulling off his blindfold, Young-ho is stunned and begins to sweat as he realizes the gravity of his unknown surroundings. The red-haired man beside him speaks up in a worried tone, sensing that they are now trapped in a very dangerous place. Young-ho is startled to see the red-haired man and demands to know why he is there, explaining that he had been chasing him. Seeing the red-haired man's terrified expression, Young-ho realizes the man looks as though he has just seen a ghost. The red-haired man stammers about needing to hide just as a voice from above welcomes them both to the arena. The two men are confused as the voice informs them that they have officially become the prey for the upcoming hunt. The rules are explained, stating they must either escape within the time limit or successfully defeat the hunters to survive. The voice announces that all forms of violence and weapons are permitted as a group of thugs appears to begin the hunt. Elsewhere, two subordinates desperately beg for another chance, swearing that they will never let such a mistake happen again. No Moan lifts one of their chins and asks if they understand the price of their failure now that the prey has entered the arena. He coldly orders his men to take them away, declaring that they will be demoted to the status of prey starting the following day. The two men continue to plead for mercy, explaining that they were only caught off guard by a sudden ambush. No Moan remains deep in thought, while Sin Chun tries to maintain a fearless facade before his mouth is covered by those around him. Inside the room, No Moan turns around in frustration and questions why his subordinate seems to be losing control over his men lately. Shin Chun sighs as he recounts the events, admitting they grew complacent after seizing Jin's Shanghai and vowing it will not happen again. Just as he finishes speaking, a heavy weight is hurled toward him, which he narrowly manages to dodge. An irritated No Moon tightly chokes Shin Chun, stating that the Baekjan Association's takeover of Dong Yueyang is nearly complete once Yukmangwan is consumed. His voice filled with hatred for Seong Ho's interference, No Moon listens as Shin Chun desperately begs for forgiveness. Without hesitation, the leader throws him aside and commands him to bring the intruder before him within a single day. Left with no other choice, Shin Chun nods in agreement while Seong Ho continues to fight on the surveillance monitor. Realizing time is short, the leader departs after threatening to begin the hunt at Yukmangwan once Jin's Shanghai is clear. Elsewhere, several large thugs repeatedly leap toward Seong Ho to launch their attack. Although the relentless assault makes things difficult, Seong Ho uses his physical strength to strike back instead of hiding. More thugs join the fray to claim him as their prize, forcing Seong Ho to fight continuously from one location to the next. Exhausted and without a moment to rest, he eventually manages to take down every enemy in the immediate area. Seong Ho curses the endless waves of bald thugs, while the red-haired man hiding nearby praises the skills of a Yukmangwan fighter. Seong Ho angrily criticizes him for hiding, but the man jumps down and explains that survival is the priority in the Brotherhood arena. Seong Ho retorts that the man only survives because of his efforts, but his expression soon turns pensive as he recalls the arena's name. The red-haired man explains that this arena is operated by Choi No Moon, one of the leaders of the Baekjan Association. This location serves as the headquarters for the Brotherhood, the primary strike force of the Baekjan Association. The entire maze is a calculated combat training ground where many have lost their lives during these forced hunts. Seong Ho is stunned to learn that the area is a massive training field where slaves from captured schools are hunted for sport. Realizing there is no exit, Seong Ho is nearly caught by a surprise attack until the red-haired man pushes him to safety. Weibu turns toward them with a smile and greets the warrior from Yukmangwan, referring to him as Yuk Kun. Yang Ho is provoked by the nauseating nickname Yuk Kun and demands to know who came up with it. He charges forward to attack the bald Wibu, but his strike fails to inflict any damage on his opponent. The opponent claims to have assessed Yang Ho's strength, a statement that only further disgusts him for sounding like an anime. Wearing homemade glasses and a sinister smile, the man declares that Yang Ho is only as strong as his right arm. Park Jin Hwan, the hunter of the month from Brotherhood, continues his taunts until Yang Ho loses his temper and lunges at him. Yang Ho tells the trash Wibu to shut up, but the opponent easily suppresses him with a gentle smile and immense strength. To keep the fight fair, the opponent decides to use only his right hand while explaining his personal rules for gaining power. Realizing he is in a difficult situation, Yang Ho notes that this man is far more formidable than his previous opponents. Yang Ho spots an opening created by the opponent's one-handed handicap and decides to seize the moment immediately. Placing his hand on the ground for leverage, Yang Ho delivers a powerful kick directly into the opponent's face. The blow sends the man flying backward in pain, leaving the red-haired observer impressed by the skill of the Luck Moon fighter. Yang Ho wipes away sweat and mocks the man for being an arrogant nobody, while the red-haired observer realizes the boy is dangerous. As the opponent slowly stands up and mutters about his calculations being wrong, Yang Ho tells him to stop acting. Yang Ho continues his relentless assault, dismissing the opponent's words and claiming that victory is impossible for him. Suddenly, the opponent's massive hands seize Yang Ho's leg and begin brutally slamming him onto the ground repeatedly. Overwhelmed by a series of powerful strikes, Yang Ho is unable to resist as he is pinned firmly against the hard concrete. The opponent insists his power measurement system is never wrong, while Yang Ho senses a sudden and terrifying shift in the air. With a completely transformed aura, the man raises his fist and decides to simply weaken Yang Ho until his measurements are correct. The following day, Jisoo sighs as he returns to a familiar place, recalling his agreement with Hyung Kin to join their plan. Despite insisting on going alone without the rest of Luck Moon, Jisoo begins to wonder if he will be safe on his own. Jisoo spots a familiar figure and calls out to Hwang Hyuk Jin, but his expression quickly turns to confusion as he wonders why Hyuk Jin is alone and where the Jinsan Technical High School students are. Hyuk Jin sighs and explains that there is a major problem, and after hearing the full story, Jisoo's face immediately becomes grave. Jisoo is shocked to learn that everyone from Jinsan Technical High School has lost contact, while Hyuk Jin explains that the Brotherhood confiscated his phone when he was captured. Hyuk Jin had to find another device to call his crew, but no one would pick up, leaving Jisoo deeply worried about their next move. As Jisoo points out that the two of them cannot charge in alone, a motorcycle suddenly screeches to a halt and a boy with a ponytail rushes toward them, looking deeply moved. Jisoo is startled by the newcomer's arrival, while Hyuk Jin can hardly believe his eyes as Sang-chin runs over and hugs him tightly, claiming he missed him terribly. Hyuk Jin is bewildered by the overly sentimental display, but Sang-chin suddenly realizes something is wrong and asks why his leader is standing there. Sang-chin explains that he woke up late and was just heading to the assembly point, leaving Hyuk Jin momentarily stunned and confused about what assembly point he is talking about. Sang-chin looks awkward and reminds Hyuk Jin that he was the one who told everyone to gather yesterday, showing him a group message on his phone as proof. The phone displays a series of messages from Hyuk Jin warning the group not to answer unknown numbers and identifying himself as Hwang Hyuk Jin from the 12th grade. The text claims he escaped the Brotherhood and instructs everyone to meet at 5:00 p.m. at the abandoned construction site in area while moving stealthily to avoid detection. The message warns them to ignore anyone impersonating him from a strange number, and the crew had all acknowledged the order from their leader. Hyuk Jin's face turns serious as he realizes he never sent those messages. While at a large warehouse, a crowd of students gathers, celebrating their leader's supposed escape. The students prepare to retaliate against the Brotherhood just as Shin Chun arrives and opens the door, drawing everyone's attention with an excited smile. Shin Chun remarks that everyone seems to have arrived, prompting the confused students to demand to know who he is and how he found their location. A group of men appears behind them to block the exit, and Shin Chun laughs at the situation, finding the trap he set to be quite amusing. Jin Chun's subordinates mock their rivals for being as brainless as their leader. Surprised, they actually walked right into the trap. Realizing they have been lured into an ambush, Jin Chun and his armed men prepare to unleash their violence without wasting any more time. Hein Chun orders his men to attack while Hein Kin desperately tries to explain that he was not the one who sent the message. Ponytail is thrown into a panic as Jisoo realizes the Brotherhood likely set a trap for them, prompting him to suggest they leave immediately. Just as they prepare to flee, Hein Kin is startled by the sudden ringing of his own phone. Hein Kin answers the call to find the real Hong Hai Ok Jin on the line, urgently warning the Jin Sang Hai members to escape the area. As the familiar voice speaks over the phone, Jin Chun and his men revel in the thrill of the brutal confrontation. After defeating Hein Kin's subordinates, Jin remarks on how the scent of blood invigorates him, causing Chun Kin to grow deeply concerned. Hein Kin desperately promises to arrive and begs them not to harm the younger members, but Jin Chun dismisses his pleas since the damage is already done. Overwhelmed by despair and fury, Hein Kin listens as Jin Chun mocks him for fleeing and leaving innocents to suffer before arranging a meeting place. Jin Chun demands that Hein Kin arrive at their junkyard before 8 o'clock while Yang Ho and Red Hair sit in a cell, discussing the Brotherhood's habit of hunting captives. Red Hair explains that captives are kept alive only to be dragged back into combat, while Yang Ho notes that their captors avoid vital spots to prolong the suffering. Sensing something is amiss, Yang Ho asks Red Hair how a member of the Beak San gang ended up in such a dire situation. Red Hair reacts with disdain at being associated with the Beak San gang, whom he considers to be nothing more than trash. Red Hair reveals that the Baeksan gang and Jin Sang-hai are sworn enemies, leaving Yang Ho shocked to learn of his affiliation and questioning his motive. Red Hair explains that he only followed the Brotherhood's orders and committed those crimes in hopes of saving his leader. The Brotherhood promised to release Hai Ok Jin, a name that immediately strikes a chord with Yang Ho as he realizes they are talking about the leader of Jin Sang-hai. Red Hair is surprised that Yang Ho knows his leader, to which Yang Ho admits that he has had some past involvement with him. Yang Ho expresses surprise that Red Hair would go to such lengths for Hong Hai Ok Jin, especially after he ended up in the hands of the Baeksan gang. Yang Ho admits he thought the man was merely an eccentric, but Red Hair explains that there is much more to his leader than his outward appearance suggests. The entire Jin Sang-hai crew followed their leader with genuine loyalty, a bond forged back when the school was located in the heart of the Neung slums, where most students came from difficult backgrounds, and the red-haired boy was frequently targeted by larger bullies. The bullies tried to bribe the Jin Sang-hai students into acting as their hired muscle, offering a reward if the boy would simply knock someone out and flee. They shoved 100,000 won in his face while threatening him, but he could only plead for mercy, feeling a deep sense of humiliation as other schools looked down on them. Infuriated by his refusal, a thug prepared to strike him while mocking his poverty and claiming the school's pathetic reputation matched its name. As the thug contemptuously told him to just endure the beating, Hyuk Jin suddenly intervened and coldly twisted the aggressor's arm behind his back. With a look of pure fury, Hyuk Jin warned them against touching his people, a moment that left the red-haired boy stunned and marked the beginning of Jin Sang-hai's transformation. Under Hyuk Jin's leadership, those who once lived in shame united to become the strongest force in Neung, ensuring that no one would ever look down on them again. Once he had gathered a massive following, Hyuk Jin told his men that possessing true strength was the only way to prevent others from trampling over them. Presenting himself as living proof of his philosophy, he urged them to place their trust in him, a story the red-haired boy continues to recount in the present day. While Hyuk Jin punished rule breakers severely, he was also their greatest protector, leading Ian Ho to realize that Hyuk Jin held a status at Jin Sang-hai similar to Kang Chang's son. Ian Ho understood that people only risked their lives for a leader of that caliber, while the red-haired boy remained consumed by hatred over his leader's capture. He insisted they were not defeated but merely victims of a cowardly trap, vowing revenge once their leader was free, just as the door suddenly swung open. Blinding light poured in as the thugs began shoving a large group of people into the cell, barking orders for them to move quickly. The red-haired boy was shocked to recognize the new prisoners, while the thugs flashed a wicked smile before sealing the door. The thugs remarked on how crowded the jail had become and anticipated the excitement of the upcoming hunt, leaving the red-haired boy staring in disbelief at his comrades. When asked why they were all there, a man lying on the floor dejectedly explained that they had been betrayed and set up by the Brotherhood. Both the red-haired boy and Ian Ho were stunned by the news, while elsewhere, Hyuk Jin smashed his phone in a fit of rage and vowed to kill his enemies immediately. Yi Su rushed to stop him, arguing that charging in with only 3 people would be a suicide mission, but Hyuk Jin was too blinded by fury to listen. Hyuk Jin shouted that he couldn't remain calm while his loyal brothers were being held captive, even as the boy with the ponytail tried to reason with him. Though Hyuk Jin stood still and acknowledged the danger of a direct assault, his heart remained filled with an intense hatred for everything his enemies had done. Hyung Kin decides he can tolerate personal insults, but harming his people is crossing the line, so he orders his subordinates to withdraw immediately. Declaring he will go alone, the scene shifts to a filthy junkyard where Sin Chun's henchmen question if their target will actually show up to save his captured men. Sin Chun laughs confidently at the idea of it being a suicide mission, mocking the group for their predictable tendency to always stick together. Sin Chun intends to finish cleaning up before the boss concludes the hunt, but he suddenly falls silent as he notices something approaching. Hyung Kin finally appears before them, much to Sin Chun's satisfaction, as the protagonist arrives and resolutely rests a club upon his shoulder. With a murderous glare, Hyung Kin demands to know the location of his men, while a composed Sin Chun offers him a mocking compliment for his arrival. Sin Chun mocks his quick arrival and claims the captured men are waiting in the arena, but an irritated Hyung Kin cuts him off before he can finish. Hyung Kin accuses them of breaking their promise to release his men upon his arrival, prompting Sin Chun to burst into fits of derisive laughter. After Sin Chun mocks his intelligence for being deceived again, Hyung Kin loses his patience and charges forward, using his immense strength to sweep through the henchmen. Hyung Kin declares his intent to wipe them all out, as Sin Chun watches the unfolding chaos with sadistic excitement. Sin Chun relishes the thought of forcing the stubborn man to his knees, and orders his massive group of armed men to swarm Hyung Kin, who fearlessly fights back. A henchman strikes him with a club while questioning what he can achieve alone, as the rest of the gang begins to completely surround him. Within moments, Hyung Kin is completely encircled by the mob, causing Sin Chun to break into a wicked and triumphant grin. Just as Sin Chun declares that no one can overcome such numbers and orders his men to finish the job, a motorcycle suddenly roars into the scene. Sin Chun is left bewildered by the sudden intrusion as Ponytail arrives on the scene, shouting at the crowd in a fit of rage. Brandishing a fire extinguisher, Ponytail orders the thugs to move aside before they even have a chance to react to his presence. Ponytail sprays the crowd with the extinguisher to create a distraction and urges Hyung Kin to jump on the bike, a request he accepts with a laugh at the perfect timing. An infuriated Sin Chun orders his men to block the exits, but Ponytail laughs at the idea of escaping, as he and Hyung Kin begin to strike down the surrounding thugs. Realizing the duo has no intention of fleeing, Sin Chun grows anxious as he suspects they are planning to charge directly into his ranks. With everything proceeding according to plan, Hyung Kin smiles with satisfaction, confident that their opening move was a success. Jisoo slowly places his hands on the fence and tiredly climbs over to infiltrate the area after finally finding a detour. He is surprised to see an opening and assumes the guards are distracted by Hwang Hyukjin's efforts on the other side. In a flashback, Jisoo places a hand on Hyukjin's shoulder and warns him not to charge in recklessly. Despite his determined expression, Jisoo clarifies that he isn't giving up, leaving Hyukjin momentarily confused. With a strange smile, Jisoo reveals his plan to make their small group seem like an army before leaping forward to join the fight. Having successfully infiltrated the area as planned, the joint rescue mission between Luckman and Jin Sang-hai begins. Jisoo silently observes two guards talking animatedly and wonders if he has found the right location as his expression turns serious. Recalling Hyukjin's instructions, Jisoo remembers being told to look for the largest container in the junkyard to find the hostages. Hyukjin had promised to act as a distraction, while reminding Jisoo to sneak inside with the utmost caution. Hyukjin warned that while a few guards were manageable, being surrounded would be dangerous, bringing Jisoo back to the present. Jisoo reaches into his backpack with a satisfied smile, glad that he prepared a specific item for this exact situation. The two guards continue their casual conversation, boasting about their physical strength and recent weightlifting record. They claim a 600-kilogram lift is the Brotherhood's average standard before being interrupted by a voice from behind. Jisoo approaches them with a confident smile, having prepared a secret weapon to blend in with the Brotherhood members tonight. To deceive Sin Chun's men, Jisoo opted for a realistic bald wig instead of actually shaving his own head. He feels smugly confident that his disguise and outfit are perfect enough to prevent anyone from recognizing him. The two guards grow suspicious of his sudden arrival and mention that most of their men are out hunting for Hwang Hyukjin. Jisoo quickly improvises an excuse, claiming that Hyukjin has escaped again and that new orders have been issued. He tells the guards that the boss wants a prisoner brought out to serve as bait, prompting them to open the container. The guards complain about Hyukjin being a nuisance before telling Jisoo to go inside and retrieve the prisoner. Jisoo's expression turns smug as he believes his intellect has triumphed over brawn, but his confidence wavers when a guard suddenly places a hand on his shoulder. Fearing his cover is blown, Jisoo grows anxious until he realizes the guard is merely pointing out that he lacks the necessary prison key. The guard sternly instructs Jisoo to follow him, prompting a relieved but forced smile from Jisoo as he complies, glad to have avoided detection. Exhausted by the long walk, Jisoo marvels at the sheer scale of the facility, noting that this organization seems just as massive as the Tyron Club. The guard asks if Jisoo is a new recruit since his face is unfamiliar, and Jisoo quickly nods in agreement, prompting the guard to reminisce about his own early days. After offering his assistance, the guard asks if Jisoo heard about the individual who was hunted down the previous day, but Jisoo feigns ignorance. The The guard explains with a serious expression that the target lived up to the rumors by defeating half their hunters before Jingwen finally captured him. Concerned about the extent of Yang Ho's injuries, Jisoo remains silent as the guard leads him into a large, open room. When the guard curiously asks which unit he belongs to, Jisoo hesitates before claiming to be a member of Unit 223 and then Unit 3. The guard grows suspicious of the inconsistent answer, forcing Jisoo to realize he must find the prison and escape this confusing facility immediately. Noticing Jisoo's urgency, the guard questions his haste, but Jisoo tries to deflect by claiming he needs to deliver the bait as quickly as possible. The man shakes his head and tightens his grip on a hammer, suddenly launching a direct attack at Jisoo instead of accepting the explanation. The guard asks if Jisoo is afraid of being exposed, pinning him to the ground while explaining that Unit 3 was the very group conducting yesterday's hunt. He points out that a member of Unit 3 would certainly know about the Six Gates prey, and as he grabs Jisoo, the fake bald cap falls off. Stunned by the discovery of the disguise, the guard is caught off guard when Jisoo strikes him down and takes the keys, deciding to stop acting now that he is compromised. Jisoo intends to use the stolen keys to finish his mission, though he pauses for a moment to contemplate the vastness of the area before him. Confident he can find his own way, Jisoo smiles as the scene shifts to the ponytail man and Hyung-kin speeding toward their meeting point on a motorcycle. Hyung-kin directs the driver to turn right so they can meet Jisoo on time, and the driver acknowledges the command as they push forward. The driver senses danger just as they approach a hidden chain stretched across the road, but it is too late for them to react. Both men are thrown violently from the motorcycle as Guai-bu appears with the chain, laughing at the successful capture of his high-profile targets. Hein-kin raises his chain and warns the Jin Sang students to prepare as he easily binds them both, preventing their escape. Sensing something is amiss, Sang-chun calls out to his leader while Gibu slowly descends to the ground. Hein-kin remarks that the chain must be painful, but notes that a leader must maintain his dignity before sign. Hein-kin states he has no time for bickering and forcefully pulls Gibu toward him to focus on a more important task. Before Gibu can react, Hein-kin grabs him by the face and slams him into the ground without hesitation. After neutralizing Gibu, Hein-kin turns to Sang-chun and apologizes for being an inadequate leader to his men. Sang-chun is confused as Hein-kin tells him to endure the situation, vowing not to abandon his comrades and to end the war. Recalling their strategy, Sang-chun asks if Jisoo will be able to carry out the plan as they discuss. Hein-kin looks on with anticipation, trusting Jisoo to fulfill his role as a decoy just as he had promised earlier. The group had listened in silence as Jisoo explained his plan to rescue the others while they provided a distraction. They agreed to meet at the container Hong Hyukjin used to escape, but Hein-kin now senses that something is wrong. Hein-kin and Sang-chun look around the designated meeting spot in confusion, finding no one there. Sang-chun grows increasingly anxious, fearing that Jisoo might have failed despite his earlier confidence. A mocking voice rings out as the enemy leader and his men appear, noting their lack of a backup plan. Sang-chun is stunned by how quickly they were pursued, while Hein-kin issues a stern warning. Hein-kin instructs Sang-chun to retreat so he can buy time, but Gibu stands up and vows to kill them. Hein-kin is shocked by Gibu's resilience as the enemy leader wears a proud smile and orders the farce to end. The enemy leader orders his men to capture the pair, leading Hein-kin to believe that their plan has finally failed. A voice calls out for the leader to move just before an old car crashes down amidst a barrage of insults. Following an insult to the Brotherhood, Sang-chun watches in bewilderment as the freed subordinates launch a counterattack. The Jin Sang students who were recently imprisoned have returned, surprisingly applying their school lessons to the fight while wielding their enemy's own weapon. Large cranes suddenly appear, startling Weibo as the gray-haired student coldly warns them that provoking the technical school carries severe consequences. Cars are immediately hurled toward Weibo, forcing him to dodge in terror as the students employ their signature combat tactics. Other subordinates approach Hein-kin, announcing their arrival and their readiness to join the fray together. Hein-kin breathes a sigh of relief seeing his subordinates have successfully escaped, finding their loyalty both endearing and slightly irritating. Jisoo arrives and apologizes for the delay caused by the difficult path to the detention center, while Young-ho insists they focus on settling their outstanding debts. Hein-kin laughs as he notes the numbers are now even, his eyes filled with hatred as he signals the start of the war. Hein-kin assumes a fighting stance and declares they have enough people, triggering the immediate start of the battle. Both sides clash while hurling insults, with Hein Kin's subordinates showing remarkable energy despite their previous injury. Sin Chun's men are baffled by the enemy's strength, wondering how those who were beaten nearly to death and imprisoned could still fight with such vigor. They discuss how the tide always turns whenever the Jin Sang students are cornered, until a large hand suddenly grabs both of their heads. Hein Kin angrily smashes their heads together, calling them fools who will never understand and dismissing them as nothing but trash. The purple-haired subordinate rushes over to check on Hein Kin, who surprisingly turns the question back to ask if his men are all right. He smiles happily, explaining that Hein Kin's presence gives them strength and the unwavering belief that they will emerge victorious. Sensing something is wrong, Hein Kin suddenly asks about the whereabouts of Sol Bin and Chan Sol, noticing they are missing. The subordinate worriedly explains that several of the larger fighters were separated from the group while being transported to the detention center. Hein Kin is shocked to learn that his missing men have reportedly been taken to the leader of the Brotherhood. Hein Kin grows anxious at the mention of No Mun, while elsewhere, No Mun stares coldly at the pills scattered across the ground. No Mun smiles wickedly and expresses his disappointment, noting that his opponents are so weak he could end the hunt with a single blow. Despite being drugged, the fighters seem underwhelming until one of them develops a crazed look and they both charge at No Mun without hesitation. Despite their efforts, it is futile as the man is quickly beaten until his teeth fly out, while his nearby comrade suffers a similarly tragic fate at the hands of the terrifyingly powerful attacker. Watching the scene unfold, the two-parted hair youth and his gray-haired companion are left stunned, wondering why the man is attacking his own brothers in such a crazed manner. The man coldly questions his subordinates, remarking that their pathetic weakness is the reason they allowed the hostage to be taken from right under their noses. With a trembling voice, the subordinate begins to apologize, but Norman immediately silences him by taking him down using only a single hand. After beating his subordinate within an inch of his life, the man sighs and declares that no matter how many drugs they take, such weaklings are not even worth his time to hunt. Now resembling a powerful wild buffalo, he wonders if Jin Sang's group will provide a better challenge as the scene shifts to the other side of the battlefield. Hein Kin uses his massive hand to seize a subordinate and demands to know their leader's location, causing the man to buckle under the intense pain. The subordinate desperately screams that the leader is in the deepest container at the junkyard, prompting Hein Kin to turn and prepare for his departure. Realizing he must arrive before it is too late, Hein Kin starts to move, but a chain suddenly hurtles toward him before he can react. The chain wraps tightly around his leg, leaving him bewildered as Wee Boo wears a sinister smile while firmly gripping the other end. Declaring that he relentlessly pursues anyone he sets his sights on, Wee Boo violently jerks the chain and pulls Hein Kin down to the ground. Wee Boo announces that it is now Hein Kin's turn to be crushed, causing the trapped man to worry that he might be finished if he cannot free his leg. Just as the situation becomes dire, Yan Ho suddenly stomps down on the chain and insults the attacker, calling him a sick individual. Coldly wiping the sweat from his face, Yan Ho reminds his opponent of an unsettled debt, catching Wee Boo's attention as he recognizes the boy's face. Wee Boo dismisses him as a mere blonde, small fry from the Six Gates, but the provocation only infuriates Yan Ho, who tells him to shut his mouth. Taking advantage of the distraction, Hein Kin frees his leg from the chain and prepares to move on, much to the surprise of Gisu, who is fighting nearby. Gisu asks Hein Kin where he is going, and the man hurriedly explains that several people are still being held captive by the Brotherhood's captain. Confused, Gi-hein asks if everyone from the camp hasn't already been released, but Hein Kin shakes his head and continues to explain the situation. Driven by a bad premonition, Hein Kin insists on checking the area, but a sudden voice commands them not to move, causing both men to turn in surprise. Sin Chun steps forward coldly, his body covered in blood and his eyes filled with a mindless rage as he declares that this place will become their grave. Seeing the danger Sin Chun poses, Jisoo signals for Hein Kin to flee while he handles the threat, and Hein Kin departs with a word of thanks. Enraged by the escape, Sin Chun attempts to pursue, but Jisoo blocks his path and forces him into a direct confrontation. Sin Chun is irritated by the provocation and warns Jisoo that he will suffer for his arrogance, but Jisoo remains undeterred. Despite Jisoo's readiness, Sin Chun's superior speed allows him to land a series of kicks while a sinister smile spreads across his face. Sin Chun brutally pummels Jisoo from every angle, sending him flying backward in pain as Jisoo realizes his opponent possesses both immense power and speed. Refusing to surrender, Jisoo charges forward again, but he struggles to land a blow against Jin Chun's overwhelming agility. Jin Chun mocks Jisoo's resolve while knocking him to the ground, leaving Jisoo exhausted as his every counterattack proves futile. Jisoo stares at his formidable opponent in despair, while Jin Chun becomes increasingly intrigued by the defiant look in Jisoo's eye. Recalling the faces of his past victims, Jin Chun asks if Jisoo was once a target of bullying, a question that momentarily paralyses Jisoo. Jin Chun continues to mock him, claiming that Jisoo's eyes betray his past, before offering to explain how he recognized the sign. In a flashback, Jin Chun is shown to have had a successful life with good grades and many friends, yet he found no joy in any of it. Despite his social life and activities, he felt a profound sense of emptiness until he eventually discovered a dark change within himself. The memory reveals his classmates pleading with him to stop before he kills a fellow student during a violent outburst. A twisted smile appeared on his face as he realized that tormenting others was the only thing that made him feel truly alive. From that point on, Jin Chun sought out vulnerable targets to satisfy his cruel impulses, finding the process deeply entertaining. He treated his victims like personal toys, and in the present, he prepares to strike Jisoo, relishing the abundance of prey his current group provides. Jin Chun relentlessly attacks Jisoo, boasting about how he used to break people like him until they were driven to the brink of insanity. Jisoo suddenly catches Jin Chun's leg and admits that he was once a victim of constant abuse and humiliation. He explains that people like Jin Chun are the reason he changed, before lunging forward to seize his opponent's waist. Reflecting on how his life has transformed since joining Luke Moan, Jisoo reveals he has developed a new hobby as his expression turns cold. Wibu mocks Young-ho's flashy appearance as massive chains lash forward, forcing the struggling boy to stumble while his opponent wears a cruel smile. Furious that his hunt was interrupted, Wibu disregards his previous captives and swings a heavy chain with lethal intent. Panicked by the near miss, Young-ho realizes a direct hit would be hospitalizing and desperately grabs a hammer from the ground. Refusing to back down, Young-ho charges forward to engage in the close-quarters combat that he considers his specialty. Wibu scoffs at the boy's stupidity, claiming that bringing such a clumsy weapon only makes him easier prey. Just as the chain wraps tightly around the hammer and victory seems certain for Wibu, a strange smile appears on Young-ho's face. Having anticipated the move, Young-ho slams the hammer into the earth and uses another to pin the chain down like a nail, effectively disarming his foe. Wibu tries in vain to reclaim his weapon while Young-ho rushes him with a hammer, determined to deliver a punishing blow. With no other choice, the anime-obsessed fighter lunges forward, boasting that he can defeat the boy with his bare hands. Sensing the terrifying power behind the man's movements, Young-ho realizes that taking a direct hit would be extremely dangerous. As Wibu raises his fist, Young-ho knows that a single punch from such a monster could be fatal if it connected like the previous one. Young-ho narrowly avoids the strike by leaping aside, retreating to a safe distance while anxiously searching for a way to win. Deciding to use his secret technique, Young-ho recalls his past training where he relentlessly practiced his boxing repetitions. Seong-woo had watched him curiously back then, asking why he chose to train alone instead of joining the others. Young-ho had explained his preference for solo practice over grappling, prompting Seong-woo to advise him against forcing himself into unsuitable style. However, Seong-woo's subsequent comment about the nature of his strikes left the young man feeling quite confused. Warning that simple moves are easily countered by experts, Seong-woo's departure served as the motivation for Young-ho to push himself further. Heeding the advice to learn more unconventional techniques, Young-ho launches a fresh attack while Wibu continues to mock him. Wibu remains overconfident, dismissing the boy's efforts as the same ineffective skills he learned from lame Kim. Young-ho suddenly shifts his trajectory mid-strike, catching Wibu off guard with a Brazilian kick that leaves the boy feeling triumphant. Following Senior Seung-yu's advice, he relentlessly launches a series of attacks against Weibo, proving the technique's effectiveness. Weibo loses his composure and screams in frustration at the persistent attacks, but his anger only solidifies Young-ho's confidence. He spins around and delivers a direct kick to the man's face, turning the tide of the battle as he smiles triumphantly. The scene shifts to Jisoo, who mentions finding a new interest since joining Yukmungan while using a leg lock to strike Shin Chun's body. Jisoo explains that his new interest is crushing arrogant people, and he grows excited seeing his opponent's physical reaction to his words. Before Jisoo can launch another attack, Shin-chun pushes him back with a terrifyingly malicious look in his eye. Shin-chun expresses his love for forcing people to their knees, leaving Jisoo to shudder at the man's bizarre and overwhelming strength. Despite being pinned to the ground, Jisoo continues to speak, vowing to teach his opponent the true meaning of living in agony. These words only fuel the man's rage, leading to a brutal beating until he eventually looks down at Jisoo's face with a smug expression. He mocks Jisoo for talking so boldly, while being the one who is actually taking all the hits. Feeling unsatisfied, Jin-chun throws Jisoo backward again, leaving him in such immense pain that he cannot move his body. As Jisoo tries to regain his composure, Jin-chun walks toward him and begins to speak. Jin-chun claims that Jisoo has failed to surprise him and that he knows exactly how to deal with people like him, wearing a sinister smile as he reflects on the past. He recounts a story from years ago about another person just like Jisoo, someone weak yet prideful who tried to maintain a sense of dignity. Jin-chun explains how he targeted those who acted righteous by helping the weak, recalling a time when he was a truly dangerous individual who demanded his victims look at him. He took great pleasure in turning their daily lives into a living hell, though things did not always go as smoothly as he initially expected. When the individual proved to be stubborn and kept resisting, Jin-chun resorted to extreme violence by brutally beating him in front of the entire school. He did everything in his power to break the poor soul so he would never show his face again, eventually leaving the victim with empty, hollow eyes before returning his focus to the present. As Jisoo struggles to sit up, Jin reveals that the previous victim eventually left a suicide note and jumped from a building, a detail that leaves Jisoo momentarily stunned. Casually touching his head, Jin-chun admits to stealing the suicide note to erase all evidence before deciding that he has wasted enough time talking. Jin-chun quickly moves toward Jisoo, declaring that losers like him need to be properly disciplined while firmly pinning Jisoo's arm down before he can react. A sickening sound echoes through the air, followed by Jisoo's desperate scream, which only serves to fuel Jin-chun's growing madness. Jin-chun praises the perfect sound of the breaking bone and the scream before dropping Jisoo to the ground and telling him to enjoy the agony, while Jisoo curses in rage. Realizing his arm is immobile, Jisoo is overwhelmed by the memory of his past frustrations and the crushing weight of being completely isolated. He remembers his former self as a hollow shell who had given up on everything, serving as a human ashtray for those who bullied him. Having once been in a dark place where he wanted to end it all, Jisoo finds the resolve to keep fighting and uses his remaining strength to grab Jin-chun's leg. His refusal to submit only amuses Jin-chun, who is impressed by Jisoo's persistence and ability to keep fighting even with a broken arm. Jisoo remains indifferent to the physical beating, as it pales in comparison to the years of suffering he has already endured, and he suddenly lunges at Jin-chun. Jisoo stands up and delivers a powerful strike, shocking Jin-chun, who cannot believe that Jisoo just manually reset his own dislocated joint. With a voice full of hatred, Jisoo wipes the blood from his face and vows to make Jin-chun experience the same terror he once inflicted on others. The scene shifts to a blood-stained prison cell where No Moan wears a wicked smile and complains about how bored he has become. Naman looks bored at Hein Kin's two subordinates from Jin Sang-kong and prepares to force a pill into one of their mouths. Naman grows excited for a fight just as a noise outside signals Hein Kin's timely arrival, making Naman realize he has found the right opponent. Hein Kin appears like a giant python ready to devour his enemy as he confronts those present at the scene. Naman is delighted to see Hein Kin arrive unexpectedly, but Hein Kin wastes no time and charges straight toward him. Hein Kin grabs Naman's body and leg, shouting that he will personally finish him, as a flashback shows gray hair speaking with concern. After being thanked, Hein Kin reflects on how he initially only saw his own past reflected in those young men. Having defeated the others alone, he prepares to leave while warning them not to bring shame to their uniforms by getting beaten so easily. Though his initial help was born of pity, time has passed and Hein Kin is no longer alone, now followed by many loyal brothers. His support became a vital lifeline for them, yet challenges arose as gangsters began relentlessly harassing Hein Kin's family. Despite knowing his family was in trouble, Hein Kin felt powerless to do anything but endure the abuse as a marginalized individual. As thugs destroyed his home following a sudden redevelopment notice, Hein Kin felt devastated when the chaos led to the loss of his parents. He desperately called out for his parents as his life turned into a repeating nightmare, eventually pushing him to the very brink of despair. Just then, a familiar voice caught his attention as his subordinates gathered together to announce their arrival and support for their leader. Hein Kin could hardly believe his eyes as he watched his followers engage in a fierce brawl against their common enemy. The brothers from Jin Shanghai who followed Hein Kin traded insults and threats with the intruders for trespassing on their territory. They told the thugs to shut up and die, beginning a long period of day and night battles against the hired muscle. Eventually, Hein Kin stood his ground firmly, and the hired thugs began to grow weary in the face of such persistent resistance. The efforts of Hein Kin and his men were ultimately successful, forcing the angry, cursing thugs to finally abandon the area and retreat. After the stubborn thugs were forced to retreat, the scene shifts to a city bridge at night where Red Hair speaks out with relief. Red Hair enjoys the victorious night breeze while cheering for the eternal Jin Shanghai, though Gray Hair warns him not to become a burden. Hein Kin is confused by the serious announcement of something eternal, arguing that they will all go their separate ways after graduation. Hein Kin questions the statement, but his friend proudly declares they are now family regardless of distance, before the scene shifts back to the present. Seeing his subordinates beaten and bruised fills Hein Kin with a deep sense of resentment for his fallen brothers. He musters all his strength to shove No Moon back and vows to kill him, though the attack fails to faze the giant. No Moon finds the reckless assault amusing and nostalgic, while Hein Kin charges again, angered by the giant's casual demeanor. Hein Kin strikes with all his might, but No Moon dismisses the effort and sends him flying backward with a powerful blow. As the strong prey on the weak, Jisoo and Shin Chun continue their desperate struggle, with Shin Chun marveling at Jisoo's ability to fight through a dislocated shoulder. Shin Chun realizes that Jisoo's strength is surging and intensifying every minute, fueled by his overwhelming hatred. Jisoo lunges forward to inflict pain, but Shin Chun counters with a kick, dismissing Jisoo's efforts as a futile struggle before the end. Shin Chun follows up with a series of retaliatory strikes, mocking Jisoo for losing his composure and promising to beat him back to reality. Under a rain of blows, Shin Chun begins to lose his own restraint as he attempts to show Jisoo the meaning of true pain. Jisoo acknowledges his opponent's strength, which only serves to further ignite his internal rage as Shin Chun watches him with growing unease. Shin Chun is unsettled by the look in Jisoo's eyes and recalls how he had never encountered a worthy rival since entering high school. Having once considered himself the undisputed best after conquering Samhain School, Shin Chun remembers the moment his confidence was shattered. That turning point was the arrival of Choi No Moon, a massive and intimidating transfer student with a history in juvenile detention. Haunted by No Moon's terrifying and contemptuous gaze, Shin Chun had previously ordered his men to ambush the giant to eliminate the threat. Although he believed the trap was successful and the outcome decided, Shin Chun was soon paralyzed by the sight that followed. No Moon had decimated the entire group alone, instilling a primal fear in Shin Chun that he now sees reflected in Jisoo's eye. Unable to endure the familiar gaze from someone he considers a loser, Shin Chun screams in a fit of rage and desperation. As Shin Chun swings wildly, Jisoo catches his fist and pulls him forward, sending the arrogant fighter stumbling forward. Jisoo seizes the opportunity to spin around and grip his opponent's neck with eyes filled with terrifying hatred. He recalls training relentlessly every single day with Seung Yu, even when he was pushed to the very brink of death. Having learned how to turn the tide through countless counterattacks, Jisoo maintains a firm grip on Shin Chun's neck. Realizing that effort never betrays him, Jisoo grits his teeth and uses his legs to lock his opponent's body in a painful hold. His anger remains unquenched as he vows the pain is far from over, while the scene shifts to a fierce battle inside an old container. Norman begins to gain the upper hand, acknowledging that his opponent is an interesting prey for surviving this long. Hein Kin angrily retorts while defending, stating he always fights stronger foes before landing a powerful blow on Norman's face. The attack proves useless as Norman claims it only felt like an itch, leaving Hein Kin stunned that his opponent feels no pain. Norman immediately retaliates with a series of devastating punches to Hein Kin's body, challenging him to strike with more force. Hein-kin rapidly loses his strength, overwhelmed by Norman's incredible power, which feels like being struck by a speeding truck. Observing the massive man's lack of defense, Hein-kin realizes Norman relies entirely on overwhelming physical strength to crush his opponents. Feeling that he is wasting his time, Norman delivers a punch and coldly declares the fight over, but a critical turn of events occurs. Hein-kin manages to pivot and grab Norman's neck, mocking those who rely solely on their innate physical power. Hein-kin finally suppresses Norman with a chokehold so tight it draws curses, reminding himself that he must finish the fight right now. Knowing a prolonged fight favors his enemy, Hein-kin forces the monster to his knees and smiles, certain that struggling is now useless. Hein-kin freezes as he realizes something is wrong, watching Norman stand up completely unharmed and kick a medicine bottle aside. Norman's power explodes as he pins Hein-kin to the ground, enraged that he was forced to use his enhancing medication. As Hein-kin's strength fades, Norman kicks the empty bottle away with an expectant look, eager to fight until the very end. Norman pulls back his fist for a final strike, declaring they will fight to the finish, just as a massive sound echoes through the area. Hein-kin narrowly dodges the blow by leaping aside, retreating to a safe distance while reeling from how his chokehold was broken. Hein-kin wonders how his opponent can be so powerful, as No Moan continues his relentless and straightforward assault. No Moan suddenly vanishes, leaving Hein-kin frozen and unable to react before he can even attempt to dodge. A powerful punch lands squarely on Hein-kin's face as No Moan's fighting style grows increasingly frenzied. The unfortunate Hein-kin is battered from all sides, his strength rapidly failing him under the relentless onslaught. Hein-kin realizes his opponent's body has become even stronger, making it impossible for him to even react. Seeing Hein-kin's inability to respond, No Moan laughs mockingly with a gaze that has turned disturbingly twisted. No Moan revels in the joy of power as the story flashes back to his family, moving to Korea and living in a cold house. His mother sadly held him close, telling him to endure the cold until his father returned to turn on the heater. Back then, No Moan realized they were vulnerable people living without any protection, and that life was never easy. His father would return home shouting and cursing, demanding to know why his wife was just sitting there. His father sought dominance by beating his wife and accusing her, and No Moan of plotting to rebel against him. To the young No Moan, his father was a sickeningly powerful figure, leaving the boy to cling to his legs in tears. Later, No Moan stared blankly at a note, realizing his mother had finally fled to escape the constant domestic violence. Her departure drove his father into a frenzy, as he cursed her for abandoning the child and running away. Feeling disrespected by his family, the father's eyes changed as he told No Moan they would play a game of hunter. Before the boy could understand, the abuse continued as his father challenged him to try and run away like his mother. While enduring his father's abuse alone, the young No Moan realized he had no choice but to be the silent prey. Desperate and broken, he came to believe that weakness was a sin, and he spent his time waiting and enduring. Now much larger than his father, No Moan addressed him and suggested they play their hunting game once again. With a wicked smile, No Moan prepared to hunt his own father while ignoring the man's desperate pleas to stop. His father reached out with trembling hands, but Norman remained indifferent as he realized he was descending into depravity. Immersed in the thrill of the hunt, Norman began to understand his father as his life spiraled before he was imprisoned for his crime. Within the prison walls, he relentlessly bullied the other inmates, finding the facility to be the perfect hunting ground for his growth. A joyful smile spread across his face as he realized that no one could match the overwhelming physical strength he was born with. After countless battles, Norman realized the violent lineage he once loathed was actually a blessing, as he stood over his enemies like a killer. He no longer feared anything in the world, though he would eventually come to reconsider that mindset later on. This change occurred when he first encountered Han and Choi, where Han looked at him with cold eyes and identified him as the culprit. Han noted that Norman had turned his quiet crew into a battlefield and unexpectedly invited the brute to join him, showing great interest. Han promised to make him even stronger, leaving Norman stunned by the simple logic that the weak must naturally follow the strong. Back in the present, Norman continues to pummel Hyung-jun, his mind growing more frenzied the longer he fights alongside Han. Norman declares himself the irreplaceable king of the area and tells his opponent that the outcome is already decided. He states that the probability of a defeat is 0, while elsewhere, Jisoo has successfully managed to take down Shin-chan. Exhausted, Jisoo watches the man lying on the ground and realizes he has won, but his vision begins to blur as something feels wrong. Realizing he has lost too much blood, Jisoo feels himself losing consciousness just as Yongho suddenly appears before him. Yongho asks why he looks so battered, and Jisoo laughs at the sight of Park Yongho, who is in equally poor condition. Jisoo points out their shared state, but Yongho proudly claims he can still walk before Jisoo asks why the area has gone so quiet. As they walk, Yongho explains that the battle is over, and that Jisoo missed the conclusion while he was fighting inside. Jisoo sighs in relief that the cleanup is done, though he is still amazed they won despite being heavily outnumbered. Both men freeze in shock when they see the sheer number of defeated bald thugs lying motionless across the ground. Yongho remarks on the incredible effort displayed by the Shinsang High School students, leaving Jisoo staring in disbelief. He finds it hard to believe those injured fighters could perform so well, breathing a sigh of relief at the victory while remaining slightly puzzled. He wonders where everyone has gone as Norman walks away, completely ignoring Hyungjin's battered body lying on the ground. Norman reflects that while doping increases strength, it ruins the thrill of the fight, his eyes filled with anticipation for his next victim. Having captured the leader, Norman prepares to deal with the others outside, but a trembling Hyungjin struggles to his feet and questions where he is going. Despite his severe injuries, Hyungjin refuses to give up and insists that he is still the opponent, a display of stubbornness that makes Norman laugh in surprise. Norman compares him to a resilient cockroach and notes that hunting a dying man lacks excitement, yet Hyungjin continues his desperate assault. He declares that Shinsang High is not weak enough to fall to those who trample others for power, though his own strength is unfortunately insufficient. Hyungjin is no match for Norman, who coldly dismisses him as nothing more than a stepping stone on his path to conquering Lukmun High School. With eyes burning with ambition, Norman reveals his plan to unify Jeongneung before eventually seizing control of the Baeksan Union. Norman repeatedly kicks Hyungjin, who endures the pain while blaming himself for the misfortune that has befallen his loyal subordinates. Overwhelmed by despair, he realizes his capture led to their suffering, just as Norman picks up a heavy iron door to deliver a final, immoderate blow. Norman coldly prepares to end Hyungjin's life without a shred of mercy, and for a moment, it feels as though time itself has come to a standstill. Intending to ensure his opponent never rises again, Norman strikes as Hyungjin sinks into despair, silently apologizing to his comrade. He closes his eyes and waits for the end, regretting his failures as a leader, when his subordinates suddenly rush forward and restrain Norman. The subordinate with the ponytail shouts that they have arrived, and Hyungjin is unable to hide his shock at their sudden appearance. While Hyungjin stares in disbelief, Norman becomes enraged and screams at the meddling pests to get away from him. Furious that his plans are falling into chaos, Norman demands to know how the students from Shinsang High managed to infiltrate the area. As Norman seethes with rage, Hyungjin's subordinates enter and boldly announce that they have already defeated all of the bald thugs. They mention that some of the enemies even fled in terror, a claim that Norman finds impossible to believe regarding the Brotherhood. Hyungjin struggles back to his feet and declares that this outcome was inevitable, his voice causing Norman to turn around in sheer surprise. Loyalty forged through fear is far different from a genuine bond, and despite his horrific injuries, he remains indifferent to the pain. He orders his men to capture the opponent within 5 seconds as his hatred for Norman intensifies, urging them all to finish the fight. However, the group is no match for Norman, who coldly knocks them aside one by one with a triumphant smile on his face. Norman mocks their 5-second goal as he systematically clears the area, questioning if the leader intends to lead his men to their deaths. Seizing an opening, Hein Kin rushes forward and grabs Norman's head, determined that Norman will be the only one to fall. Norman's overwhelming strength allows him to easily throw his opponent back as he grows excited by the group fight, inviting everyone to attack. Norman claims even 100 of them could not defeat him, but the red-haired man suddenly pins his leg as Hein Kin warns him not to be so arrogant. Several subordinates hold Norman's legs firmly to demonstrate the strength of Tan Thuong High School, leaving him enraged as he struggles to break free. Norman realizes they are acting like leeches, intentionally drawing his attention to create an opening for a coordinated assault. Despite the blows they take, the subordinates refuse to let go, making it impossible for Norman to move his legs or reposition himself. With Norman immobilized, Hein Kin charges forward, remarking that someone born with natural strength could never understand their struggle. His eyes burn with hatred and a desire for retribution for all the suffering Norman has inflicted on those he looks down upon. Watching the scene unfold from a distance, Yang Ho expresses his surprise at the intensity of the ongoing battle. Jisoo prepares to intervene, but Yang Ho stops him, realizing that their interference might actually disrupt the group's momentum. Norman is shocked when Hein Kin manages to lift him off the ground, wondering how a man so close to death could possess such power. Hein Kin calculates that regardless of Norman's size, he is vulnerable as long as his feet are not touching the floor. He decides to proceed with his technique, though he worries the physical disparity between them might limit the damage he can inflict. The gray-haired subordinate quickly understands the plan and positions himself to help, earning a grateful smile from his leader. Hein Kin carries Norman toward his teammate and uses the man's back as a springboard to launch himself and his opponent into the air. Hein Kin prepares to slam Norman down with all his might, fueled by his team's persistence, as a stunned Norman is met with a deafening impact. Hyun Bin firmly declares that the situation is much more serious than they think as he steps down, telling the stranger that although he is unknown, there is a message to deliver. He demands they tell the leader of the Baeksan Association that Shin Sang High School will never be defeated, his terrifying gaze striking fear into everyone present. After some time passes and the battle concludes, Hyun Bin's subordinates walk away boasting that their enemies were mediocre and that Shin Sang remains the strongest. Jisoo laughs in surprise at the scene, noting that everyone still seems to be full of energy despite the non-stop fighting they just endured. Yang Ho agrees that the group is full of lunatics, and as the two prepare to leave, Hyun Bin suddenly speaks up to address them. He notes that Jisoo's strategy was a success, though his battered and bloody appearance causes the others to worry about his condition. Disregarding his injuries, Hyun Bin looks at Jisoo with gratitude and admits that he was wise to follow the younger man's advice. He offers his thanks to Jisoo for the help, which prompts a slightly annoyed Yang Ho to ask why he isn't being thanked as well. Hyun Bin shyly remarks that such gratitude doesn't suit him and begins walking away while recalling his original intention. He explains that he had planned to attack them to settle a debt with Kang Young, but after this assistance, he will maintain peace with Luck Moon High School for now. Yang Ho retorts that they wouldn't win against Luck Moon anyway, claiming they would be knocked out instantly, while Jisoo prepares himself for a potential fight. Jisoo dares him to try if he is brave enough, but Hyun Bin simply tells them to get home safely while maintaining his arrogant demeanor until the end. As he leaves with his men, Hyun Bin promises not to forget the favor, leaving Jisoo to smile as he reflects on the nature of Shin Sang High School. Jisoo realizes that while he once saw them as mere thugs, a strong leader like Hyun Bin is capable of drawing out immense power from his followers. A weary but satisfied smile appears on Jisoo's face as he feels fortunate to have a similar guiding figure in his own life. 3 weeks later at an old warehouse, a crowd of students cheers loudly around a fighting ring where a match is about to take place. The black-haired fighter remarks on Jisoo's growth and his boldness in initiating the challenge, while Jisoo brushes his hair back, eager to test his own progress. The opponent nods and charges at Jisoo with full strength, but Jisoo meets the attack with excitement rather than fear. Having learned much from his battles with the Baeksan Association, Jisoo engages in a fierce and violent exchange with his opponent. Despite facing a formidable adversary, Jisoo finds that they are evenly matched as he begins to identify a weakness in the other fighter's technique. Jisoo lunges forward to restrain his opponent, knowing that as long as he refuses to give up, pinning him to the ground provides a chance to turn the tide. The spectators are stunned by Lee Jisoo's incredible skill, noting that his ground techniques are on an entirely different level. As the crowd cheers enthusiastically, the black-haired fighter smiles despite his injuries, drawing courage from the support of his friends. Surrounded by the roar of the crowd, Jisoo raises his fist without hesitation, feeling that their cheers have allowed him to grow. The arena is his life, and witnessing the match causes Seung-yu to remark on how the senior's training has transformed Jisoo. Seung-yu praises the senior's foresight, but Jang Jong explains that he did not train the boy because he was inherently special. Jang Jong watches Jisoo on the stage and notes that the boy made himself special as the scene transitions into the evening. Inside a large city building, Kang In-ha complains about their recent failures despite the earlier guarantees of victory. He angrily questions Chai about their next move, but Chai remains calm as if he had anticipated these losses all along. Chai dismisses Tyron and Choi No-moon as defective products, used only to gauge the full extent of Shizu's power. Kang In-ha continues to complain about the repeated losses and demands to know how much longer they must test the enemy. After a brief silence, Chai stands up to announce his plan, revealing that he has summoned Kang In-ha for this very reason. With a menacing gaze, Chai warns Kang In-ha that he no longer has the luxury of simply sitting back and watching. In a pharmaceutical lab, Maria sits amidst the clutter and complains about the mess while waiting for Chai to arrive. Chai enters the room and scolds her for wearing too much perfume in the research lab. Maria laughs and asks if his skills as a chemist make him superior, before inquiring about his conversation with Kang In-ha. Chai sighs and explains that while Kang In-ha is still considering the offer, he will likely agree to the plan. Maria remarks that Kang In-ha lacks the decisiveness of his brother, but Chai ignores her and focuses on a covered object. Chai pulls back a curtain to reveal Hang, who is being injected with various drugs and proudly refers to him as a masterpiece. Hang slowly turns his head and acknowledges the effort put into his transformation as Chai introduces him with great pride. Despite the unexpected failure of Tyron and Choi No-moon, he has gathered significant data regarding the serum used in their Colosseum. Hail calmly removes the IV needle from his arm, relieved to have finished on time, and heads outside while noting the need to act quickly before that person appears. He gazes pensively at a photo of Lukmon High School, treasuring the image as a vital component for their upcoming revenge. Back at the school training ground, a strange smile appears on Jisoo's face as he stands still, lost in thought while looking at the arena. Jisoo recalls how his first time at the arena felt like a nightmare, but now he loves the place, prompting Jang Trong to approach him in surprise. Jang Trong asks why he is still there alone now that the matches have ended, and Jisoo turns to his senior with a smile to share his thoughts. Jisoo reflects on how much he has changed since his first time there, and expresses his deep gratitude toward Jang Trong. Jisoo credits his transformation to the arena his senior created, but after a brief silence, Jang Trong tells him that no thanks are necessary. Jang Trong explains that creating the arena was his destiny, a cryptic statement that immediately piques Jisoo's curiosity. As he turns to leave, Jang Trong praises Jisoo's performance and mentions his intention to recommend him for the student council. Stunned by the mention of the student council, Jisoo feels a sense of validation and nods with firm determination. Jisoo expresses his desire to join to protect Lukmon High School from the Beak-san sect, causing Jang Trong's expression to turn serious. Jang Trong assures him that the Beak-san sect is nothing to worry about as everything is going according to his plan and the student council's investigation. He notes that they will be able to deal with that group very soon. Time passes quickly to the next day on a bustling street, where a voice inside a mobile phone shop welcomes a visitor. An innocent girl greets him with a smile and offers assistance, but her enthusiasm makes Yoon Hyuk feel nervous as he speaks up. He mentions coming there after seeing an Instagram ad for quick loans, his naive tone causing the woman to burst into laughter. She quickly urges him to follow her, and despite his surprise, Yoon complies while wondering about their destination. He marvels at the beautiful view of Rodeo Street from the building, but the woman tells him to stop staring around like a fool. She advises him to look straight ahead for a good first impression, before leading him into a room to meet Maria. Maria is bathing comfortably when she turns to smile and ask for his name, to which he responds while trying to remain calm. Hyuk introduces himself and marvels at the interior before explaining that his lenders sent him here because he cannot repay his debts. An assistant hands Maria a notebook containing Yoon Hyuk's information, and she realizes he is the one who took out the high-interest loan. Maria laughs at the thought of his debt growing from a few hundred to thousands within a month, which Yoon Hyuk confirms with a nod. Wrapping herself in a towel, she approaches him and remarks that he does not seem like the type to use his intellect to pay off debts. Maria moves in close to face the innocent young man directly, causing Yoon Hyuk to blush with intense embarrassment. He insists he is resilient and willing to follow any command, but Maria cuts him off and leads him out of the room. She instructs her subordinate to take the boy to the playground and explain the basic rules of the establishment. While walking through the busy streets, Yoon Hyuk asks about the nature of the playground and if he can change roles if it does not suit him. The assistant laughs at the question and informs him that he is in no position to choose his own path. He explains that the boss's word is the absolute law, leaving Yoon Hyuk feeling bewildered and incredulous. When Yoon Hyuk asks if her law applies only to the building, the man shakes his head and makes a proud declaration. He reveals that her authority covers the entire street, leaving Yoon stunned to realize the extent of the woman's power. They head into a shop as the assistant tells him to hurry because he needs to change into different clothes. The associate grows increasingly excited while describing the street's many attractions as the scene shifts toward a nearby casino. Constant cursing and shouting fill the air as gamblers lament their losses, revealing a room full of desperate addicts arguing over their next bets. Accusations of a rigged game and threats of violence erupt from the crowd, leaving Yoon Hyuk visibly stunned by the chaotic scene before him. Laughing, the associate explains that the casino is the street's primary business and playground before beginning to outline Yoon Hyuk's specific duties there. Suddenly, a frustrated thug slams the table and screams accusations of cheating at the staff, threatening to flip the entire game over in his rage. Having lost every single round since he started, the man completely loses his composure and rants about his unbelievable streak of bad luck. Before the man can finish his threat to call for backup, Maria's associate undergoes a sudden personality shift and slams the gambler's head onto the table. The associate coldly asks if the man understands the consequences of causing trouble here, prompting the terrified gambler to immediately lower his voice and submit. Stunned by the sudden outburst of violence, Yoon Hyuk stands frozen in place until the associate turns back to offer him a pointed reminder. The associate explains that Yoon Hyuk's primary responsibility will be to maintain order and discipline within the playground, leaving the young man speechless. Despite the associate's calm demeanor, a new chaotic brawl breaks out nearby, prompting the surrounding gamblers to grab their money and flee the scene. Maria's associate turns to Yoon Hyuk and assigns him his first mission, which involves capturing the fleeing gamblers and bringing them back. The associate suddenly freezes when he realizes Yoon Hyuk has vanished, but a strange, knowing smile quickly spreads across his face. Realizing the boy has dared to run away, the associate wonders just how far he thinks he can get as the scene shifts to the street outside. Yoon Hyuk sprints away as fast as he can, desperately cursing the madness of being forced into such dangerous work over a simple debt. He laments the exorbitant interest on his small loan before entering a cafe, where he ignores the server's greeting and tiredly orders an iced Americano. Thinking that he needs to take action immediately, he waits for the server's nod of acknowledgement before finding a quiet corner to sit down. He pulls out his phone, realizing that he has gathered enough information to justify making an urgent call right away. As the server greets a new group of customers, Yoon Hyuk senses something is wrong and looks up to find several bodyguards standing directly before him. A terrifying silence falls over the cafe just before a violent crash erupts, and Yoon Hyuk is sent flying out of the building by the group of men. Yoon Hyuk is overwhelmed by the recent events and cannot fathom how they managed to track his location so quickly. Recalling the waiter's sinister smile, he remembers being told that this entire street is under Big Sister Maria's control. A person in a cartoon mascot costume approaches to check on him, offering a hand to help him up and asking if he is injured. As a group of bodyguards rushes out shouting to seize him, Yoon Hyuk is forced to abandon his jacket and flee. He realizes with dread that everyone in the area is pursuing him, and there is no one left on this street he can trust. Elsewhere, the blue-haired senior answers a call from Yoon Hyuk, who frantically reports that their plan has gone terribly wrong. Confused by the news, the senior listens as Yoon Hyuk explains that the location he discovered is indeed the enemy's base. Yoon Hyuk warns that the operation is larger than expected since they rule the whole street, prompting the senior to ask for his location. Yoon Hyuk confirms he is being hunted just as a sudden noise and a sharp scream erupt from his end of the line. The sudden silence and the gravity of the situation leave the senior and those around him feeling deeply concerned for Yoon Hyuk's safety. Taking charge, the senior grimly announces a change in tactics and instructs the group to leave a message for Kang Jong. He declares they will take down the Baeksan Society immediately, though Jisoo remains lost in thought about the current circumstances. Jisoo stares at the gifts in the orange-haired boy's hand, questioning if such elaborate preparations are truly needed for a confession. The orange-haired boy insists it is necessary, arguing that even if two people like each other, a lack of effort can ruin everything. He explains that a confession without clear sincerity is bound to fail, leaving Jisoo uncertain if now is the right time to act. The orange-haired boy scolds Jisoo for being dense, reminding him that the gift he received from the girl was a clear sign of her interest. Jisoo reflects on Kang Mi's words about her gift being a simple lucky charm rather than something significant. He wonders if the gift truly signaled her affection and turns to his two teammates to ask for their perspective on the matter. They casually suggest he should just confess if the feelings are mutual, though one complains about being pulled away from the PC cafe. Jisoo realizes his friends aren't giving the matter much serious thought, while the orange-haired boy continues to push everyone forward. With Jisoo planning to confess his feelings the next day, the group discusses preparing a special event for him until the black-haired boy notices something strange. The black-haired boy points out that Jisoo is the one confessing, yet the orange-haired boy is acting more excited than the person involved, causing him to jump in surprise. Adopting a proud expression, the orange-haired boy explains that he wants to help Jisoo as a way to practice for when he eventually plans his own romantic event. Finding the situation tiresome, Young-ho walks away and tells the others to decide for themselves since he has no interest in the matter. The black-haired boy also nods and heads toward the arena, leaving the orange-haired boy frustrated by their lack of cooperation. When the orange-haired boy questions their friendship, they both snap back, with one denying they are friends and the other insisting on practicing a new technique today. As the orange-haired boy trembles with rage at their response, Jisoo watches them and silently reflects on how their group has always been this way. Jisoo's expression turns to surprise when he notices the green-haired boy and his subordinates hurrying towards Senior Jun Hang and the student council member. A subordinate reports that this is Yoon Hee-uk's first time at this location, noting that the shop being closed at this hour is highly suspicious. Though suspicious, the subordinate realizes they need more clues to find the target, just as a close associate of the group suddenly appears. The associate arrives with several students who owe money, telling them it is time to work, while the green-haired boy signals his subordinates to watch closely. As they move forward, the associate attempts to comfort the students who are following him. He tells the students not to be afraid and to simply work hard before using a key to open a room for them. A subordinate asks the green-haired boy for instruction, noting that Yoon Hee-uk is nowhere to be seen and questioning if these people truly belong to the Beeksan society. The green-haired boy remains suspicious of their behavior just as a voice calls out, urging everyone to stop lingering and get inside. A frightened girl quickly agrees to follow the orders, but a hand suddenly reaches out to stop her at a critical moment. A voice demands to ask a question, causing the associate and his men to turn around and demand to know who the intruders are. The green-haired boy and his subordinates step inside, warning the others that nothing will happen as long as they answer his questions truthfully. The associate finds the situation amusing, noting the boldness of someone barging into another person's territory to demand answers. Before the associate can finish his sentence, the green-haired boy sternly asks if they are the Beeksan Society, prompting a strange smile from the man. The man mocks the Luckman High School students for meddling in business that doesn't concern them, leaving the blue-haired boy stunned as he orders his subordinates to attack. He tells his men to welcome their guests, sparking a fierce brawl where the gray-haired boy and his followers fight back intensely until he manages to take down an opponent. With a voice mixing respect and sarcasm, the boy notes that the enemy still chose to attack despite knowing they were facing students from Luckman High School. He acknowledges their courage while Maria's subordinate watches the blue-haired boy's impressive strength in surprise, admitting that he is truly a formidable fighter. The boy and his subordinates step forward to interrogate the group, suggesting that since their identity is known, it is time to ask a different set of questions. He demands to know what happened to Yoon Hee-wook, prompting the man to laugh as he recalls the bespectacled boy who had attempted to infiltrate their ranks. The blue-haired boy's expression darkens as he realizes negotiation is impossible, but just as tensions peak, several mysterious figures suddenly arrive on the scene. The newcomers quickly put on gas masks and release a strange vapor that leaves the blue-haired boy and his group momentarily paralyzed and confused. As the group struggles to react, they wonder if these new arrivals are allies of their enemies and desperately try to identify the mysterious smoke filling the air. Realizing it is a trap, the boy covers his nose and warns his companions to hold their breath to avoid inhaling the suspicious gas. Maria's subordinate charges forward with his weapon, coldly telling the boy to worry about himself as the battle between her faction and Luckman High begins in earnest. His overwhelming power puts the gray-haired boy at a disadvantage, while he boasts that the gas is a special concoction created by their leader, Tenkia. Before the boy can recover, the subordinate launches a relentless assault and mocks him to breathe deeper, as the gray-haired fighter feels his strength fading in despair. The boy realizes with horror that his body is stiffening because of the gas, and while he remains helpless, Maria's subordinate continues to taunt him. He reveals that the Luckman students fell into a trap the moment they entered the street, as the scene shifts back 1 hour to Maria watching over the area. The door opens as the subordinate returns to report to Maria, dragging a captured and battered Yoon Hee-wook inside with him. He confirms that he handled everything according to her orders, prompting a pleased Maria to praise him before asking about the other students from Luckman High School. The subordinate explains that before being captured, the prisoner had contacted his allies at Luckman High, meaning the rest of the group would likely take action soon. Handing the boy's phone to Maria, he notes that their enemies are unaware that the evidence was intentionally leaked to lure them into a trap. Maria is delighted that everything is proceeding exactly as planned, while her subordinate continues to detail the next steps of the scheme they have set in motion. They had leaked their business information to the targets, knowing those secretly investigating the White Mountain Society would take the bait, prompting Maria to ask a question. She asks if he has reviewed the student council resumes, and he confirms that the leader is the platinum-haired boy with heavy dark circles under his eye. Maria excitedly urges him to execute the plan perfectly as prepared since they cannot afford to fail, and her subordinate firmly agrees to the task. The subordinate asks for her trust, while back in the present, the blue-haired youth is consumed by rage upon realizing everything had been orchestrated from the start. The henchman smugly points toward the nearby students, explaining that while Maria Street appears bustling and normal on the surface, it hides a darker reality. He grows increasingly arrogant while explaining that most of the people working there are actually slaves who have fallen into debt to Madame Maria. Borrowing small amounts of quick cash initially seems harmless, but the process requires the victims to provide their identification and personal information. The blue-haired youth listens helplessly as the man explains that those who fail to repay on time are forced to become debtors who must follow Maria's every command. Debtors who cannot handle the burden eventually find themselves trapped in illicit businesses, deployed to various territories to work off their mounting debts. With a trembling voice, the youth calls them filthy, but the subordinate simply turns away, mocking the boy's dark circles and telling him to finally go to sleep. The man pulls out his phone and sighs with relief, eager to report his success to Maria and looking forward to ending his shift. Just as he finishes his sentence, the blue-haired youth launches a sudden counterattack, looking annoyed as he remarks that the plan was actually quite well conceived. Seeing the boy still able to move infuriates the subordinate, but the youth simply drops his jacket and declares that they failed to account for his true strength. The henchman laughs in surprise, finding it impressive that someone on the verge of death could still put up such a formidable fight. He seizes a terrified female student and takes her air purifier, mocking the youth's endurance, but the boy calmly replies that his lung capacity is far beyond that of a normal person. Despite his bravado, the youth begins to worry as he feels his body starting to stiffen up in the middle of the confrontation. Surrounded by thick smoke, he briefly recalls his past and realizes that he is running out of time to finish the battle. He suddenly sprints forward with the intention of ending the fight immediately, landing a powerful and decisive kick directly against the subordinate's face. The man sighs in annoyance and decides that if the boy refuses to fall unconscious on his own, he will strike him down with his weapon. He vows to force the youth into a permanent sleep, but is stunned when the boy manages to dodge the attack before he can even react. The gray-haired youth launches a direct kick before picking up the gas mask and laughing as he claims he will make good use of it. Retreating in haste, the subordinate realizes his gas mask had been kicked away earlier, and that obtaining it was his opponent's true objective. He rushes forward to stop him, but it is already too late as the inhaled smoke will soon cause the drug's effects to take hold. Brimming with confidence, the youth vows to finish the battle before the drug kicks in as the two engage in a fierce struggle. Maria's subordinate realizes how powerful the attacks are, noting that even a single direct hit from those heavy kicks would be incredibly dangerous. Despite the pressure, he remains smug, believing that no matter how strong the youth is, human legs cannot possibly withstand his weapon. Confident that the youth's legs will shatter upon impact, the subordinate continues his assault until he senses that something is terribly wrong. His expression turns grave as he discovers that his weapon has been completely shattered during the exchange. The youth reappears before him and delivers a devastating kick, reaffirming his promise to end the fight immediately. Overwhelmed by the speed of the attack, the subordinate loses his strength, while the youth mocks him for failing to live up to his earlier bravado. Fueled by hatred for the subordinate's actions, the youth tells him that if he wants to fight, he should stop using such cowardly tactics. Like a shark devouring its prey, he demands a fair confrontation, but shortly after, he begins to feel a strange sensation within his own body. Panicking as he clutches his gas mask, the youth realizes the drug is finally taking effect as his entire body begins to feel incredibly heavy. With trembling hands, he struggles to open the door to escape and report the situation to his husband, but he freezes the moment the door swings open. He stands paralyzed at the sight of Maria, who mockingly praises his ability to defeat her subordinates despite his weakened physical condition. He notes how impressive it is that he could beat her men to a pulp in such a condition, prompting the youth to curse at her in anger. Maria has no intention of letting him go, licking her lollipop while remarking that it would be a waste for him to leave so soon. As a long night looms ahead, the scene shifts to the district under Maria's control where Jiang Trong arrives and wonders where he should go next. Although he has reached the address Gunhang provided, Jiang Trong is unsure of his next move until his phone rings and he frantically asks what is happening. He asks for Gunhang's location, only to be met with a familiar voice on the other end of the line noting how rushed he sounds. Maria sits calmly, enjoying the conversation and finding the student council's struggles amusing. Realizing her identity, Jiang Trong becomes unnervingly calm. He questions her about the White Mountain Society and urgently demands to know what she has done to his subordinates. She laughs dismissively, claiming they are safe, which causes Jiang Trong to lose his temper and demand the address as she smiles at her successful provocation. Maria promises to send the location on the condition that he comes alone, warning that his friends' lives depend on it before laughing manically after the call. She remarks on how angry and easily provoked he is before turning her gaze toward someone else. Maria asks if the situation is interesting, but Han remains strangely silent beside her. At a closed coffee shop, Jiang Trong kicks the door open and enters with a look of pure hatred. He shouts for them to show themselves, and Maria expresses surprise that he actually came alone, mockingly calling him a real man. With a cold gaze, he asks why she is hiding like a coward after summoning him, but she just laughs it off. She tells him not to be in such a rush, and suggests he take a look around since he has already arrived. As Jiang Trong searches the area with his club, Han suddenly appears and calmly greets him. Recognizing Han as the leader, Jiang Trong listens as Han explains that he was brought there for a discussion. Han attempts to make an offer on behalf of the White Mountain Society, but Jiang Trong attacks immediately, demanding the return of his men. Jiang Trong is suddenly stunned as Han's voice continues to echo through the room. He realizes Han is only appearing on multiple screens around him, persistently urging Jiang Trong to cooperate with them. The bizarre display leaves Jiang Trong speechless, while Han attempts to clear up any misunderstanding. Han claims the White Mountain Society is not what it seems, but Jiang Trong ignores him and begins smashing the screen. His worry for his teammates grows with every passing second, leading Han to conclude that they must proceed differently since Jiang Trong refused to cooperate. Han speaks of the consequences of one's choices as a door opens to reveal the unconscious teammates, claiming Jiang Trong will eventually seek them out. When the green-haired boy weakly calls his name, the sight of his suffering friends drives Jiang Trong into a total frenzy. Jiang Zhang screams in desperation at Hyo Gun-hang and his associates, demanding they open the door as he realizes he is separated from his comrade. Jiang Zhang repeatedly strikes the glass with a stick, but the tempered material proves too strong to break through sheer physical force. Recalling Gun-hang's earlier warning that he would eventually come seeking them, Jiang Zhang remains under close watch via the surveillance cameras. Just as Jiang Zhang begins to lose hope, strange noises cause him to turn around in surprise as Jisoo and the others arrive to rescue the group. A message appears in the student council group chat from Gun-hang, summoning all members to the arena immediately for an important announcement. Council members D, O, C, B, A, E, and Chun Sami acknowledge the message and confirm they are on their way to the meeting. The group begins to speculate amongst themselves about the reason behind Gun Hang's sudden and urgent summons to the arena. Seung Yu remains uncertain but notices an eerie silence in the arena, which is usually the most crowded and noisy area at this time of day. Troubled by the unnatural quiet, Seung Yu and the others cautiously open the door to investigate what is happening inside the arena. Sensing a foul odor, the group covers their noses just as the imposing figure of a tall man suddenly emerges from the shadow. Cha stares at the group with a crazed expression, glad that his boredom has ended, as the scene shifts to Jisoo helping everyone out of the closed cafe. Jisoo curses the Beak Sun Society for setting a deliberate trap and vows that he will not let them get away with their action. Blue Hair takes full responsibility for the situation, apologizing to his senior for his carelessness and for being seen in such a pathetic state. Jang Jong reassures him that no apology is necessary, his eyes burning with a cold fury as he promises that their enemies will regret attacking them. Blue Hair agrees that their attackers must pay, while Jisoo watches the exchange in stunned silence, taken aback by the intensity of the moment. Jisoo realizes this is the first time he has ever seen Jang Jong so genuinely enraged, prompting Blue Hair to ask how they managed to find them. Caught off guard by the question, Jisoo offers an awkward smile as he begins to explain how they happened to arrive at the right time. Jisoo explains that he was nearby with friends when he happened to spot Gun Hang and the other student council members passing by. After seeing Jang Jong appear shortly afterward, Jisoo felt that something was amiss and decided to follow them to investigate. Jisoo laughs off the coincidence as luck, secretly relieved that he didn't have to reveal they were actually there to prepare for a confession to Jang Engai. Jiang Trong expresses deep gratitude, feeling fortunate that they were able to prevent a major disaster. His expression turns unusually grim as he declares it is finally time to retaliate against the Beak San Society. The group discusses the heavy losses sustained by the student council and suggests that a strategic plan would be better. Jiang Trong unhesitatingly announces he will lead the charge, as Hank's provocations have completely enraged him. He dismisses the need for a plan, while the scene shifts to Seung Yu rushing forward in a fit of rage. Seung Yu relentlessly attacks Chai while demanding to know his identity, but Chai only smiles and mentions the Beak San Society. The mention of the Beak San Society causes Seung Yu to freeze momentarily before he resumes his assault on Chai. Seung Yu demands to know what Chai is doing at their arena, to which Chai responds with a slow, mocking compliment. Chai ridicules the tournament format and the idea of finding a winner while looking at the defeated fighters on the ground. He calmly observes that the notorious Lukmon High School is putting on a pathetic show with such weak participants. Chai claims Lukmon became a school of hypocrites under Jiang Trong's leadership, fueling Seung Yu's futile rage. In an instant, Seung Yu is sent flying backward as a twisted smile spreads across Chai's face. Chai mocks the weakness of the student council officers, while Seung Yu realizes the smoke is paralyzing his body. Seeing their comrade in peril, the other students urge Seung Yu to stand up and help them take down the enemy. Kang In-ha arrives with his followers, mocking Lukmon's pride and the arena's traditional one-on-one fighting rules. Hank coldly puts on a gas mask and suggests that the number of combatants on both sides should be equalized. The crowd is stunned by Kang In-ha's appearance and wonders if his faction has allied with the Beak San Society. Kang In-ha begins attacking the Lukmon students, declaring his sole intention is to overthrow Jiang Trong. Seung Yu struggles to stand, warning that they will regret starting this once Gun Hang and Jiang Trong arrive. Chai finds the mention of the two leaders coming to the rescue to be absolutely hilarious. Mocking him for his lack of intuition, the man asks if he even knows who actually lured them to this location. Seung Yu realizes something is wrong as his face turns pale, questioning the true origin of the message he received. While Seung Yu is lost in thought, the man grabs his head and points out that the people they captured could never have come here. Raising his fist, he declares the end of Luk Muon High School before the scene shifts to late night, where Gun Hang struggles to walk forward. Seeing his condition, Jiang Trong advises Gun Hang to rest, but the stubborn youth refuses to give up and insists on staying until the end. Having investigated the White Mountain Society, Gun Hang knows their cunning well and cannot tolerate being lured into their trap. Jisoo nods in agreement and shares his indignation, encouraging Gun Hang to speak up if the physical strain becomes too much to bear. Jisoo emphasizes the need for teamwork, earning Gun Hang's gratitude just as Jiang Trong notices something unusual. Sensing that something is wrong, Jiang Trong's voice falters as he and the others rush toward the arena and throw open the door. The group stands frozen at the unbelievable sight of the arena, which has been completely reduced to a state of total chaos. Gun Hang finally realizes the enemy's plan, wondering if the White Mountain Society launched a simultaneous attack on the arena. A subordinate laments that they have become mere puppets in the enemy's scheme, while Jisoo spots a familiar figure lying nearby. Jisoo rushes over to support the badly beaten Seung Yu, while Gun Hang calls out to the others in a state of utter despair. The other members of the student council have also been brutally beat and left in a similar state of ruin. Realizing the gravity of the situation and their inability to counterattack, the blue-haired boy urgently asks Trong what their next move should be. Jiang Trong stands in silent fury with his veins bulging as he realizes the White Mountain Society has finally crossed the line, while the scene shifts to a large building in the city. Han sits back comfortably, noting that the choice now rests solely with Jiang Trong, prompting Maria to laugh with excitement. Maria believes the outcome is already decided since Tri-subordinates have been rendered useless, a sentiment Trong agrees with as he nods. Tri remarks that Trong likely never expected his base to be raided and regrets not finishing off Luckman High sooner, but Jiang sternly reminds them of their true enemy. Speaking thoughtfully, Han explains that taming a beast like Jiang Trong requires waiting for the perfect moment. A ringing phone catches Tri's attention, and upon seeing it is Trong calling, he answers with a smirk and a greeting. Tri asks if Trong received their gift, but Trong responds from the other end of the line by telling them they have made a grave mistake. Suppressing his intense hatred, Trong tells them they should have targeted him with everything they had from the start, which only makes Tri laugh in surprise. Tri mocks Trong for boasting about facing them all alone, but after a brief silence, Han suddenly speaks up. Han asks Trong once more if he is ready to sit down and talk, but Trong only offers a cold and distant response. Trong declares that a conversation is now impossible, his expression turning terrifyingly grim as he vows that the White Mountain Society's days are numbered. Vowing to dismantle the organization himself, Trong is interrupted by the bruised blue-haired boy, who warns that attacking without the student council is far too dangerous. The other members agree, arguing that they need proper preparation to stand a chance against such a well-prepared enemy, but Trong calmly dismisses them without even turning around. Trong instructs his team to stay behind and clean up the arena while he handles the situation alone, sparking immediate and vocal protests from the entire group. Despite his juniors warning him that going alone is a suicidal mission, Trong remains indifferent to their concerns and insists that he must go. Trong explains that the enemy's actions are his responsibility, leaving the blue-haired boy wide-eyed and in complete disbelief at what he is hearing. Looking toward the distant sky, Trong reveals that the enemy tried to recruit him while holding the others hostage, causing the blue-haired boy to grit his teeth as Trong turns back to the arena. Trong looks down at the writing on the floor, realizing they destroyed the arena to force his submission, but his shadow looms large under the cold light as he refuses to yield. With a cold and menacing tone, Trong vows to show them that he would rather die than cooperate, as he prepares to take full responsibility for the conflict. Young steps forward from the back row and looks directly at Jiang Trong with a determined gaze. Young's voice grows firm as he insists they must fight to win and asks to join the effort with the others. The others behind him voice their agreement, declaring they must all give their full effort and are willing to risk their lives. Seeking revenge for the destruction of the arena, the group stands ready as Jiang Trong smirks with satisfaction. Jiang Trong clenches his fist in a final decision to remove any obstacles as the scene shifts to a funeral home hours earlier. Light reflects off the thick glass as Han places his hand on an urn and whispers that it has been a long time since his last visit. Han speaks with a hint of nostalgia, mentioning how busy they have been now that their plan is nearing its final stage. Memories of that night return with vivid clarity, recalling the moment someone scribbled a name on their gloves. Hayoung smiles and suggests that if their gang continues to grow, they should call it Bok Sun, leaving Han feeling puzzled. Hayoung explains that the name represents a united front centered around Han, aiming to become a massive peak like Mount Everest. Noting Han's platinum white hair, Hayoung finds the name fitting, and Han smiles at the sophisticated choice. Returning to the present, Han looks at the urn one last time and decides he no longer needs it before walking away. He acknowledges that while their path has changed, he believes becoming a monster is the only way to catch one. Back in his room, Han reviews the file on Jiang Trong, the 19-year-old leader of Luckman High School. Jiang Trong lives with his younger sister, and compared to other school leaders, his background appears quite ordinary. Maria points out a strange detail from 2 years ago when Jiang Trong went missing for several months during a school suspension. Tri is surprised by the news of the suspension, while Han listens intently to the discussion. After his return, Jiang Trong established the arena, leaving the others to wonder what happened during his period of absence. Maria suggests he was likely just off fighting somewhere, but they are suddenly interrupted by a voice praising their impressive setup. Jin Hun walks in and remarks on how they have moved from a humble gambling den to a building resembling a five-star hotel. Sung Jin Hun, a leader of the Gangun gang, sets aside his iPad and steps forward with a casual smile, remarking that being compared to his gang is an honor. Jin Hun's gaze turns indifferent as he approaches, questioning their dwindling numbers and asking if things are truly under control or if unexpected variables arose. He sits and taps the armrest, smirking as he crosses his legs and notes that meeting young Master Han's conditions seems unlikely, while the other man looks away in silence. When the man mentions that the young master's release is still far off, he rubs his temples in frustration and explains that the situation has shifted. Jin Hun informs the two men that the young master became a model prisoner and will be released from jail much sooner than expected. Seeing their stunned and fearful expressions, he laughs loudly and mocks the T-San group for becoming so weak and intimidated. Jin Hun's smile vanishes as he coldly recalls a time when that man possessed the unmistakable eyes of a world champion. He stands up and prepares to leave with his hands in his pockets, telling them not to worry because the young master is revising his original condition. Without turning around, Jin Hun explains that they are now only required to dominate Lukmun High School instead of conquering the entire Zhongniang area. The man looks up and agrees to the terms, prompting Jin Hun to offer a satisfied smile and a final chance of trust before he departs. After Jin Hun leaves, Chai notes that Lukmun High School is vital to their objectives, and his companion nods in agreement. They remark that it was fortunate for Tyron and Choi No Moon to leave, leaving only the most ideal members to pursue their goals. Jin Hun looks out the window and coldly orders everyone to prepare, while elsewhere, Kang Jong leads his followers toward the approaching enemy. With his hands in his pockets, he observes the thugs' headquarters and notes that the eerie silence is highly suspicious. Young Ho tries to push the entrance but finds it blocked by an iron gate, wondering aloud how they are supposed to get inside. The door suddenly begins to rise, revealing a large group of armed thugs behind a glass partition who watch them with mocking smile. Kang Jong's group grows tense at the overwhelming numbers, and he realizes with a grim expression that he recognizes nearly every face in the crowd. The opposing fighters are the elite of Zhongniang's gang, signaling that the Baeksan society has already seized control of the surrounding school. A hand rests on his shoulder as someone tells him to move, suddenly shattering the glass with a projectile, while Kang Jong issues a stern warning. Kang Jong declares they have no time to waste on these opponents, while a rival subordinate recognizes him and mocks his flashy exterior. Recognizing his genuine strength, the thugs charge with weapons, hoping that capturing him will earn them a promotion and higher status. Before the lead attacker can strike, Jiang Trong swiftly dispatches the group, moving like a destructive whirlwind that levels everything in its path. With blood staining his hands, Jiang Trong calls out to his subordinates, who immediately move forward to clear the path. His followers quickly dismantle the opposition, leaving the remaining enemies trembling as they are warned they will now face a brutal promotion test of their own. Challenging the thugs to give it their all, the group watches as the enemies regain their composure and arrogantly pull out a box of pills. The thugs swallow the medication, some even downing entire bottles while claiming the fight has only just begun, prompting the orange-haired youth to curse them. He calls them fools just as the drugs take effect, turning their eyes red and sending them into a frenzied charge to crush the young men. Jisun braces himself and delivers a powerful blow, while two other thugs charge with clubs after seeing their comrade sent flying. Yang Ho rushes in to take down one attacker while Jisun punches the other in the face, then pauses to catch his breath while telling them to use any weapons they have. Jisun's allies stand firm and cold, declaring that they will take down every single person without showing any mercy. The orange-haired youth watches in stunned silence as the once boisterous crowd now lies defeated and motionless on the ground. Jiang Trong begins climbing the stairs, stating he has no time for small fry and intends to deal with the leader himself as his green-haired ally expresses concern. Jiang Trong tells them to follow later while he goes ahead to clear the path, his cold eyes reflecting his blood-stained appearance. He promises to meet them at the top as night settles over the city, where the skyscraper stands illuminated and Kang In-ha waits inside. Kang In-ha gazes at the surveillance monitors with satisfaction, believing his long-term efforts are finally coming to fruition as a man approaches from behind. Kang In-ha smirks and confirms his joy, noting that Lukmon High School will return to normal once Jiang Trong is eliminated, then asks if the Baek-Sion Alliance is equally pleased. Turning back to the screen, Kang In-ha wonders about his brother's reaction upon his release from prison while the man stands beside him. The man asks if Kang In-ha values the school that much, and he explains that his brother's business there has been disrupted, making it a priority to fix. He adds that his brother is particularly sensitive about Jiang Trong before laughing maniacally and zooming in on the familiar faces of the approaching subordinates. Kang In-ha describes the group as a troublesome fate that he must personally end as the subordinates advance past the blood-soaked bodies on the stairs. Realizing that Senior Jiang Zhang has already handled the enemies, the group concludes there is nothing left for them to do. Jisun suspects the senior is currently fighting the leaders and finds the stairs blocked by a massive pile of equipment. Orange Hair observes the defeated gang members and realizes the path was intentionally blocked to force them toward the exit. Filled with suspicion, Jisun clenches his fist as they realize they are being funneled toward the emergency exit, which he then opens. Inside, they find a large warehouse filled with stacked slot machines that were used to barricade the stairwell. Orange Hair spots an open door leading to the upper floors and quickly runs toward it with a smile. As he urges the others to hurry, Orange Hair fails to notice an ambush, prompting Jisun to shout a warning. Siakwu suddenly lunges from a blind spot and kicks Orange Hair, mocking them for needing opponents of their own caliber while Green Hair grits his teeth. Green Hair asks if Sun Siakwu has joined the White Mountain Society, but Siakwu dismisses him as being naive about the world. Siakwu admits he feels nothing watching the student council get crushed, which causes Yang Ho's eyes to flare with rage. Yang Ho says the senior should have helped instead of betraying them, but Red Hair appears and mocks Yang Ho for his own slippery reputation. Another man adds that calling him slippery is a compliment since he is just a bedwetter, leaving Yang Ho to mutter in frustration. Black Hair pats Green Hair on the shoulder and tells him and Jisun to head upstairs while they handle the enemies here. Green Hair hesitates, reluctant to leave his friends behind even if Jisun is the one who can best assist Jiang Zhang. As Green Hair looks on, Orange Hair struggles to his feet and wipes blood from his mouth, admitting the kick was painful but preparing to fight. Black Hair smiles and reassures the seniors that they will be fine, urging them to go ahead while they prepare to take action. Despite Green Hair's doubts, Siakwu's lackeys confidently charge forward, refusing to let them pass without a proper welcome. Yang Ho intercepts them with a kick and coldly remarks that their alliance with the White Mountain Society is actually a good thing. He now has the perfect excuse to crush them as Green Hair and Jisun depart, promising to return soon and telling the others not to overexert themselves. Siakwu stands with his arms crossed and watches them leave, deciding not to pursue as if everything is proceeding exactly as he planned. A greater hell is about to unfold above as two thugs mock Park Eung-ho for being abandoned by his comrades once again. They claim his only talent is being discarded, but he ignores their insults and takes a fighting stance, indifferent to their mockery. The three stand tall and fight side by side as he finally has comrades of his own, while elsewhere, the blue-haired youth hesitates as they walk. He worries whether it is truly safe, feeling that leaving Siakwu to the others is far too dangerous. The black-haired youth reassures his senior with a confident smile, leaving the blue-haired boy wondering what could inspire such absolute trust. Recalling their grueling training, he knows that despite their different motivations, they worked harder than anyone as the red-haired thug lunges forward. The thug threatens to remind Park Eung-ho of his pathetic past, but Eung-ho remains steadfast, knowing they have changed significantly. Park Eung-ho counters fearlessly with full trust in his friends, while Siakwu charges in with a heavy fist, acting as if he is superior to everyone. The attack leaves him stunned when the orange-haired youth easily blocks Siakwu's strike with crossed arms despite the age difference. The orange-haired boy mocks the weak effort, causing Siakwu to roar in anger before the black-haired youth strikes, calling him a disgrace. Labeling him a disgrace to Lukman High School, the scene shifts to Jisun and his companion running quickly as Jisun reflects on the situation. Knowing the others are inside the building, the scene shifts to Kang In-ha gripping a glass tightly while looking down with a calculating expression. A sinister glint appears in Kang In-ha's eyes as he realizes his target is also present, causing him to grit his teeth in anticipation. Determined to end the battle personally, In-ha prepares to move, while the orange-haired youth hesitates and stops his attack. The orange-haired youth watches as the black-haired boy pummels the enemy, while Park Eung-ho continuously kicks and punches his own targets. When the enemy questions his fighting style, Park Eung-ho dismisses his past limitations as the red-haired thug charges at him in a blind rage. Maintaining his stance, Park Eung-ho demonstrates his incredible flexibility by swinging his leg in a sharp hook toward his opponent. Realizing he is outmatched, the thug tries to grapple him, but Park Eung-ho calmly breaks the hold and throws him forward with great force. Looking at the fallen red-haired thug, Park Eung-ho mentions a long-held curiosity while maintaining a firm grip on his terrified opponent. He wonders how many seconds it would take to end the fight if he were serious, before throwing the man toward the red-haired thug. Young-ho strikes like a bolt of lightning, his excitement growing as his opponents groan in pain while he mocks their weakness. Nearby, Jin Do-in is sent reeling by a heavy punch to the face as Seok-yu launches a fierce assault, arrogantly laughing at the boy's futile efforts. Forced backward by the overwhelming pressure, Jin Do-in struggles to maintain his balance and keep from falling. Standing tall and gasping for air, Jin Do-in wipes blood from his face, realizing his opponent possesses extraordinary speed and power before charging back in. Deciding this is the perfect moment to test the results of his grueling training, Jin Do-in shifts his weight and prepares a decisive strike. Seok-yu easily blocks the incoming fist and looks down with pure contempt, mocking the boy for his amateurish and pathetic technique. Ignoring the insults, Jin Do-in manages to land a solid blow on Seok-yu's face, drawing blood and causing the older man to curse in anger. With a confident smirk, Jin Do-in asks how it feels to be hit by such a pathetic technique, relishing the fact that his strike finally connected. Recalling his training, Jin Do-in remembers adapting the relentless and unorthodox fighting style Park Eung-ho once used against Jisung. Jin Do-in unleashes his own refined version of that aggressive style, landing a series of heavy blows that send Seok-yu crashing into a wall. After thanking his senior for acting as a test subject, Jin Do-in watches as Seok-yu consumes glowing purple pills from a shattered bottle and stands back up. Remaining in a defensive stance, Jin Do-in realizes with grim concern that Seok-yu is using the dangerous drugs provided by the Baeksan Society. Seok-yu mutters that he simply wants to end the fight quickly, while Jin Do-in grows wary, knowing exactly how much the drug enhances a fighter's strength. Before Jin Do-in can react, Seok-yu strikes with insane speed and madness in his eyes, landing a punch that sends blood spraying into the air. Enraged by the lack of respect from his junior, Seok-yu delivers a relentless barrage of punches that far exceeds Jin Do-in's expectation. Seok-yu grins wickedly at his own hands, marveling at the potent effects of the high-grade drug typically reserved for the organization's leaders. Pinning Jin Do-in down with his foot, Seok-yu declares that a new era for Lukmon High School is about to begin under his rule. Suddenly, Park Eung-ho intervenes with a powerful kick to Seok-yu's head, telling the man to step aside since he still has business with Jin Do-in. As Seok-yu wipes blood from his mouth and curses the newcomer, Jin Do-in painfully struggles to get back on his feet. Jin Do-in asks if Young-ho is trying to steal his prey, but Young-ho just smirks and reminds him that he actually just saved his life. Blackhair stands beside Young-ho, mocking him for nearly losing his tongue while marking territory and asking why he has not said thank you. He tells Young-ho not to be a hindrance and laughs, while Young-ho wonders who is actually looking out for whom as Blackhair smirks confidently. He asks if Young-ho wants to join him, recalling a time on a park bench when he questioned why Young-ho refused to learn ground techniques from Seung-yu. Young-ho is stunned by the suggestion that he could not surpass his rival, retorting that he could win using only one leg. Blackhair bursts into laughter, claiming he could win with one hand if no one cheated, prompting an angry Young-ho to grab his collar. Seung-yu approaches and asks if they are wasting their energy on such trivial matters, suggesting they head to the arena if they want to fight. He questions why they only trade insults, causing both to jump before an embarrassed Young-ho claims the other boy avoided him first. The other boy interrupts to argue that Young-ho was the one avoiding him, while Seung-yu crosses his arms and frowns at the pair. Seung-yu notes how well they understand each other's strength, and though they look at one another with irritation, they realize a fight would be indecisive. He warns that fighting alone is foolish and that their combined strength might surpass his own. Back in the present, they charge forward in perfect unison. They unleash a relentless barrage of strikes that leaves their opponent unable to retaliate. Yet Seok-yu only grows more excited by the challenge. Seok-yu mocks their efforts as he lunges at Yang-ho, boasting that even a truckload of people like them could never hope to defeat him. Yang-ho slips behind him and delivers a kick, asking if he was forgotten, which causes Seok-yu to roar in fury and spin around. Seok-yu vows to tear them apart like pests, but Yang-ho strikes his chest with a high-speed kick while Blackhair lands a heavy punch. A powerful blow slams into Seok-yu's face as the two continue their assault, with Yang-ho telling his partner to move so he can deliver the final strike. Blackhair wipes his sweat and claims he has already finished the job as Seok-yu collapses to the ground, paralyzed and wide-eyed. Yang-ho winks at his companion, and the two share a laugh and a high-five while the orange-haired boy watches them in silence. Feeling neglected, the orange-haired boy scratches his head and asks if they forgot him, just as a watch alarm begins to chime. The green-haired senior's expression turns grim as he tells Gi-sun to follow the leader, leaving the boy questioning if the senior can handle it alone. He declares his intention to make the woman pay for her actions, clenching his fist with a cold and determined gaze. The blue-haired youth readies himself and takes a defensive stance against Maria and her two subordinates as she smiles seductively while putting a lollipop in her mouth. Maria stares intently at the boy, warning him of the dire consequences that follow whenever someone dares to provoke the Lukmon High School Student Council. She questions if he is overexerting his wounded body, but despite the mounting tension, he remains fully alert and keeps his guard up. He claims he would be too ashamed to face his subordinates if he fell from such minor injuries, prompting Maria to mock his stubborn pride despite his battered state. Maria pauses to cross her legs and signals her two subordinates, asking if they want to witness the boy's true form before the end. The subordinates bow respectfully and express their readiness, leading Maria to lick her lips dangerously as she anticipates breaking the spirit of the dying boy. As the two men remove their shirts, the blue-haired youth challenges them to attack together so he can finish off these underlings in a single move. The youth senses something is wrong as he watches the clock's pendulum, feeling as though the rhythmic ticking is somehow restricting his movement. The twin brothers split up and launch a synchronized kick, boasting that their inseparable bond makes them the strongest duo. Their relentless barrage of kicks puts immense pressure on the blue-haired youth, forcing him to slide back and grit his teeth as he struggles to maintain his balance. Recognizing their professional training and speed, he faces their simultaneous punches as they mock him for retreating so early in the fight. He scoffs and crouches low as they approach, warning them not to misunderstand his movements before launching a kick as powerful as a thunderclap. After striking their faces with immense force, he smirks and mockingly admits that they are quite capable for mere underlings, but claims he was only building momentum. He declares their defeat is inevitable, but the twins spit blood onto the ground and retort that physical strength alone will not be enough to save him. Infuriated by their words, he unleashes a flurry of kicks to see if they can maintain their arrogance while being beaten senseless. As he pins one's neck with his foot, the twins regain their composure and strike back, claiming that true mastery requires mental rather than physical strength. He blocks their assault and retreats before landing a heavy kick to their faces that leaves them dazed and spitting blood. He leaps back and then forcefully slams them into the wall, remarking that violence is the only remedy for those who refuse to listen. Despite their tattered clothes and numerous wounds, the two men push themselves up and speak in unison about the nature of physical pain. They claim that physical suffering only tempers the spirit before charging together, forcing the blue-haired youth to grit his teeth against their relentless onslaught. The enemy closes in rhythmically, catching the exhausted blue-haired youth off guard and making him wonder if they are some kind of zombies. Observing the situation, he realizes they are not zombies but are intentionally sacrificing themselves, prompting him to jump back and create distance. His opponent roars and charges again without pause, forcing the blue-haired fighter to exhale and search for a weakness in the man's reckless assault. He lunges forward to meet the attack, dodging a punch and striking the man's leg while realizing he must match their foolish aggression to survive. As the man collapses in pain while clutching his leg, the other opponent seizes the moment to launch a sudden, calculated strike. He spins into a reverse hook kick that pins the attacker to the ground, leaving the man trembling in agony and cursing his opponent. Maria claps as she removes her coat and approaches, remarking that his previous performance must have been an act and comparing his current skill to a perfect symphony. Visibly irritated, the blue-haired youth asks what she finds so impressive, and if she takes pleasure in seeing her own men defeated so miserably. Maria remains composed while holding a lollipop, claiming that she cherishes all of her subordinates equally. She bites into the candy and explains she was merely moved by their sacrifice, but as she crushes it, the youth feels as if invisible hands are restraining him. He turns back in terror to find the fallen men staring at him with wide eyes, causing his pupils to contract in utter disbelief. Certain that he had already neutralized them, he angrily swings a kick and commands them to stay down on the ground. His leg passes right through their bodies, and as he stares in horror at the phenomenon, he suddenly feels trapped while Maria approaches with a smile. Maria asks why he is looking around so frantically before her image appears behind him, questioning his lack of focus as he demands to know what she has done. He glances around in confusion while she lunges forward, explaining that this is all part of a symphonic performance. She claims the display is meant to reveal his true nature, leaving the panicked youth unsure whether to defend against an attack from the left, the right, or both. Maria strikes from one side before he can react, smiling with a sense of lingering dissatisfaction after the blow lands. As the blue-haired fighter lies on the ground in pain, she suggests he doesn't understand the situation and tells him to reflect on the start of the match. Maria brings up the strange ticking of the clock and explains how the twins' attacks were synchronized with that sound to manipulate his attention. She reveals that the strikes were timed to a specific rhythm, and her crushing the candy was the final signal for his defenses to shatter and the trap to bloom. The blue-haired youth stands up gasping for air and gritting his teeth, realizing he has been hypnotized just as a pair of hands reaches out from behind him. Maria clings to his body like a spider and tells him not to panic, as the others are also destined to fall into their trap. The scene shifts to Jisun looking ahead while Kang In-ha stands with his hands in his pockets, nonchalantly mentioning that enemies are bound to meet. Kang In-ha maintains a look of disdain as he calls their encounter destiny, prompting the impatient youth to crack his knuckles in preparation for a fight. Jisun demands that his opponent attack immediately since he has no time to waste on someone like him, while Kang In-ha begins to warm up his limbs. Kang In-ha tells him that searching for Jang Trong is unnecessary because his fate is already sealed, drawing a knife and declaring that only destruction awaits. In another location, a heavy stomp sends countless needles flying into the air as Jang Trong clenches his fists and walks forward, stating that he has been waiting. Chai reveals his newly braced teeth with a grin and pulls out the IV tubes from his body, inviting his foe into his personal heaven amidst a sea of red flame. The blue-haired youth covers his nose as a loud cry rings out, and upon hearing Yejin's weak voice from behind a door, he urgently asks if she is there. The blue-haired youth immediately rushes forward and kicks the door open, promising to save her, but he freezes in shock at the sight revealed inside. Instead of Yejin, Maria sits there with her legs crossed and laughs, mockingly asking the youth why he looks so miserable and distressed. As the blue-haired youth stands there in confusion, Maria asks if he is reliving a painful memory, causing him to collapse to the floor and clutch his head. With eyes full of resentment and a distorted expression, the youth demands to know why she is doing this, to which she playfully suggests he view it as a joke. Maria claims that everyone lives behind a mask and asks if he wants to see his true inner self, provoking him into swinging a powerful punch in anger. Maria's body vanishes the moment he touches her, only for her to reappear behind him and deliver a sharp kick that sends the blue-haired youth sprawling. As he slams into the wall, Maria slowly approaches and wonders what kind of past a self-proclaimed messenger of justice has endured, while the youth glares at her. The youth desperately tries to find a way to break free from the powerful illusion that has trapped his mind. Under the influence of hypnosis, the blue-haired fighter cannot trust his own eyes and is forced to endure a relentless barrage of blows. Even during brief moments of clarity, he remains under attack, clutching his injured arm while wondering what kind of past could have twisted his opponent so deeply. Ignoring his pain, he lunges forward to strike, but countless illusory hands suddenly seize him from behind, leaving him defenseless against a direct punch to the face. A flurry of punches rains down from every direction, as Maria acknowledges that everyone suffers from a sense of emptiness and longing. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the blue-haired youth struggles to maintain consciousness, reminding himself that the hands restraining him are nothing more than illusion. Maria raises her hand and pauses, questioning if he is curious about her upbringing before her mind drifts back to her childhood memory. Believing that everyone yearns for what they cannot possess, Maria reflects on the time when she still had a complete family with both of her parents. With a radiant smile, the young Maria asks her mother how many more nights must pass before her father returns, and her mother assures her it will be soon. Her mother hands her a piece of candy as a gift from her father, and Maria excitedly guesses that it must be vanilla-flavored this time. Her mother explains it is a new flavor from her father's company, noting that as the illegitimate child of a powerful CEO, Maria must remain hidden. Leading her inside, her mother asks if she can wait patiently for her father, and Maria agrees, believing that her obedience will preserve their family's happiness. Reality eventually shatters her illusion, and while walking one day, Maria stops just as she is about to eat her candy when she spots her father in the distance. Realizing her dreams are fading, she calls out to him, but he does not seem to hear her as he prepares to enter his car while she rushes forward. Despite her father being so close after many years, he does not even glance back before driving away and leaving Maria standing alone in his wake. Her lollipop falls and shatters on the ground as she watches the car disappear, realizing that a true family had never actually existed for her. Returning home, Maria enters the bathroom and uses scissors to cut off her long red hair as her life descends into darkness before she wanders onto a rooftop. With no adults to guide her through her despair, she weeps uncontrollably by the railing until a voice behind her remarks on how unlucky the situation is. Kang In-ha and two others approach with their hands in their pockets, telling her to go elsewhere to die, prompting Maria to turn around in fear and confusion. They claim the rooftop as their territory, and as Maria stares at their mocking faces, she realizes she has finally found others who share her inner darkness. She understands then that those without blood ties can still become a family, just as she snaps back to the present and stomps her heel down firmly. Maria declares her willingness to do anything for her new family, even if it requires staining her hands with blood. The blue-haired youth bites his lip until blood flows to regain focus, breaking free from the spectral hands and leaping behind Maria, who acknowledges his persistent effort to resist her hypnosis. Looking at her with contempt, he dismisses her claims about family as nonsense and charges forward before she can respond. He accuses her of using family as a mere excuse for her own ambition, moving with such speed that she is unable to react or dodge. Maria takes a direct hit and grows serious, wondering how he can still fight with such ferocity when hypnosis usually drains a person's will to battle. The youth stops and stares at her, stating that doing anything for family has a different meaning as he recalls a time in the hospital watching a patient struggle for breath. A doctor explains that the boy's lungs have suffered permanent damage, leaving his mother in tears as she desperately asks why there is no cure. The mother laments that her son had just been selected for the youth soccer team, but the doctor shakes his head, noting that while daily life will be normal, his athletic career is over. As the doctor confirms he can no longer play soccer, a young girl by the bed cries and blames herself, but the youth sits up and pulls her into a comforting embrace. With a weak voice, he tells her that her safety is all that matters, removing his oxygen mask and smiling as he reassures her that even without soccer, he will be fine. He promises to remain a strong brother for her, and back in the present within the burning house, he reflects that despite the suffering of that time, he has no regrets. He declares that saving her was his proudest moment, and thanks Maria for the memory that gave him the strength to stand up and strike at her again. The kick is so fast it is nearly invisible, yet Maria simply smiles and tilts her head to avoid it, mocking the attack for being too slow to hit her. Maria realizes he actually targeted the clock, causing the illusion to distort and return them to the original room, as he declares that such petty tricks cannot affect someone who has endured far greater pain. The scene shifts to a laboratory filled with purple smoke where Jiang Trong calmly demands that Chai bring him their leader, stating he has nothing to say to a subordinate. Chai smirks with hidden intent, explaining that there is a proper order to things and that one must face Clyde before being allowed to see the king. Jiang Trong sighs and begins to warm up, wondering aloud if Chai is any stronger than Reggie, which causes Chai to clench his fists in anger. Ignoring Chai's fury, Jiang Trong asks if he is referring to Tyrone, prompting Chai to scoff at being compared to someone who possesses nothing but speed. Jiang Trong notes that Chai at least acknowledges Tyrone's speed before deciding that 60% of his own power should be enough, though Chai dismisses his words as nonsense. Before Chai can finish his sentence, Jiang Trong delivers a powerful blow that sends him crashing through a wall, explaining that he is merely adjusting his strength to match his opponent. He resembles a lion on the hunt, finding it harder than expected to restrain himself from killing, while cut hair lies scattered across the bathroom sink. Maria holds a pair of scissors to her hair and weeps in front of the mirror, surrounded by a room cluttered with trash and instant food containers. After her father's departure, she spent her days in deep depression, listening to the violent arguments of neighbors while silently wishing for someone to save her. Living in the cheapest apartment complex in the neighborhood amidst constant misery, Maria climbs to the rooftop and stares down at the ground below. Just as she prepares to give up on life due to her prolonged depression, a man's voice behind her complains about the bad luck of encountering such a scene. Kang In-ha and his two companions approach, telling her to find another place to die, causing Maria to turn around with tears streaming down her face. He introduces himself as the resident of apartment 301, the home of the couple who argues loudly every single night. One man eating snacks identifies himself as the neighbor from apartment 204, while the other more stoic individual reveals he lives in apartment 303. Kang In-ha frowns and asks if she is the rumored illegitimate daughter of the tycoon family, continuing to speak when Maria offers no response. He mentions the long-standing rumors about an expensive car that frequently visits their low-end apartment complex, calling the whole situation unlucky. With his hands in his pockets, Kang In-ha slowly approaches and remarks that she looks just as pathetic as the people who gossip about her. Maria grips the railing tightly and retorts that she is nothing like them, questioning if they even know who her father is. The old railing suddenly gives way under her weight, but as she begins to fall back in terror, the three men quickly rush forward to grab her. Kang In-ha lets out a sigh of relief despite his annoyed expression, noting that those who lack the courage to die are often the most troublesome. After pulling her to safety, Maria regains her composure and quietly thanks him, prompting Kang In-ha to lazily suggest she visit the roof whenever she feels bored. He reaches out a hand as if offering salvation, telling her that living is better than dying, marking the moment they truly saved her life. One morning on the rooftop, Kang In-ha complains loudly about the sweltering heat while wondering what Maria is up to this time. He asks if she bought her camera with her father's money as she adjusts the lens, having become a constant companion to the group since their first meeting. She explains that she found the camera while cleaning her room, finding a strange sense of peace in the company of these other troubled souls. The three men grumble about her sentimentality and the heat, but Maria tells them to be quiet and smile for the camera as she prepares to take their picture. They rush back just as the camera shutter clicks, leaving behind their past misfortunes and the secrets hidden in their hearts. The group laughs and embraces for the photo, celebrating the fact that they have become a family who shares everything. Returning to the present, Maria stares at the blue-haired youth in shock, noting he is the first to ever escape their hypnosis. She admits Furen Hai is truly formidable before stomping her heel and raising her hand with a look of pure malice. Claiming that nothing has changed, she launches an attack that forces him back several steps despite any tricks he might use. The blue-haired youth collapses as his body fails him, allowing her to kick him repeatedly in her ruthless pursuit of victory. He suddenly tells her to stop being delusional, standing up to strike her face before wiping the syrup from the corner of his mouth. He accuses them of using their past suffering as a mere excuse to justify their own cruel and evil behavior. He asserts that the truth remains unchanged while Maria trembles on the ground, telling him to stop acting so self-righteous. Ignoring her words, the blue-haired youth leaps into the air with his leg cocked for a strike, vowing that he will never surrender. Remembering the encouragement about his brother's strength, he delivers a thunderous punch that sends shockwaves through the air. He pins her down with his foot to fulfill his promise while elsewhere, Yumamiya beats Choji until the latter is barely breathing. Yumamiya turns to leave the dull fight behind, but he stops when he hears a groan and realizes his opponent is more resilient than expected. Choji stands up as if unharmed and cracks his neck, mocking Yumamiya's strength and prompting the leader to question what he really is. Yumamiya asks if he is a monster, but Choji laughs and calls him one instead for moving through the thick, specialized gas. Refusing to waste any more time, Yumamiya strikes Choji in the stomach with enough force to send him flying through the air. Choji treats the cannon-like blow as a mere itch and mentions a dislocated wrist, leaving Yumamiya baffled by his lack of injury. When asked what he has done to his body, Choji reveals his braced teeth and claims he is merely crafting a masterpiece that suits him. Yellow veins bulge as Choji transforms into his ultimate creation, roaring with purple eyes before launching a relentless assault. Yumamiya catches a hand, but is caught off guard by a punch to the face delivered from a strange, robotic angle. With a sickening crack, Chai's arm snaps back into its original shape before he lunges forward like a wild beast. With his eyes rolled back in a confident smile, Chai relies on his physical prowess to strike Jiang Zhang and send him reeling. Blood sprays from Jiang Zhang's mouth as he notices Chai's hand has become horribly mangled, a reminder that every body has its limits. Chai remembers his childhood spent in a hospital bed, born with muscle strength and speed that failed to meet even the lowest standard. As his fingernails begin to tear away, Chai reflects on how he used his superior intellect to overcome his physical deficiencies and eliminate his sense of pain. By using experimental drugs to reconstruct his own body, Chai transformed himself into a powerful beast and slammed Jiang Zhang against a wall. Jiang Zhang stares back with cold indifference, unimpressed by the drug-enhanced ramblings as he catches Chai's incoming fist. Comparing Chai's resilience to that of a cockroach, Jiang Zhang slams his opponent's head into the ground but is surprised to see him still moving. Despite his face being mangled and distorted, Chai continues to struggle, prompting Jiang Zhang to tighten his fist for another blow. Jiang Zhang delivers a relentless barrage of punches to Chai's motionless body, pinning him against the jagged debris and challenging him to recover. The brutal assault continues as the scene shifts to a luxurious estate overlooking a pristine waterfall. Inside the opulent home, a lavish feast is prepared for a young boy dressed in expensive, tailored clothing. A photographer encourages young Chai to smile, noting that the boy, who wore braces and thick glasses, had grown up with every material comfort. Despite the outward appearance of wealth, Chai feels he has no happy memories as he recalls his parents violently destroying their home during an argument. His mother expressed her desperation to leave China and return to Korea with Chai, sparking a heated confrontation with his father. His father insisted she stay and enjoy his wealth, warning her of the triad, but she insisted her presence was not motivated by money. Watching from the shadows, Chai understood that his family's fortune was built entirely on his father's drug manufacturing business in China. The argument peaked with his father demanding she leave, a threat she met with defiance as she prepared to walk away from the toxic household. The family's ill-gotten wealth only caused division, even as a teacher praised Chai's genius for solving math problems that would stump university students. The teacher's suggestion that Chai required a specialized education for the gifted only served to fuel his father's pride. The teacher urges the father to consider the situation, and the man expresses his gratitude as their car speeds down the highway. From the backseat, the boy happily thanks his father for picking him up, eager to finally share his accomplishments. Receiving no response, the boy leans forward and wonders if his mother might return if she knew how well he was doing in school. At the mention of his wife, the father's expression turns fierce as he warns his son to stop being excited and just live a quiet, ordinary life. The boy stares in disbelief, realizing he is destined to live in the shadows and that his own talent is nothing more than a curse. At a hospital, two nurses gossip outside a room about the pitiful state of the young boy staying in room 609. They note that while his condition was caught early, the boy lies in bed with his head bandaged, staring blankly out the window. Because his parents refused treatment, his illness became a chronic, lifelong burden, all because his father would not tolerate any flaws in his career. As he grows older, he leaves his dark home for Korea, viewing his poor health as the very thing that allowed him to escape his father's prison. In a room filled with chemicals, he works tirelessly day and night, refusing to abandon his research even in total isolation. With one eye covered, he experiments relentlessly with chemicals until a mysterious purple light suddenly illuminates his room one night. A flask shatters on the floor as the man writhes in agony, a strange purple liquid leaking from his mouth. His body transforms with bulging yellow veins and purple eyes, but in the present, Jang Trong sends him flying through the air, crushing everything in his path. As Shizu leaks from his broken body, the man realizes that Jang Trong was the one variable he failed to predict from the very beginning. Jang Trong pauses with a shard in his hand, acknowledging that the man successfully stalled him, but the man suddenly grabs his pant leg. Jang Trong looks down in annoyance at the mangled face of his opponent, wondering if he still has the strength to keep fighting. When Jang Trong tries to kick him away, the man desperately injects a substance into Jang Trong's leg to keep him from leaving. Jang Trong kicks him away with all his might, but the man struggles to stand, declaring that his mission is finally complete. He warns that Jang Trong will eventually have to accept their offer, prompting Jang Trong to grab him by the hair in a fit of rage. Jang Trong glares at him, asserting that they have no hope of controlling him, while elsewhere, blood drips onto the floor as someone gasps for breath. Lee Jisoo clutches his wounded body as Jisoo In-ha mocks him, claiming he has waited a long time for this moment, causing In-ha to pause at Jisoo's reaction. Jisoo offers his thanks, recalling In-ha's repulsive expression from the day he first transferred schools and noting that the bully has not changed at all. In-ha scoffs at the idea of a revenge plot and tells Jisoo to wake up, but Jisoo sneers despite his facial wounds, provoking In-ha into a blind rage. Calling Jisoo arrogant, In-ha lunges forward while Jisoo quickly retreats to dodge the strikes, as In-ha grows increasingly confident with the knife in his hand. In-ha mocks Jisoo for running away after acting so bold, and Jisoo attempts to land a punch on his face but fails to connect. When Jisoo points out the cowardice of using a weapon against an unarmed opponent, In-ha laughs maniacally and insists that is the whole point. In-ha claims Jisoo has lost touch with reality in his amateur arena as he relentlessly attacks, forcing Jisoo back until he is pinned against a wall. The knife in In-ha's hand gleams as he raises it high, looking down at his prey with a cold smile and declaring that the world is inherently unfair. Asserting that people like Jisoo are destined to be trapped while those like him rule, In-ha lunges downward with his blade to end the fight. In-ha wears a look of cruel disbelief as Jisoo catches the blade, blood dripping from his hand, and vows to change the reality In-ha describes. In-ha grinds his teeth and tries to reclaim his weapon while cursing Jisoo, but Jisoo holds the blade firmly and delivers a powerful kick to his chest. Jisoo disarms In-ha, who stumbles back and begs for a moment, but Jisoo holds the knife ready and tells his opponent to prepare for the end. Jisoo removes his shirt to reveal numerous slash wounds and quickly bandages them, declaring that the true battle is only just beginning. Jisoo promises to make In-ha feel the full weight of the agony he has endured, while In-ha curses Jisoo for his insufferable arrogance. Realizing he is outmatched, In-ha swallows a purple pill from his pocket, causing his strength to surge as a violet aura surrounds his body. Vowing to remind Jisoo of his past misery, In-ha charges forward and the two engage in a fierce exchange of rapid-fire blows. The confrontation grows explosive as Jisoo lands a strike that forces In-ha back, challenging him to use every bit of his strength. Jisoo explains that In-ha must try his hardest so that his eventual defeat will be a total collapse, while In-ha grits his teeth and struggles to hold his ground. Recalling his brutal training and the enhancement drugs from the Bixian society, In-ha refuses to believe he can lose as Jisoo prepares a final strike. Jisoo leans back and delivers a devastating punch that leaves In-ha in shock, as Jisoo reveals he has envisioned this fight since his very first arena match. Gai-soo charges forward with the speed of a missile, prompting Kang In-ha to recall how he initially thought the boy was merely there to settle an old debt. As the fight progresses, Kang In-ha becomes obsessed with finally ending their unfinished business, roaring in fury as he throws a heavy punch. Believing Gai-soo is merely posturing after taking several hits, Kang In-ha is surprised when the boy ducks his strike and denies being a pretender. Gai-soo delivers a full-power blow to the stomach, asserting his superior strength as Kang In-ha notices his own performance-enhancing drugs scattered on the floor. With his eyes rolling back in shock, Kang In-ha cannot comprehend how he is being overpowered despite the drugs, his mind screaming in denial as he recalls the past. A hand slowly opens a car door as a steady voice reflects on the question friends often ask about the experience of being a mob boss's son. Stepping out of the vehicle into a sudden silence, he receives a respectful greeting from the men lined up to welcome him home. Exuding arrogance, Kang In-ha enters the house and bows deeply to show his respect, though his posture remains rigid. Despite announcing his return, he is met with silence, leaving him feeling awkward and uncertain even as he maintains his bow before the two men. His father and brother stare back with cold indifference, with his father dismissively telling him to leave since there is nothing to discuss. Viewed as a useless son compared to his brother's insurmountable shadow, Kang In-ha quietly closes the door with trembling hands, choosing to avoid them. He walks away confidently, believing no one else can suppress him, until the sudden rise of a persistent rival changes everything. Though he technically won their previous match, standing over his fallen opponent, it was the first time he truly felt the sting of defeat. Hearing the crowd chant Lee Gai-soo's name instead of his own, Kang In-ha gritted his teeth and made a desperate resolution. He vowed to change his fate by any means necessary, even as his brother dismissively told him to stay out of the way and protect the family name. His brother promised to fix everything upon his release from prison, but Kang In-ha planned to seize control of Lukmon High School in the meantime. With his hands trembling against the table, Kang In-ha became obsessed with achieving the goals that his brother had failed to reach. His expression turns monstrous as he resolves to prove his value to his father, struggling to stand back up in the present moment. Charging like a wild animal, he refuses to accept defeat at the hands of a mere brat, but Gai-su effortlessly dodges his desperate strike. After his massive punch fails to connect, Kang In-ha seizes a knife and curses the boy he considers nothing more than a lowly cockroach. Realizing he has been deceived, Jisun seethes with rage as his opponent uses the opening to seize a knife and frantically stab his bandaged hand. Kang In-ha behaves like a wild beast, mocking Jisun and claiming that as a natural-born predator, he belongs in the shadows. Ignoring the taunts to give up and die, Jisun retaliates by delivering a powerful headbutt to his opponent. Jisun follows up with a direct punch to Kang In-ha's face and unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes that leaves no room for a counterattack. As Kang In-ha trembles and gasps for air, Jisun stands over him and asks if he finally understands the reality of their situation. Looking down like a victorious king, Jisun resembles a dominant tiger as he declares that his opponent can never defeat him. Memories of the past flood Jisun's mind, taking him back to the very first day he stepped into the fighting arena as a child. He recalls standing on the floor with clenched fists, remembering the desperation of his first fight and his struggle to survive. Jisun thinks back to his first victory and the bond he shared with the reliable friends who stood by his side. He remembers training intensely with his comrades, realizing that the Six Gates School is what truly made him strong. While Kang In-ha clings to life, a figure stands atop a building in the dark city, looking down without turning his head. Sensing footsteps, the man glances back as Jang Jong emerges from the shadows with an aura of intense determination. Jang Jong steps forward and stares intently, asking if his opponent is prepared to pay the price for his action. He keeps his hands in his pockets and watches Jang Jong, who scoffs at the idea that his arrival was all part of a calculated plan. With a thunderous roar, Jang Jong charges forward to become the deciding variable as a flash of light explodes across the rooftop. Jang Jong delivers a series of heavy blows that force Hei to defend, until Hei suddenly leaps up to launch a counter-strike. The impact of the kick makes Jang Jong groan in pain, but he grits his teeth and refuses to accept that nothing can be changed. Jang Jong spins and delivers a powerful kick that tears through the air, sending his opponent sliding backward across the ground. Hei smirks as he recovers, acknowledging that he has finally tested the strength of the Six Gates High School's top strategist. Calmly brushing the dust off his clothes, Hei pulls out a small vial and prepares to reveal the true extent of their power. Jiang Trong scowls at the sight of the drug and charges forward like a whirlwind, launching a barrage of punches at the cowards. Han leaps into the air to evade the attack, boasting that the drug was specially formulated for a champion like himself. Landing behind his opponent, Han goads him, while Jiang Trong remarks that the substance only seems to make people talk more before spinning around. Jiang Trong lunges with a powerful sweep to silence Han just like the others, but Han manages to dodge the strike with ease. Han suggests that a fighter of Jiang Trong's caliber should feel the difference in power as he throws a direct punch at his face. Han follows up with another swift blow to the face before tackling Jiang Trong to the floor with superior technique. Han slams Jiang Trong onto the ground, causing him to spit out blood, and coldly declares that victory is impossible for him. As Jiang Trong's injured leg trembles from the earlier injection, Han pins him down and prepares to discuss his true objective. Leaning in close, Han asks in a chilling voice if Jiang Trong understands why they are so intent on recruiting him. Jiang Trong is struck with disbelief upon hearing that the Bixian Association was born from the downfall of Han Ha. In a memory, Han Ha furiously strikes a punching bag to vent his anger until he is drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Kang In-ha approaches with a pair of gloves, commenting on how hard Han Ha has been working that day. In-ha suggests that sparring would be more effective than hitting a bag, and the two begin to train together. They exchange a series of blows as In-ha maintains a tight rhythm of offense and defense, clearly enjoying the fight. When asked about his chances in the upcoming final, Han Ha dismisses his opponents as weaklings while easily dodging a strike. To the familyless Han Ha, these companions are the only ones who support his dreams as they continue their intense training. In-ha jokingly demands a celebration feast for his help, representing a bond that meant more than simple friendship to Han Ha. Later on a rooftop, the group celebrates the new champion, with Maria offering her sincere congratulations to Han Ha. Chai joins the celebration by mentioning the promised feast, while Han Ha drinks quietly with a pensive expression. Despite his title, Han-ha realizes that the youth tournament offers no prize money and wonders if he can afford to keep competing. T-san pauses to look at Kang and Ha and considers ending things there, but In-ha immediately objects to giving up their progress just for money. T-san argues that they cannot continue living this way since escaping their current life was always the goal, prompting In-ha to stand up in frustration. In-ha suggests they combine their strengths for a new business venture, leaving Maria and Ki skeptical as he begins to explain his idea. Seeing their anticipation, In-ha reveals his plan, noting that Ki is the illegitimate son of a tycoon while T-san possesses superior intelligence. He acknowledges Maria as an MMA champion and identifies himself as a fearless madman, leaving the others staring at him in silence. In-ha believes their combined skills are powerful weapons, and T-san finds himself captivated by the promise of quick profits and grand dreams. Inside a brightly lit arena, the referee raises T-san's hand and declares him the champion as Maria and Ki cheer from the stand. By utilizing everyone's unique strengths, they establish an underground fighting tournament called the Coliseum, which becomes a massive success. T-san celebrates his victory with the championship belt as In-ha's plan comes to fruition, but later, a stranger interrupts T-san's job. A man named Jin-hun approaches T-san, identifying him as the champion of the underground arena while casually smoking a cigarette. Jin-hun praises the young men for their interesting startup and begins to lure them with the prospect of expanding their operation. He leads them to a building where a mysterious man presents an enticing offer, and Jin-hun gestures for them to follow him inside. Jin-hun invites them into the basement to see more, remarking that their current coliseum is far too small for men with such grand ambition. Jin-hun led the way with his hands in his pockets, smiling as he explained that the church had been abandoned for a decade and was theirs to use. He expressed his hope that they would fulfill their end of the bargain in exchange for the Gangun Gang's investment, while they stared at a box of vials. Stunned into silence, they initially viewed the man's sudden appearance as a providential opportunity that would greatly benefit their future. That evening at their old apartment, Kang In-ha reacted with outrage after hearing the report and demanded an end to such nonsense. He questioned if there was an intent to defile their coliseum, while the narrator desperately tried to get him to listen to reason. The narrator attempted to persuade him that the deal was acceptable and noted that their companion had already agreed for the sake of the massive payout. Kang In-ha firmly refused to associate with drug manufacturers and walked away, intending to sever ties with the gang despite the narrator's plea. They watched his retreating figure with heavy hearts, unaware of what was to come as the scene shifted to a smoldering incense burner. Amidst the sound of sobbing, a photo of Kang In-ha's bright smile served as a painful reminder of their final meeting before his tragic passing. Refusing to believe the police report of suicide, the narrator investigated and discovered that a man named Han-ha was involved in the death. Their luck took a turn for the worse when police spotlights caught them, and officers ordered the students to stop and raise their hands. After being warned of their arrest for assault, both the narrator and his friend were ultimately sent to a juvenile detention center. Inside the facility, the narrator walked with an air of authority as the other inmates showed him a great deal of respect. After establishing a hierarchy within the prison walls, his gaze suddenly froze upon witnessing what seemed like a cruel twist of fate. He encountered Han-ha, a large man with dark eyes and a sinister smile, much sooner than expected as the man muttered Kang In-ha's name. While eating, Han-ha dismissively asked who the deceased was, claiming he had no memory of Kang In-ha's existence. Han-ha pondered for a moment before asking if the narrator was the leader there and mentioned having interesting plans for when he was released. He invited the narrator to join him, but knowing he wasn't yet strong enough to strike, the narrator kept his expression cold and unreadable. He chose to stay by Han-ha's side to build his strength and wait for the chance to kill him, while Han-ha planned to seize control of Dongjiang. Returning to the present, he reached out to the stunned Jiang Trong and proposed that they partner together instead of with the Bixian Association. He stands tall and waits for an answer, suggesting they join forces to take down the Gangun and Han-ha gangs while Jiang Trong props himself up. With his head bowed and breathing heavily, Jiang Trong reflects on his tragic past, causing He to momentarily doubt his resolve. Jiang Trong brushes away He's hand and refuses to cooperate, causing He's expression to darken at the rejection. As Jiang Trong struggles to stand, he dismisses them all as trash who use pathetic excuses for their actions while He watches him intently. He questions if Jiang Trong still cares for justice and wonders if he will feel the same when Luck Moon falls to the Baekseon Association. Declaring that such a thing will never happen, Jiang Trong throws his shirt aside and lunges forward with a direct punch. The two exchange a flurry of blows, and Hei notes how regrettable it is that such a powerful fighter refuses to join them. Hei views him as a potential asset, but Jiang Trong shouts for him to stop talking nonsense while launching a fierce counterattack. Hei lands a series of strikes to the stomach and face before kicking Jiang Trong away and closing the distance. Hei seizes Jiang Trong by the throat and lifts him off the ground, tightening his grip before asking one final question. Hei demands to know his connection to Han Ha as Jiang Trong struggles to breathe, his focus wavering due to a deep sense of guilt. His expression darkens with every heavy breath as he realizes the impact he had on this man's past several years ago. Wiping blood from his lip, 17-year-old Jiang Trong recalls his desperate hunger for strength in a city where only the strong survive. Han Ha stands nearby with his hands in his pockets, laughing at how interesting the boy is under the dim glow of the streetlights. As Han Ha warms up, Jiang Trong sees him as the ultimate opponent to test the limits of his own power. The fight erupts with the sound of heavy impacts, and a powerful blow eventually forces Jiang Trong to his knees. Han Ha mocks his lack of strength, leaving Jiang Trong to face an unfamiliar defeat against an insurmountable wall. Driven by a desire to understand the source of that power, Jiang Trong and several others with similar mindsets began following Han Ha. They eventually took over Luck Moon High School as freshmen, with Jiang Trong fighting on behalf of Han Ha's growing regional ambition. Jiang Trong followed him with great enthusiasm, seeing Han Ha as something far more significant than a mere friend. Jiang Trong once felt that the man was a reliable leader, until a sudden heavy rain fell while he lay there with glazed eyes and clenched teeth. He sat up and let out a roar to release his inner turmoil, unaware that this would become his worst choice, before returning to the present to mumble weakly. He suggests that his past mistakes may have created the monster before him, leaving Hing confused by the statement. Jiang Trong offers no explanation for his words, stating only that he has something he must return to that man. With a mocking gaze, he declares that fighting Hing is an unavoidable necessity, prompting the enraged Hing to slam him onto the ground. Hing's eyes flash with fury as he questions why Jiang Trong is still seeking justice when they both share the same goal. Hing unleashes a barrage of punches in a fit of rage, screaming about his disappointment and raising his fist to question him further. He reminds Jiang Trong that Han Ha is a man who would become a monster just to get what he wants. As his fist flies toward Jiang Trong, Hing claims that the man's desire for revenge is weaker than his own before grabbing his wrist. Hing declares that he no longer cares for justice or faith and will do anything to kill his target as he powerfully raises his leg. Before delivering a kick, Hing tells him to remember the outcome of this fight while Jiang Trong lies gasping on the ground. Wondering if this is his karmic retribution, Jiang Trong closes his eyes and waits for his fate until the rooftop door is suddenly thrown open. A hurried voice interrupts the tension as an injured boy arrives and shouts for his senior to wake up, drawing the attention of both men. Surprised that Lee Jisoo from Luck Muon High reached the roof, Hing smiles at the boy's bravery and releases his grip to approach him. Hing promises to show Jiang Trong the consequences of his choice as the video concludes, and the narrator asks for likes to support the channel. The narrator thanks the audience for their support and bids everyone farewell.